So everything you're So everything you're Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello，可以的，声音可以的。Distinguished guests, honorable judges, dear online viewers, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the final of the 13th FLAP National Foreign Language Teaching Contest. I'm your host, Fang Zhao. After watching yesterday's great performances, or would rather say, some of the best classes I ever attended, we're really looking forward to what today's contestants will bring to us. But first, for some of our viewers who are new, I'd like to take the pleasure again to introduce our honorable judges. And they are Professor Li Li, welcome. Professor Mei Deming, welcome. Professor Yu Hongliang, welcome. Professor Zhang Wenxia, welcome. Professor Li Shujing, welcome. Professor Ji Peiying, welcome. Professor Wang Huoyan, welcome. And Dr. Feng Yu, welcome. Let's give our honorable judges another big round of applause. Our present audiences are kindly advised to switch your cell phones to the silent mode or mute mode. Without further ado, let's welcome our first contestant today, contestant number 15. Welcome.
Good morning, honorable judges and dear teachers. It's my greatest pleasure to be here to present my lesson design today. I'll cover 3 parts. Firstly, learner and text analysis. My target students are non-English major freshmen. The text is learning about English. With a familiar topic, it comprises unfamiliar historical facts and long and complicated sentences. Next, teaching objectives. By the end of the whole unit, the students will be able to understand the text and acquire information on the history of English, learn the words and expressions related to language evolution, and use them in their daily life, appreciate the rhetorical devices of oxymoron and metaphor, express the factors contributing to the global success of English, explain the differences between British English and American English. Lastly, they will raise their awareness of Chinese culture and develop the ability to tell China stories in the long run. Thirdly, I would like to talk about my teaching plan. I'm actually following a skill-based syllabus design. To complete the whole unit, I'm going to use 5 periods. Period 1 covers pre-class work check, pre-reading task, and the background information and global reading of text A. The purpose of Period 1 is to motivate the students, activate their background knowledge, and also prepare them for the coming reading session. Periods 2 and 3 are the detailed reading of Text A, which includes the history of English and reasons behind its glory, rhetorical devices, difficult words and sentences, and also the writing skill. Exercises will be done after class. Assessment and feedback will be given in the class. Period 4 is the extended activity of the language focus of usage, and it's going to be a group presentation on the differences between British English and American English. In this learning by doing process, the research skill, cooperation, communication skill, and critical thinking will be practiced. Period 5 is the text B. It's going to be a homework, and only the difficulties will be explained at students' request. Comprehensive language practice, including viewing, speaking, and writing, will be done in class to develop their language proficiency. My demo lesson today is taken from the very beginning of the reading session. Now comes my demo lesson. Good morning, class. Right, I'm counting on you. Firstly, do you know the word lingua franca? In fact, it's a common language spoken by users of different languages. Is English a lingua franca? Do you know about it? Yes, sure, English is a lingua franca because it is the official language of 67 countries and it has the largest number of speakers worldwide. By the way, do you know which language ranks the second? Yes, China, very good. So, isn't it important for us to learn both English and Chinese well? Yes, definitely. Okay. Our topic today is the history of English. The development and formation of the English language has many historical reasons. In the history, English has developed from Old English to Middle English and to the modern English today. The development of English shows the richness and inclusiveness of the language. Here is a quiz. Can you tell the origin of these English words? Tea from China, that's right. Tiki-taka? Do you watch football? It's actually a football tactic, so it's from Spain, right? Sushi? Yes, Japan. It's a Japanese. Beef from French. Espresso? Yes, Italian, very good. Ketchup. You know that? It's in fact, yes, a Chinese word. Very well done. With every new idea, every new invention, English always adds new words into its language. You must be quite familiar with the following. 奴左奴代. You know it? Sure, yes. Okay. How about Hungary? It's the combination of hungry and angry. It means angry because of being hungry. The English language has so many new words, buzzwords, and loan words, right? So, do English-speaking people worry about the purity of their language? How does English gain its popularity and become a lingua franca? The text will tell us. Now let's come to the title, The Glorious Messiness of English. The word glorious is a complimentary word. It's something good. Messiness is an uncomplimentary word. It's something bad. The author put these two apparently contradictory words together. What does he intend to say? Well, can you go to paragraph 3 and find out what the author means by using glorious messiness of English? I give you 30 seconds. Please read it and find out. You can't find it? It's paragraph C, text C. Let's go to text C. Okay, you see here? Okay. So text C, paragraph 3. That's this. Good. All right, time is up. Anyone can tell me. Catherine, please. Right, you need more time to read it. You haven't previewed the text. Okay. So maybe Queenie? All right, you can't get it. In fact, the glorious messiness means the happy tolerance and the willingness to accept words from anywhere. That's the author's point of view. Well, these two qualities makes the messy English glorious. Well, glorious and messiness are two contradictory words. The author used them here because it is a rhetorical device. It's oxymoron. Oxymoron in Chinese, 矛盾修饰法. Here is an example. Parting is such sweet sorrow. William Shakespeare used sweet sorrow to express and reveal the mixed feeling of joy and pain when parting from the loved one. Well, have you been convinced by the author that the English language is glorious? Not yet, maybe, until further evidence is given. Now I want you to continue reading. Let's go to paragraphs 4 to 16. Please read it and find out the information about the major events and their impacts. I've listed all the events on the left-hand side, and please work out the impacts of them and give 2 example words. I'll assign you to different tasks because we have limited time. Can you work on paragraphs 4 to 9, please? And can you work on paragraph 10 and 11? And paragraph 12, 13, please. Paragraph 14. 15, 16, please. You too. Right. I give you 30 seconds. Let's begin. Yes, right. Any questions? And that's okay? Right, good. And which paragraph do you work on? Right, yes. Very good. 11? 12, okay. Yes, you work here. That's the answer. Okay, right. Okay, class, time is up. Now let's find out the impacts of the first event on the development of English language. And can I have Catherine, please?
The impact on the development of English is identifying similar words. Linguists have come up with what they called on Indo-European
Right, Indo-European language. Very good. And can you find any words?
Snow, beef, and wolf.
Well done. Thank you very much. And what about the second one? Yes, please.
The second one, the impact is the Angles and Saxons together, they form what we call Anglo-Saxon society.
Right, very good. The Anglo-Saxon society formed the Old English or the Anglo-Saxon language. Very well done. And can you find any words?
The example words are sheep, ox, earth, wood.
Right, good. Okay, thank you very much. Well, the first two are really complicated to find, and since we have just very limited time, I'll show you the answer to the rest, and you can check your answer by yourself. I've actually planned a mind map to exhibit the development of English language and also the impacts. Are you familiar about a mind map? Well, it may help us to sort mass information into clear and logical order. You can draw one after class by yourself. Now, let's come to the last part of our text. This is paragraph 18. Can you read and find out what these bold words imply? We have cultural soil, shoots sprang up, grew stronger, and built fences. Well, what is the scenery that the author has created with these words? Think about it. Soil, shoots, and built fences. Well, it's actually the scenery of a garden. But since the author is talking about the language development, do you think the author really wants to talk about a garden? Really? Talking about a garden? No, right. So the author compares the images of a garden to something else. Soil, in fact, refers to the various cultures contributing to the development of English. And shoots and plants, actually shoots are plants, right? They are the English language. And also we have people building fences here. They are the people who set barriers for the development of English. Actually, the author used a rhetorical device of metaphor. I would like to give you another example. Let's have a look at this. All the worlds are stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. A metaphor is to say A is B. So, what is the world compared to in the metaphor? Yes, Jenny, please.
Maybe stage?
Yes, the world is compared to a stage. What about men and women? Let's say it together. Men and women? Players. Yes, players. Very well done. Exits and their entrances? They're actually the births and the deaths, yes, of people. Good. By using metaphor, we create a vivid image. And what effect have been created? To evoke emotion and to leave a deeper impression on the author, on the readers, right? Well, Chinese people are good at using metaphors. Here are some examples. They are the lines of Chinese poems translated into English already. Can you tell the Chinese? Translate them back into Chinese. The first one, a spring silkworm may not stop spinning silk until death. A candle's tears dry only when it's burned down to ashes. Can you say it loudly? What is the... Can you please? Vivian?
春蚕到死丝方尽，蜡炬成灰泪始干。
Perfect, very good. The second, do you not see the yellow river come from the sky, rushing into the sea and never come back? Who knows it? Please?
君不见黄河之水天上来，奔流到海不复回。
Perfect, right. The third one may be a little bit difficult. Let's read it together. The beacon fire has gone higher and higher. Words from household are worth their weight in gold. You think of it? The Chinese? A little bit challenging, right? Let's say this together. Very well done. Okay. So I think maybe after class you want to brush up on your Chinese literature, Chinese poetry a little bit. Right. Now comes the critical thinking part. Here is the question. As a lingua franca, English ensures smooth and effective communication between people from different nations in many areas, both online and offline. With the introduction and widely application of translation platforms, Google Translate, DeepL, Trados, and today's rising AI, ChatGPT, do you think it's still worth the effort and energy to learn English? And why? I want you to do a group discussion. 4 in a group, and you 4 work together. I give you 1 minute, and at the end of it, please report to the whole class. In each group, you need a supervisor, making sure that everyone contributes and participates in the discussion. Let's begin. Yes, you can work together. So is your answer yes or no? Okay, give a brief answer, right? Later.
It is only human being that really matters in intercultural communication.
Right, very good. Okay. All right. I think you have got your answer already. Yes or no? Can I have this group, please? Anyone? Please.
I think it is still worthwhile to do so because it is we humankind that really matters in intercultural communication.
Yes, that's right. So, you think it's important because it ensures cross-cultural communication, right? Very good. Thank you very much. What about this group?
Absolutely yes.
Absolutely yes.
Because, although we have those devices, but we still need some conversations in our daily life. So,
Yes.
We cannot use such as ChatGPT to talk.
Right.
So we have to talk by ourselves.
Yes, good. When you want to communicate freely and effectively, it's better that you grasp the language and you are able to talk properly, right? Very good. You have done a good job so far. Well, let's come to the summary. By completing the tasks successfully, you have learned knowledge of the history of English, discussed and reasons behind the global success of it, enhanced your reading skill of extracting key information from a passage. You have also appreciated oxymoron and metaphor. Well, lastly, you have raised your awareness on Chinese poetry, and with the group discussion, you have collaborated and communicated. Well, then I would like to give you the assignment. After class, I would like you to work on the similarities between British English and American English. Please do a research and try to find out the differences between them, right? And prepare a presentation and be ready to present it in the next lesson. Okay? Right. That's all for today. Thank you very much.
Well, contestant number 15.
Good morning,
How are you today?
Professor.
How are you today?
Well, good, I think.
How do you,
A little bit nervous, though.
how do you like your students?
Well, the students are a little bit quiet today, and I would, if they can interact with me a lot better, if I can inspire them to talk more, it would be better, I think.
You noticed the problem with
Yes.
this group of students.
Yes,
When you ask them about oxymoron or some other things
Right.
In the text, but they didn't respond very actively.
Right.
And you gathered they didn't read the text.
yes, I realized that, because normally in my normal class, I would ask the students to do the global reading beforehand. That's the period 1, and my lesson is taken from period 2. I suppose the students have got some idea from the text, and they should be able to respond.
So they didn't do any global reading and still less local reading.
No, they
And
didn't.
then how would you change your methodology?
Well, in fact, if this is the problem, normally in the class, I would give the students more time to read the text. I would guide them through the main idea. Actually, in global reading, students are supposed to find out the main idea by using the reading skill of skimming and scanning. They will find out the meaning of the title. They will find out the division of the text,
Yeah.
and they will get the main idea of each part. Then they are better prepared for the detailed reading.
Okay. Your your design is excellent,
Thank you very much.
but the outcome is not that.
Hasn't been achieved, you mean?
I guess the outcome is not something that you expect,
Right.
right?
But I think, can I just say that? But I think with more time, because I have planned the detailed reading to be dealt with in 2 periods, and now we have just 20 minutes.
Yes.
And then after this part, I will give the students I will give the students more time to detailedly read the text, well, I think in that way the text might be interpreted and understood better.
Okay. There's a gap. You know, I noticed today there's a gap
Right.
about your purpose is to ask your students to learn about English. And your students have some problem with learning English. Learning the text, to get acquainted with the text,
Right.
so that they can talk about English rather than,
Right.
you know. So we should find a way to actually bridge the gap.
Right.
When
bridge
we
the gap.
have a group of students with the text unread, what shall we do?
Well, it's actually something a teacher should always think about it, how to motivate the students, how to prepare them. Normally before the class, in order to prepare the students for the reading of the text, I would give them a pre-class work. I
Okay.
would ask them to preview the words and get ready for the, for the main idea, to give them some background
No, I mean,
information.
they fail to do that. What would you do?
In class, they fail
Yeah.
to do that. Well, I think
They fail to do that beforehand. And then you have a group of
Okay,
students
right, I understand that.
responding very slowly and
Right.
reluctantly.
I'll be patient, and in the class, I'll guide them. I will, read the text with the students one sentence after another until they understand.
Okay.
Right.
And about the teaching of the text itself, it's entitled Glorious Messiness. You
Yes.
talked about this from rhetorical devices perspective. But why did the author use messiness?
Messiness?
Yes.
I think that is because English people, I would say English users are so tolerant. They are willing to get English words. They are willing to get words from everywhere. And because of the origins are diversified, that makes the English seems like some sort of disorder or messiness. And then because with so
Okay. I mean, is it possible that the writer is from a particular national origin?
actually,
The writer is not British.
the writer is not. Well, sorry, I haven't done
The writer
research
is
on that. But I know the author have written a lot about the history of English, and he made this speech.
In the
to-
text, the footnote says the writer is from America.
From American, right?
So it was an immigrated or imported language from the British Isles, right?
Yes,
And it developed into Englishes rather than English. So therefore, we have the English-speaking peoples rather
right.
than the
English-speaking.
English-speaking
Yes, that's
people.
right.
But I noticed some problem with your statement that
Please.
do English-speaking peoples worry about the purity of the language?
Yes,
If peoples,
right. That includes
I
all.
assume
Right.
English has become Englishes.
Yes, that's
Right.
right. Exactly.
It's a group of different varieties
Right, from different
of
varieties
the
and
English
origins.
language. So
Yes,
they don't worry about the purity.
Well, from the text, I think from the author's point of view, he doesn't worry about this, and he
Yeah.
welcomes it because he said it is a glory. And he has contrasted this to that of French, because French people don't want their language to be mixed. They don't want to borrow anything from the outside world. And the author has given one example of
yes,
Walkman.
The French people worry about the purity of French,
Yes.
but they don't worry about purity of English.
The French people?
Yeah.
There is no need for them to worry about that, I think.
And there's 67 countries using
Yes,
English
67.
as an official language. I
Right.
mean, this figure is
I searched it on the internet. It's really a big number.
okay. Did you ask GPT, Chat GPT?
No.
Okay.
I searched with Google.
When you talk about the use of Chat GPT,
Yes.
and the students followed you,
Yes, very good.
no, blindly.
Blindly?
Yeah, because Chat, at least at the moment, Chat GPT
something new.
cannot ask questions.
Right? It's like
They only
Siri
answer
on
questions.
the iPhone.
Yeah, they only answer questions. It only answers questions.
Right.
It does not, for the
But
most of the
but
time.
I think hopefully with the technology of AI
And
development, that will finally be done.
Okay, the next generation, right, of the ChatGPT of next generation will ask questions.
Right?
But your students today, they ask questions.
Yes,
They will, they should.
they should.
And they can ask questions.
Right.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
sure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you, contestant number 15. Let's welcome contestant number 16.
Good morning, distinguished judges, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here to present my class. Firstly, let me briefly introduce my teaching design of the whole unit, which is divided into 4 parts: my target students, teaching philosophy, learning objectives, and my teaching arrangement. First, let's come to my target students. They are freshmen in non-English majors. They are highly motivated and E-generation. Most of them are intermediate English learners, but they might lack sufficient critical thinking and collaborative learning competences, which are very important for their future study and career. My teaching philosophy can be summarized as learning-centered and 4-8. I will strive to improve students' collaborative learning, guide them to assimilate knowledge and skills, provide them with effective evaluation, and integrate moral cultivation into language teaching to help them establish right values and proper cultural awareness. In this unit, I will adopt a blended teaching method with both online and offline texts to provide students with sufficient input and output. And in order to evaluate students' learning outcome comprehensively, multiple assessment will be adopted, including online learning, class involvement, oral presentation, and assigned writing. Apart from assessment of teacher, peer and self-assessments are also involved. The learning objectives are designed for this unit, including 4 aspects. In the aspect of linguistic ability, students are expected to write and talk about the history of the Chinese language and in what ways is Chinese language also messy but glorious. And in the aspect of cultural awareness, they are expected to realize the importance of tolerance and respect toward other cultures, and also develop a national pride in the glorious and profound Chinese culture and the language. And the third part is thinking ability. They are expected to improve their reasoning skill and critical thinking about the relation between messiness and being glorious. And the last part is learning ability. They are expected to improve their autonomous learning and their collaborative learning competences. So based on these learning objectives, here comes my teaching arrangement. The whole unit is divided into 3 sessions, and each session consists of 2 periods. In the first session, students will be asked to read the text and get familiar with the new words and the background information, and also to finish an exercise about the main idea of the text before class. And will be guided to achieve a thorough understanding of text A in the class, to realize the importance of tolerance and respect for other cultures, and also the changing nature of languages. And they will also be guided to carry out a detailed study of the language points and also the borrowed language, borrowed words in both English and Chinese. After this session, students will be asked to explore the history of the Chinese language and to finish their first draft on the writing on the topic, the glorious vastness of Chinese. And in session 2, students will be guided to have a more detailed study of the development of the Chinese language and have a further discussion on text B, which is a home reading text on the topic, why is Chinese changing? And after that, they will carry out peer review of the sign writing on the topic, the glorious vastness of Chinese. After that, they will revise their writing online according to the feedback from their classmates and also the teacher, based on the writing assessment checklist. So after this session, students will also prepare for their oral presentation on the same topic. So in the last session, students will give their oral presentation in groups. After that, students will also carry out the peer assessment, and also teacher assessment will also be involved. So lastly, after they grasp the understanding of the history and development of the Chinese language and the English language, they will have a debate on the topic. English or Chinese, which language do you think will most likely become the most global language in the future? They will encourage to think critically and express their ideas freely. So in this unit, students will be guided to know, comprehend, apply, reflect, and finally assimilate knowledge, skills, awareness. In today's class, I will focus on the first period of session 1, the history of English language and think analysis. That's all for my teaching design. Now let's come to my demo class. Good morning, my dear students. It's nice to see you here. Firstly, I would like to give you a picture. Let's take a look. Can you tell me what do you call the person travels into space? Astronaut, yes. And any more? Spaceman, very good. Astronaut is the word we use very often in English. But here I would like to show you another 2 words. The first one is cosmonaut. It is used to describe the astronaut in Russia. And the word is borrowed from the language Greek. And the other one is taikonaut. Do you know where it is borrowed from?
Japanese.
China, right? Yes, very good, thank you. The pronunciation of taiko is similar to the Chinese word 太空, right? So it is used to describe the astronaut in China. So from the example, we can see that language, the English, borrowed word from other sources, from other languages. And it is always changing, evolving, adapting to the needs of its users. So today we are going to explore how English changed and developed. So let's pay attention to the title of the text. Do you think the title is interesting with the 2 conflicting words, glorious and vastness? So why do they stand to each other? So can anyone tell me the meaning of glorious, the definition of glorious? So, Queenie, can I have a try?
Glorious maybe mean global.
Yes. Glorious means it can bring us something that is very impressive, or it can refer to glorious.
Global, maybe.
Global, okay. It doesn't matter. So anyone would like to share? Yes, Catherine.
I think he's happy to tolerance and willing to accept the words from anywhere.
Thank you for your answer. So glorious here means that it can bring us a great fan or success, or it can use to describe something that is impressive. And what about the word vastness? What does vastness mean? Yate, can you please?
I think vastness may be something become bad and mass,
Mass, okay. Something that is untidy unorganized, or a situation that is unpleasant, difficult to deal with, right? So why are they stand to each other? So why is the title saying the English is messy? And why is this messiness of English glorious? Let's find out the answer together. So firstly, let's explore more about the history of the English language and see why it is messy and what does messy actually mean in the text. Okay, here's a timeline showing the development of English language with the historical events and also the corresponding changes. And you have been asked to read the text and finish the timeline before class. So now let's check out the answer together. From the timeline, we can see that the parent language of English is the Indo-European language. And after that, Germanic settlements brought words from Anglo-Saxon, the Old English, and then Christian religion enriched English with words from Latin and Greek. After that, more new words from Old Norse were brought to English because of the Vikings invasions. And also, Norman conquest also enriched English with the words from French, and it gradually developed into the Middle English. And lastly, after that, more new words from Latin and Greek were brought into English because of the European Renaissance and the printing press. And lastly, American English emerged because of it's very obvious, right? Because of the settlement in America and the founding of the United States. So from this timeline, we can see that English is always changing and evolving. And the important historical events had a great impact on the formation of today's English. English absorbed words from many sources like Anglo-Saxon, Greek, Latin, Old Norse, French, and America. So now can you try to answer why is English messy based on this information? Okay, before you answer that, let's talk about the meaning of messiness again in the text. So at the beginning of the class, we have already talked about the meaning, a general meaning of messiness. But what does it mean in the text? Here are three options for you to choose from. Which one do you think would better explain the meaning of messiness in the context of this text? Yes, the third one, right? Here, messiness is more like a situation when things from different sources coexist in the same environment. So now can you try to answer this question? Why is English messy? Okay, any volunteers would like to answer this question? It's Melissa.
Because it comes with different types of languages.
It comes from different types of languages. Thank you so much. Yes, it is messy because it has an extremely large vocabulary from multiple sources. Okay, that's the first question. Now let's come to the second one. So why is this messiness of English glorious? Okay, actually, the author uncovers the secret by comparing the French and the English. So what are the different attitudes toward language change between French and English? And what are the results of this kind of different attitudes? Okay, I'd like you to read from paragraph 1 to 3 and try to find out information and fill in the table. Okay, I'd like to divide you into two groups. So you four, you're group 1. You're going to find the information of the French, okay? And you four are group 2, you're going to find the information of the English. Okay, is that clear? Okay, let's do it. Read from paragraph 1 to 3 and find out the differences between French and English in terms of the different attitude toward language change and also the different results. Yes, paragraph 1, 2, 3. Yes, at the end of paragraph 3. So are you ready to share? The French group, what is the attitude of the French?
The attitude of French, they don't like boring foreign words.
They don't like boring foreign words, right?
Yeah, because they think it corrupts their language, and the result is a happy touristy.
and that willingness to accept words from anywhere.
Is that a result for French or English?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, thank you so much. And okay, so could you share with us that the French attitude toward language change is that they do not like borrowing words from other languages. And also there's one more information. The government even tries to ban English words, ban the words from English. So what about the English? What is the attitude of English?
They are ready to accept words from anywhere, and which leads to the richness of English, and English finally become the first truly global language.
Very good, thank you. They have a tolerance for other languages, and they have the willingness to accept words from anywhere. So that explains the richness of their language. And also, at the end of the text, we also have another important information. That is, they are also the great respecters of the liberties of each individual. And they also have the freedom to strike out new paths. So did you find the results of these kind of different attitudes? Yes? The words, the number of words, right? So how many words does French have? Only 75,000 words. And what about English? Well, English has an estimated vocabulary of over 1 million words. And also Jenny has mentioned that English has become a truly global language. So that's a big difference, right? So we can see that the different attitudes result in different brings them different results. And English is so rich because of their tolerance, their qualities toward other changes. So the message here is more like living history of a language, diverse and vibrant contact with other cultures. So now can you try to answer this question? Why is the massness of English glorious? Based on the information here, we have some key qualities here, right? So why is the English language more glorious? That is because they have the tolerance, right? Tolerance for changes and willingness to accept new things, and they love freedom and they respect for others' rights. Okay, so now let's explore more about the relation between messiness and being glorious. Can you think about, is there something else that is messy but glorious? Okay, let me give you an example first. So let's take a look at this picture. From the picture, we can see that the components of the phone come from different sources, different countries. For example, accelerometer from Germany, battery from China, and compass camera from Japan, gyroscope from Switzerland, and audio chips from USA. All these components come from different sources, but when they combine together, it forms a smartphone, the communication tool we use every day. So we can see that if we try to be tolerant about others, try to embrace the new sources from others, it can produce a more glorious result. Okay, now it's your turn. Try to think of something else that is messy but glorious. Okay, I want you to discuss in groups and try to come up with some new ideas, okay? Also group 1, group 2, be ready to share with the class. Is there something else that is messy but glorious? I already share. So, group 1, any ideas for that?
I think car factories get their different parts from different areas of the world because this can help them combine advantages from different countries, which can provide much space for progressing.
Very good example. The car factories, right? Thank you so much. And what about group 2?
Actually,
yes?
we also think about car factory.
But car factories, okay.
Yes, but maybe computer.
Computer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's a good example too. So from example here, we can see that the components are from different sources. Actually, we are living in the era of globalization. This kind of contact exchanges between countries and cultures are increasingly frequent. And how should we deal with this kind of messiness? And how should we deal with different cultures? What are your attitudes toward a rapidly changing world? Okay, here I'd like to share with you my opinions first, and you can think about it and share opinions with us online. Okay, so as we are facing a lot of information from other sources, why is it important to be tolerant about other cultures, other sources, and to embrace the good part of our sources, other cultures? We should also preserve and promote our Chinese culture and have confidence in the glorious and profound Chinese culture. Here I want to show you two Chinese characters in ancient time. They are oracle bone script. Let's take a look at the first character. It looks like a cave above, and in the cave, we reserve things or say things. It refers to being tolerant, to embrace new things. The character is Rong. And for the second one, it looks like two hands holding a cup. Two hands at the bottom, holding a cup. And you pour the water from one cup to the other. It causes the change of the water. So it refers to change. It's the character Yi. So altogether it means easy. The connotation behind that is that if we have the tolerance and the willingness to embrace new things and to make a change, it will be easier for you to improve yourself and achieve a more glorious future. So, now let's come back to the title of the text. So now do you know why is the messiness glorious? That's because the key qualities of what kind of qualities can bring us a more glorious future. Tolerance and
Sorry to
change.
stop you. Time is up.
Okay, thank you. That's the assignment for you. Thank you.
Okay, contestant number 16.
Yes.
Thank you for your design and
Thank you.
your presentation of the class.
Thank you.
In your teaching model, you set up the objectives of teaching and learning in 4 dimensions. One is language, the second is culture, the third is thinking, and the fourth one is learning.
Yes.
Now from this demo, how do you evaluate or make an assessment of the outcome in terms of these 4 dimensions?
Thank you for your question. For the first part, the linguistic ability, they are going to finish their writing, the first draft of the writing on the topic.
No, I mean the outcome of today's demo.
Outcome of this demo.
Yeah.
Okay. So after class, they will share the opinions of what's the relation between the messiness and being glorious online, and also what are their.
Let me clarify my statement.
Okay.
You set up these as teaching objectives, okay, to achieve the competence in language, culture, thinking, and learning.
Yes.
Have you achieved all these?
I think it cannot be achieved just in one single class. It
Yeah,
should be achieved
but
during the whole teaching process.
In what way do you believe that they have developed, to some extent, one of these competencies?
You mean for the
Language, culture, thinking, and learning.
Thank you for your question. I think for language, when they find the information in the text and try to come up with some new ideas about the messiness, the relation between messiness and glorious, I can find that they have already understand the relation that is for the language part. And for cultural awareness, I've assigned writing assignment for them to list the important historical events of the Chinese language and the changes. Let us ask them to explore more about our Chinese culture. And in this process, they will develop national pride in the glorious Chinese culture and language. And for the thinking ability, I've asked them to have a critical thinking.
So you believe you have achieved your objectives?
Not yet,
Not
but
yet.
I will achieve them
All right.
in the following sessions.
You divide the whole unit into 6 periods, right?
Yes. Yes.
And the first period is about, the first 2 periods is about the history. The next 2 periods is about the language.
No, the first period.
Can you show me that slide?
Yes. I'll show you here.
Yeah, the first period is about session 1. Period 1 is about the history of the English language. And period 2 is about detailed study of the language points. Okay.
Yes.
Do you think that the text itself is a combination of history and language points to support the historical development of the English language with words like paired words, like Old English words, like borrowed words, rather than history at one end and the language at the other end?
Yes, it also involves a culture part. I will also ask students to explore more about the culture behind these words, behind these pair words, and why do they have different kind of words to describe the certain the same thing.
Can we teach the history of the English language with a lot of ample support from words, grammar, and some other devices?
I think that's not enough. So I will ask students to explore.
So you still want to divide very rigidly. Period 1 is about history, and period 2 is about detailed linguistic points.
Sorry, I don't mean that because the time is limited, so I have to present the history part here. But I will also combine the language points with the history background together.
All right. Okay. The last point I would like to talk with you is about the 3 languages or 3 countries you have mentioned.
Yes.
English, French, and Chinese. And English is gloriously messy.
Yes.
Right? What about French?
French is also glorious, but it's not like kind of messy.
Gloriously pure, all right?
Yes.
Okay, what about Chinese?
I think Chinese is also kind of messy because we have different dialects in different regions, and we also have many different kind of writing scripts.
I mean, Chinese is gloriously what?
I think it's gloriously messy.
Messy?
Kind of messy because we have different kind of dialects in different regions. And
do you know the vocabulary size of the Chinese language?
The vocabulary
size.
Size.
Okay, how big is Chinese vocabulary?
How big is the vocabulary?
How many words are there in Chinese language?
Sorry. How many words does that in Chinese language? And
you said the English has a lot of words, right?
Yes.
It's about more than 100,000 words.
Yes, but
to my knowledge, it's about 160,000 words.
Yes, but in Chinese, we also have borrowed words from our language.
Okay.
And we also
more than French. You listed French as 70,000 something.
That's the number in the text.
Yeah.
That is not.
No, you want them to learn something about China, which is good, and the Chinese language.
Yes.
What about your knowledge of the Chinese language?
I think I asked students to writing the messiness of glorious messiness of Chinese because I think Chinese is also kind of messy because in different regions we will use different words to describe the same thing.
Okay.
For example, in the southern part, if we want to call our grandparents, they will say 外公外婆. But
this is not messiness.
There's differences and.
Okay. This is richness.
Yes, there's a richness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, contestant number 16. And now we have the final score of contestant number 15, and that is 86.80. Congratulations. Now let's welcome contestant number 17 to the stage.
Can I move this? 这稍微过来点。So can I start? Okay. So, distinguished judges, my dear fellow teachers and students, good morning. They say to have another language is to possess a second soul. Well, I guess that makes us all very lucky because we've been learning or teaching English for years. And still, we can gain new insights from this unit, learning about English. Now, allow me to present you my unit design. My potential target students are first-year non-English majors with intermediate level of English. Our need analysis shows that they have strong desire to improve their speaking, reading, writing, and intercultural competence. And encompassing 2 tests, this unit walks you through the development of English language. Students get to appreciate its changing nature and the qualities behind its glory. And my unit design will be inquiry-based and task-driven. I believe that students learn best when they are personally involved in exploring questions and accomplishing real-world tasks. So 2 questions will be raised at the beginning of each text. And students will try to solve them through deep learning. Besides, a unit task will be assigned. That is to make a speech at TEDxU on the topic, Chinese language, the story of us, with 2 subtasks fulfilled after each text. Our unit objective will be threefold. In terms of language, students will engage in vocabulary building and rhetorical device appreciation. Competence-wise, they will reinforce their 4 sub-skills, foster intercultural competence, and develop critical thinking. As for value, they will promote inclusiveness, adaptability, cultural confidence, and national pride. To fulfill all these objectives, 6 teaching periods will be needed, together with students' autonomous learning throughout the whole process. From enough comprehensive input to the final meaningful output, all activities will be arranged in a logical and learner-friendly manner, during which enough resources and scaffolds will be offered. And our demo will mainly focus on this part, before which students have already got the gist of text A and finished the timeline. So our demo will continue to expand their vocabulary and also develop their reading competence by exploring the glorious messiness of English, and finally foster inclusiveness in them. So now, right from there, let's have our demo. Hello again, my dear students. So today, we will continue our discussion of text A, the glorious messiness of English. Last time, we have already discussed the history of English language, all these twists and turns. But still, there might be a question mark in your head about the title. Here, okay, Catherine, right? So can you make a sentence by using the word messy. You know, the adjective form of messiness. Can you make a sentence?
I think you can describe one's room as your room is messy.
Wow, your room is messy. That's a very quick response. So, in your sentence, by messy, you mean, what does messy mean in your sentence?
I think it's untidy.
Untidy, not so clean.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. See, when speaking of the word messy, very often we come up with images like these. Not that very nice, right? And how about glorious? Okay, so Jenny, okay, can you give us some synonyms of glorious? You know, similar words in meaning.
Glorious, I think, is
Synonyms, you know.
synonyms.
Yeah, words similar to glorious in meaning. Anything on the top of your head.
Maybe excellent.
Excellent. Oh, that's very good. Okay, that's one word. How about Melissa? Okay, so any other words you can come up with?
Maybe wonderful, maybe.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, thank you. Or there are so many others like magnificent and fabulous. Yes. So this is glorious. Well, see, as you can see, these two concepts, they don't seem quite compatible together, right? But why did the author put them together? Actually, for the messy part, we have already witnessed it through this timeline we have talked about last time. Here, I'd like you to review and observe this timeline and try to tell me why we call English messy. Why do we have this feeling that English is messy? Okay, can you relate to this picture? Okay, so how about this girl? Okay, you can relate to the picture. Why we call English messy? Because there are a lot of what? Yeah, you can use the mic.
The development of English.
Yeah.
And they need.
You can see there are a lot of what coming in.
Huh?
Okay, you can go on.
I think because development needs.
Okay, so actually there are a lot of words, right? A lot of languages coming from outside, massive borrowings from others. But think about it. Not every language will allow it. French people won't, right? But why did English accept it? What are the reasons behind the glorious messiness of English? What are the qualities? So now, let's try to find out. The author explained this term, glorious messiness, in paragraph number 3. So here, I'd like you to skim and scan paragraph 3 with 2 questions in mind. 1, what is that quality that contributes to the richness of English? 2, what is the author's opinion of the messiness of English? For these 2 questions, you've got 30 seconds, and it starts now. Okay, go ahead. All right, so that's the time. Let's see the first one. So what is that quality? Have you found any? What is that quality?
The qualities are tolerance and willingness to accept.
Wow, you found it. Exactly, the happy tolerance. Very good, nice work. And now let's move on to the second one. How about the author's opinion of the messiness of English? How about this one? This one might be tricky because there is no definite answer here. Okay, how about you, Melissa?
The author's opinion in the text, maybe the sentence, they don't matter, they don't bother us, but it means he is willing to accept the messiness.
Okay, so the author thinks the messiness of English is good or bad?
It's good.
It's good. Okay.
Yes,
Why? Because you mentioned it, right?
Because it can reach the English words and have make it because he think the messiness and the glories is it in the same time. I think.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna reserve my comment. Okay. So instead, I would like to invite you. Okay. Can you comment on her answer? So can you give any feedback to her answer? Do you agree with her?
Yes, I agree. I also think the author's opinion of the messiness is good. He is supportive, and because the messiness make the English become more richness, and it makes it become a global language.
Okay, excellent point. Thank you. So, besides all the points you have mentioned, have you noticed all these words the author used, like happy, willingness, and richness? All these good and positive words. Choices of words show opinion. From these expressions, we can feel the author's appreciation and his sense of pride of this messiness of English. Okay, so from this part, we've already got one important quality, the happy tolerance for words from outside. But are there other qualities? More deep-rooted reasons there? Actually, yes. So now let's read on and zoom in on paragraph 17 and 18. Let's try to find out the other qualities behind the glorious messiness of English. And again, you've got 30 seconds. So please, chop chop, okay? You might, underline some of the keywords there. Paragraph 17 and 18. Other qualities. All right, time's up. How time flies. So have you found anything? You see, you don't have to give me the whole answer. 1 point or 2 will be fine, okay? So any volunteers, okay? So Celia, okay, yes. So what do you say? Have you found any?
Well, I find out the other qualities like the idea of freedom.
Yeah, freedom. Yeah, so that's a very important word.
Respect for the liberties and rights of humans.
Okay. Respect for the liberty of others. Okay. Any more?
And respect for the rights and the tolerance of their way of using language.
Yes. Okay. So tolerance. Wow, I think you are excellent because you, one person, you found all these qualities. Very good. So you see, these qualities, they are the reasons behind the glorious messiness of English. Well, especially this one. Tolerance. Tolerance for change, tolerance for diversity. That actually reminds me of this Chinese character, He. One its meaning is inclusiveness. Trying to include and take in everyone and everything. Just like the other day, I went out for Starbucks, and just around the corner, guess what I bought? This. Stinky tofu. And guess what? When I ate them together, I found them surprisingly good. Well, maybe you should try that next time. So, you see, actually, there is so much beauty of such inclusiveness. So many examples of inclusiveness. So what's your take on this? Especially when you are facing something new or something different, what will you do? Here, I would like you to have a discussion with your partner on the topic. Talk about one example of inclusiveness in our life or in our society. And what is your comment? And what will you do about it? And here are some little pointers for your reference, which might come in handy while you talk. And let's make it a pair work, okay? So for each desk, you two, okay, you're one team, and you two, you two, and you two. You can have a pair discussion based on the topic. And here you've got 1 minute, okay, 1 minute. So please go ahead. Enjoy your discussion. And also, you can refer to your handout for more inspiration there. So am I making myself clear? Are you clear what you're going to do? Okay, good. Wow, actually, that's the time. So are you all ready? So anyone who want to take the lead? Any volunteers? Okay. Okay. Melanie, can you have a try? So?
I choose ways of learning and obtaining information.
Yeah,
okay. With the development of technology, we can achieve the latest news all over the world and obtaining information.
Okay, obtaining information. So that's one key observation of yours. Very good. How about your partner? So what did she say? Okay.
We talk about the same aspect, but I think by this way we can gain diverse insight into different things, and so we can combine different points of view from other cultures or others, so it is good for us.
Okay, different cultural aspect. So being inclusive actually brings you more multiple perspectives. Good for you. Okay, so is there anyone who want to share her thoughts? Okay, how about you, Catherine? Yes, what do you think? Can you give us some specific example? Yeah.
For example, at first time, I don't willing to drink the coffee.
Coffee.
Yeah, but I think it is strange and a little bit bitter. But finally, when I drink more, I think it is acceptable. And finally, I think it is very good drink.
Okay, so the inclusiveness coffee in your daily life. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I am impressed by your keen observation and also your ingenuity about your life. All right, so I'm very sure that you must have so much to say about this topic. So why don't you just take it home and give it real thought and put it in your reflective journal, which is part of your e-portfolio. So that is actually one of your assignments. And the other assignment is about our unit task. So here, I would like you to accomplish the first subtask of the TEDx speech by introducing the loan words in Chinese language. You know, loan words, you know, borrowed words from other countries. And also try to get a peer review based on the criteria we have offered here. All right, so that's all for today's class. Let's all be more inclusive and embrace this wonderful world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, contestant number 17.
Thank you.
Okay, you did your micro teaching very well, and your design is clear.
Thank
and
you.
we have also noticed that you have assigned a lot of homework for your students. Is this your intentional assignment, that students will work so hard to complete all the assignments? Do you know how much time they would use for the completion of your assignments?
Okay, thank you for your question, Professor. Well, actually, I have assigned them 2 tasks or 2 assignments. The first one is actually directly related to our discussion in class. Actually, time is limited. We don't have time for every student to air their view. So that's why I would like them to give it a real thought and put it in their reflective journal. Actually, this reflective journal is part of the e-portfolio. It's not that complicated. They just try to take down some inspiration or their takeaway from the class. It's not that hard, I think. But the second one is actually has a direct, we say, connection to our unit task, because it's one subtask, and it is closely related to the content of text A. So I think this is a part of the whole unit design.
Okay, show me the last slide. You
Okay.
asked them to work according to your criteria.
Criteria, okay.
All right?
Yes.
Yes. The second assignment.
Second assignment, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the second assignment.
And you listed 1 through 5. And what does that mean?
Which one you're talking?
Or 1 is fair, and 2 is satisfactory, and 3 is good, 4 is very good.
Yes.
5 is excellent. Who will do this?
Actually, this is criteria for the peer review. Okay, so actually, I would like students to try to investigate into the loan words in the Chinese language, and also they're gonna try to draft it a report, because the final unit task is an oral work. So here, I would like them to practice it, to rehearse to their partners, to have little oral practice. And then they can get their feedback from their peers. So the peer evaluation is actually based on the criteria. So that's why we have the content part, language part, and delivery
So
part.
the students will do that?
Yeah, the students, the peer,
what?
the partner.
Okay.
One student will give them the oral report.
Will they write the comments into the blank?
Yeah, there will be comment. Students, the partner will give some direct comment on the students' work, and so that the students can try to improve it, and also the final unit project will be better accomplished. So that's my purpose.
Can we use this for today's judgment?
Yes, I think, yes, we can do that.
Now, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you grade yourself for content, language, delivery?
Okay, so that's hard. I think maybe...
No, you ask your students to do that. I believe you can do it yourself.
Okay, I think maybe somewhere between 3 to 4. Okay.
Okay, 3 or 4. All right. And the author of the text says, the English language has over 1 million words.
Yes.
What does this over mean?
Over, it just means the language of English is still expanding. The number is still growing because they are borrowing more words, they're absorbing more words from other cultures and other countries. So,
do you have any intention for assigning students to search online to get the possible size of the English vocabulary, like say this over means probably 600,000.
You mean the exact?
So the English has about 1,600,000 words.
Yes, I believe that in my teaching process, I would have this intention to remind them.
Very good. And after class, you ask ChatGPT to tell us how big is this over.
Well, I actually believe that some of the students will utilize this new tool. You've mentioned ChatGPT.
Okay. Well, do you believe the size of the English vocabulary is a big burden on language learners of English?
Yes, I believe so. But I actually have this intention to ask them, but I think they just answer so well, so I didn't answer them. Actually, I want to ask them, as an English learner yourself, do you like this messiness? Because there are a lot of words. I think to a lot of students, especially students with lower level of English, they will feel kind of like a burden because there's such big vocabulary and the number is still growing every day. This is a burden. But also, maybe for some students, that's kind of, fresh and interesting because every day there's something new coming in. For example, we've got new word like gobbling mode, like gaslighting, and some students will find it fun and interesting. So I think students will have different perspectives on this.
You tell them this is burden, this is also treasure.
Yeah, a burden and a treasure, and bitter and sweet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, contestant number 17. And now, the final score of contestant number 16 is 87.60. Congratulations. Now, let's welcome contestant number 18 to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here is my teaching design of the unit Learning About English. So first, I will introduce my teaching background. My target students would be first-year non-English major undergraduate students, and their English level is above the medium level. Then the text. Both two passages in this unit focus on the involvement of English. So it would help students to understand the excellent civilization and culture of various countries in the world. And I would need 5 periods in this unit. Based on the formal analysis, I designed the topic of my unit project like this: to prepare a lecture on the development of Chinese language to a group of British college students. And to fulfill this task, my students need the support of language and writing skills and related information. So my teaching objectives would be as following. So first, knowledge objectives. So students will be able to use the keywords to their daily communication, and they will gain a well understanding of text, and also learn the writing features and apply them to their unit project. And then next, competence objectives. Students will practice their reading skills such as prediction, skimming and scanning in class, and they will finish a unit project to practice both their oral English and their writing. Students' critical thinking ability will also be trained in activities such like reading, discussion, or debate. And after this unit, students would be more aware of the diversity of the culture in the world and form an open and inclusive outlook on civilization. And also, this unit project would help students to be more confident to our language. And then next, my teaching design mainly composed of the preparation, reading activities, writing features, after-class reading, exercise and quiz, and finally the unit project and debates. In the online preparation part, I will try to motivate my students' interest on this unit by providing some visual materials and online vocabulary games. Students would also get the topic of this unit at this stage. And then in the reading part, students will gain a well understanding to the passage by using some reading skills like prediction, skimming, and scanning. And then I will draw students' attention on the writing features. And in this part, my main focus would be the transitional device and rhetorical devices. And after that, students would read text B after class and finish the online exercise related to the text B. Then I will check students' exercise and have a quiz to assess students' learning. Finally, in the last period, students would finish the unit project based on the content of their lecture, and we will have an informal debate on the topic which language would be the most global language in the future. And here are my key points and the difficult points of the whole unit and my demo class. So in my demo class, the main key point would be to identify the rhetorical device, metaphor, in text A, and also to create metaphors with given topic. And the last point, to create metaphors with given topic, would also be the difficult points of my demo class. So now my class begins. Good morning. Good morning, girls. Okay. Well, last time we have learned text A. We know English borrowed a lot of vocabulary from other language, right? So we call them loan words. Do you know any loan words in English from Chinese? Yes, could you think of any? Tofu, yes, tofu, yes. Any others? Could you find someone? Kung fu, yes, kung fu. So a lot of words related to food, right? But could you believe that the phrase add oil also entered the Oxford English Dictionary? And I believe all the Chinese would understand this phrase very well. But actually, for some native speaker, they didn't understand the phrase. So could you explain this phrase for them? Could you explain this for them? What's the meaning of add oil? It's difficult? Yes? Vivian?
This means 加油 in Chinese, and this means fighting.
Fighting. Okay. Fighting always comes from encouragement, right? Encouragement. Why it means encouragement? So we say to add oil for a car. Our purpose is to make the car run faster, right? And to add oil for a person, and we hope the person could move forward. So that reminds me a rhetorical device. We call them metaphor. So today, our focus would be the metaphor. We will try to identify the use of metaphor in our text. And also, we will try to master the method of metaphor, how to use it, and realize its expressive effectiveness. And of course, we will finally try to apply it to our daily use. So we are going to solve the following questions. And my first question, what is a metaphor? Do you know what is a metaphor? So, Jenny, what is a metaphor?
Metaphor is to compare something to another one.
Okay, so thank you. Jenny said metaphor is a comparison, right? Compare something to another thing. Is it true? I don't know. We will find it in our text, okay? So now let's open a textbook and maybe first we can come to paragraph 14. The first line. Another flood of new vocabulary occurred in 1066 when Norman conquered England. Could you find any metaphor here? Could you find the metaphor here? Catherine, could you find the metaphor here?
Flood.
Flood. Okay, flood. So what was compared to flood?
The new vocabulary.
Yes, okay, very good. So here the new vocabulary was compared to flood. We compare A to B, right? But we didn't use the things like us. Here we call A tanner. We call B a vehicle. Okay, are there any other metaphors in our text? Maybe we can come to paragraph 18. Okay, first I will find someone to read paragraph 18 for us, and others try to find out metaphors in this paragraph. Let me say here, Melissa, would you read this paragraph for us?
Consider that the state cultural soul producing the English language also normalized the great principles of respect for the rights of others and tolerance of their ways of using language. The first shoots spring up in English, and they grow stronger in America. The English-speaking peoples have defended all efforts to build fence around their language.
Okay, thank you. And could you find any metaphor here? Who can find that? So Vivian, do you find any?
I think soil is a metaphor.
Soil is a metaphor. Any others? Yes. Just now, Queenie said first shoot. So all of these tell us actually here which is the tenor. What is the canon? What is A? This A would be the language, right? Language is a A. So what is a B? You have mentioned soil, right? And Queenie mentioned the first shoots, right? Spring up. And also, I will give you another clue. Grow stronger. So all these words remind you of. So the soil, shoot, spring up, that is a plant, right? A tree or any other plant. So here we would find that the English language would be the tenor, and it was compared to a plant, even though they also didn't mention the plant, but we can infer, right? Okay. Is there any other metaphor here? Any others? So could you find it? Yes, Jenny?
Fences.
Fences, yes, very good. Fences, obviously it's a vehicle, right? So what might be the tenor? So defeated all efforts to build fences. That means the action of saying no to the loan words, right? So the fences here is an obstacle. So here that means these people, okay, the English-speaking people, they break this obstacle, right? They didn't say no to the loan words. Okay, so with all these examples, so do you still think the definition of metaphor is compare A to B? Compare A to B. Is there any other condition? If I say the English language is like a plant, Is it a metaphor? Maybe no, right? So we will think that a metaphor, we say, is a type of figurative language. Express a comparison. Yes, there is comparison between two entities, between A and B, but without using any comparison words. What is comparison words? Like I, us, as if, etc., right? And here we compare A to B without using like or as. We call A tenor. We call B a vehicle. Okay, so now let's see more examples here. The first one, a silver plate is rising up in the sky. What's the meaning of the sentence? What's the meaning of this sentence? A silver plate means, actually it refers to the tenor. Yes, moon, right? A full moon is rising up in the sky. So here, silver plate is the vehicle, right? And the full moon is a tenor. And how about this one? The world is your oyster. The world is your oyster. It's quite clear we compared the world to the oyster, right? And then, what's the meaning of the sentence? What's the meaning of the sentence? So it seems that the world is yours to open, to explore, to find your own pearl, right? So hope all of you can find your own pearl, okay? And then the reporter fired serious questions at the spokesperson. So here, what would be the tenor of the vehicle? Did he really fire? No, right? So, of course, the tenor would be the question, right? The question was compared to the bullet, right? It's very fast with a large quantity, right? And she has a photographic memory for details. So here the tenor would be A. What is A? The tenor would be memory. Yes, good, memory. And the memory was compared to a camera, right? To a camera. So it's very interesting, right? Okay, with so many examples, could you tell me why? Why do we use metaphors? First, photographic memory. It's very, yes, it's very vivid. Good. It's very vivid. It's very interesting. And also, just now we say the reporter fired a serious question. Could you find any words to replace fire with the same effect? A bit hard, right? So we will say it would express meaning that literal words can't. And also, the world is your oyster. Remember, how did I explain that? I explained that with a very long and boring sentence, right? So we will say when you use metaphors, sometimes it could make your writing more concise. Since it's very effective, and how could we use that? How could we use that? So maybe first we will find out the tenor. You will decide what would be the tenor, right? What would be the object. And then we will think about the traits you want to emphasize. Okay, for example, the moon you want to emphasize it's round, it's bright and white, right? And then build connections. And also, maybe I will still provide some patterns for you to refer. For example, the word is your oyster. That is the most direct, most simple pattern. A is B, right? A is B. And the sentence, first shoes sprang up, grew stronger. Obviously, we can use a noun pattern or verb pattern, right? Another flood of new vocabulary. Of pattern, that is very quite common, okay? Sometimes we will say the warm sunshine of praise, right? Of pattern. Obviously, the last one would be the adjective pattern. So now let's try. The first time This one is quite easy. Could you make a metaphor? Time. We always say that time is, yes. Always say that time is money. Time is money. And could you build some connection with this picture? The girl is running on the clock. So maybe like I would say life is a clock. What kind of clock? A running clock, right? And I will say you don't have to be a wound-up clock. Sometimes you can take a break, right? Okay, and then go on. Wow, so many people. How about crowd? Crowd. Yes, crowd, and we can find some connections, maybe with the tide, wave, yes, or the sea. We always say a sea of people, an ocean of people, right? Of course, you can say the human tide. The human tide is rolling to the cemetery. And then, let's say, so look at her here. Just now when we describe the moon, we use the sliver plate, right? Could you choose some word to describe her hair? Yeah, sliver hair, or the ear have slivered her hair. And also then, how about opportunity? This one is also easy. We always say that. Opportunity, it have the common traits with the door, right? So both of them could open a new word for you. So we will say, maybe with an off pattern, the door of opportunity. Yes, the door of opportunity doesn't really close as long as you are reasonably healthy. So, last, Chinese. Okay, so in this unit, you are going to give a lecture on the development of our Chinese language. And so, think of at least 2 metaphors about Chinese after class, okay? So today, we identified the use of metaphor in text A, right? We understood its effectiveness, the definition, and also how to use that. And finally, we practice, right? We apply it to our daily use. And so after class, please submit this checklist to evaluate your learning online, okay? And the assignments. Read the whole unit, including the exercise, to find out other metaphors, okay? And just now I told you, use at least 2 metaphors in your unit project.
Sorry to stop you.
Finally, try to translate this poem with metaphor. Thank you.
Okay, contestant number 18.
Yeah.
Thank you for your teaching design and also the micro teaching itself.
Yeah.
And you convinced us that language is metaphorical. And you also ask us to work on ourselves to prepare lectures on the Chinese language in terms of the metaphorical evidence. All right, but why did you single out metaphor or the study of metaphor for today's demo?
Well, that's a long story. So actually, at the beginning, I almost finished my PPT slides on the reading part, but the coordinator of the contest told me the students maybe they didn't preview the lesson. So I don't think 17 minutes is enough for them to finish all my reading task. And also, I think if I'm not number 1 or number 2, and the students, maybe they would learn the passage, the other teacher will tell them the main idea, etc. So I guess I should give something new, okay, for these 8 girls, and so they will not waste too much time on the repeated listening of the general idea. So I choose metaphor. And also, I think metaphor seems very common, but actually, in my students' writing, they seldom use that. So their writing is a bit plain and boring. So I guess metaphor would be a good topic, and also that would be very proper for this 70 minutes. I could finish it in this period.
Okay, how do you, in what kind of position would you put the study of the English language, the historical study or investigation of the English language, with evidence from the metaphorical uses, rather than just talking about metaphor? Because the text itself is about the history of the English language and its developments.
Yes. So the text itself is about the development of English language. So this part actually is in my formal part of my design. And then actually I didn't design anything to focus on the difficult sentences. So, but paragraph 18 is not easy. At least for my students, okay? I'm not sure whether it's difficult for them. So, and with such kind of explanation, and since I didn't explain, grammatical structures or how to understand the difficult lines, but with the help of the metaphor, I guess they could understand this paragraph. So that's another way, focus why I choose metaphor here.
Okay. Do you like challenging students?
I like challenging students, but
okay.
Yeah.
Suppose I were one of them.
Yeah.
I will ask you to refer to the first paragraph of this text. The strong instance of metaphorical use of the English language, which is very, very strong. Can you single out this word in the first paragraph of the text? Do you have a text handy?
Yeah. I can borrow one book.
So usually you borrow textbooks from your students rather than bring your own textbook.
Yes. Yesterday I come here and I don't
okay,
think...
you have a digital copy. No.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
So you mean the first paragraph?
The first paragraph.
And
the second line.
The second line.
The story of the English language is one of massive stealing. Massive stealing from other languages. Why did the author use such a strong metaphor?
I guess for this phrase, I will explain it, connect with the title. Because here, in the title, we could also say they also use glorious massiness. Massiness is more like a negative one. And also here, we have the stealing. And both these two words and is trying to cause readers curiosity. So that's massiness, and they steal some words. But why finally the author would think that such kind of language
represents? Because stealing is legally offensive. The violation of the legal law. You steal something. But here we say you steal words from other languages. What does that mean, really?
Illegal one. Yes, they borrow the words without the permission of the other language.
Borrowing and stealing are different.
Yeah, they steal the words from the other language. Why we use steal? That's because they didn't ask for permission of others. That is steal. We steal something, that means they didn't ask for permission.
Okay. All right, then you use borrow, right, with other people's permission, and someday you are going to return them back.
Yes, I will give it back, so that is borrow.
Okay, so you borrow words from other languages, and one day you will return them.
Yeah, they wouldn't. But yes, I didn't think of the words I use here about the borrow language. That might be a good suggestion, but I don't think if I use steal here.
Do you consider the kind of interaction with our students in this instance or perspective is more exciting, interesting? Or you hate to meet students of such kind?
No. I do like my students to ask questions, and sometimes their questions really challenge. And sometimes I really couldn't answer that immediately.
Mm.
But maybe that would be a quite good assignment to left in my class. And all of us, including students and I, we will look for the dictionary and read other resources to find whether there would be a word could replace Marlboro. Okay, but that's very good to read such question for my students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, contestant number 18. And now the final score of contestant number 17 is 87.66. Congratulations. And now we're going to have a 10-minute break.
So everything you're
Welcome back. Next, we'll have contestant number 19. Welcome.
Okay, good morning everyone. The text I'm going to discuss today is Glorious Messiness of English. My teaching objectives are to improve students' self-learning ability, their language proficiency, develop the critical thinking skill and problem-solving skill. 老师，对不起，我一直听到有音乐声，是一直都有吗？这个音乐一直都有啊。哇，老师，那我可以重新开始吗 ？Okay. Good morning, everyone. The text I'm going to discuss today is Glorious Messiness of English. The teaching objectives are to improve students' self-learning ability, their language proficiency, develop their critical thinking skill and problem-solving skill. To reach these goals, my teaching design will cover 3 parts: pre-class, in-class, and post-class. In the pre-class period, students will focus on vocabulary and grammar learning. This is an important learning task, but with the rich online resources and dictionaries, students are able to master them by autonomous learning. So their progress will be checked by the online test before the class. So this part will not be included in my in-class teaching. My in-class teaching, which focuses on instruction and discussion, will be further divided into 4 parts. In the first place, a warm-up activity is organized to arouse the students' interest on the topic. In text comprehension, students will summarize the main idea of each part so as to grasp the outline of the text and analyze in details about the history and development of English language. Their critical thinking skill will be fostered by reflection and discussion on language purity and language variety. And the preservation of indigenous languages will be elaborated to broaden the students' worldview. After class, students will be encouraged to make exploration about the reasons for English to become a global language from new perspectives to enhance their problem-solving skill. Scaffolding strategies will be implemented throughout the process, such as cooperative learning with peers, breaking a task into smaller ones, in order to make sure that the students are learning in their zone of proximal development. I will try to provide opportunities for them to work slightly beyond their current skills and offer ongoing and scaffolded support along their learning. And then I would just demonstrate my in-class teaching part. So before we have our discussion, I'd like to have a quiz about your English. So, do you know what are they? Can you recognize them? What is on the left? This is tofu, right? And what about this one?
Peking.
Yes, speaking dark, and that is... So I hope you are not starving now, right? So actually, these Chinese words have been translated literally into English and become the everyday terms of English-speaking countries. And in fact, many more words like 关系 and 风水 have been officially added into the Oxford English dictionaries. And not from Chinese. Actually, English is borrowing massively across the world. So as the title of our text said, the glorious messiness of English. It's messy because its vocabulary has multiple sources, and it's glorious because it has been in constant change and thanks to the open-mindedness of its users. So that is the theme of our text. And how does the author illustrate this argument? As is shown in the textbook, the passage has been divided into 3 parts. So, since you have prepared the text before the class, could you sum up the main idea of each part? So, like the first part from paragraph 1 to 3. So, would you have a quick reading of that, especially the first paragraph, and try to find out the major features of English. Okay? So what is that? The first paragraph, what is the feature of English? Did you find it? It's to try to what? Jenny, would you like?
The major feature of English is that it has rich vocabulary.
Yes, rich vocabulary. Actually, it is where does vocabulary come from? It's from its own. It's boring, right? Okay, it's massive boring. And what about the second part, the body part? So you can take an overview of this from paragraph 4 to 16. What about this part? Does it talk about the future of the language? Is it the future? No, what's that?
The development.
Yes, good, right. The development, the history of English language, right? And then we see the third part, okay, the last from paragraph 17 to 19. So would you pay attention to paragraph 18 to see what is the qualities of English speakers? Paragraph 18. So some qualities of English speakers. So it is about what? The tolerance for what? Some keywords like tolerance for what? Yes, tolerance for change, and also their love for freedom, right? And what else? The last is respect others' what? Right. Yes, others' rights. Good, okay. So, and in terms of structure, we can also see that each part has its own function, right? So at the beginning, the first part is trying to clarify the argument, right? And the second part is to what? To, yes, elaborate, to expound, right? But offer more explanations and examples. And the last part is to what? To strengthen, yes, right? Strengthen the argument, right? So in this way, we see that is how the author illustrates this point, right? Okay? And after this global comprehension, okay, so we come to the detailed analysis in the second paragraph. In the second part, okay? So we see from paragraph 4 to 9, the charm of English is analyzed by quoting Winston Churchill's speech. And the origin of the English, the Indo-European language, was introduced, right? And after this, more influences on English were introduced. So now, would I like to divide into 2 groups? So this group, you'll focus on from paragraph 10 to 13, and this group, you'll focus on 14 to 16. So try to find other influential factors on English, okay? So you can sum up a keyword in each paragraph, or 1 or 2 paragraphs, okay? So actually, each paragraph will give you influence, right? So from paragraph 10 to 13, so you can try to sum up, right? Each paragraph or 2 paragraphs give you the influential factors, okay? From 14 to 16, what is in 14? Paragraph 14, paragraph 15, and paragraph 16. So did you find out? You can work with our classmates, okay? So what is in the first reason? What is the first reason? Sorry, what is the first influence? Sorry. The first influence is from what? From whom?
Germanic tribes.
Yes, excellent. So what's the impact from the Germanic tribes? They provide what? The
Anglo-Saxon society.
Yes, they formed Anglo-Saxon society and they provide the farming vocabulary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what about the second influence? The second influence is from what? This group? Yes. The second?
From Christian religions.
Yes, excellent. And also we got words from Latin and Greek. Yes. Okay. What about the third one? Here, who came?
Vikings invasions.
Yes, the Vikings. And what's their language did they brought? What's the language? They brought
Old Norse.
Yes, Old Norse. Excellent. Okay. So actually the language, the English, these from the 5th century to the 11th century, this period is called Old English. Okay. So many of the words we cannot recognize them today. And then the next major influential factor is what?
Norman conquered.
Yes, Norman conquest. So what is the impact? They brought change.
They brought change on
the influence from.
Influence from
which language?
French.
Yes, French, right? Okay, they brought French influence. So from the 11th century to the 15th century, this period is called Middle English. Okay, and the next influence, yes.
The next stage, they borrow words from Latin and Greek.
Yes, so these words brought by the printing press, right? Okay, the technology influence. Okay, so this period is called the Early Modern English. Okay, from the 15th century to the 18th century. Okay, and the English changed a lot. And also they brought the European Renaissance thinking, right? And then we can see an emerging of what? The next factor?
I think it is American English.
Yes, excellent. Okay, American English. So they became new source of English and began to develop independently, right? So from the 18th century till now, that is late modern English. So this is roughly a timeline of English development. And then we can see, as I said here, English language would not have been what it is if the English had not been for centuries great respecters of the liberties of each individual, and if everybody had not been free to strike out new paths for himself, right? Okay, so after we learned the openness of English, we may think about other languages, like French. Do they like borrowing words? No, right? So they worry what? They may craft their language, right? Actually, French is well known for being vigilant or cautious about protecting their language. And even in 1635, we see an institution named Académie Française was established to protect their French from the influence of Italian at that time, okay? And now we see a new invader is what? The English, right? So even last year, France officially banned English gaming words, esports, and streamer, and then these words have been translated into French in a very contrived or unnatural manner. So some people may question that, whether these measures will be effective in removing communication barriers or not. Okay? And so actually, under the influence of internet, few languages will be immune from the outside influence, right? So when French is working hard to preserve their language purity, English is doing what? Taking effort to enrich their language, right? So just like James Nico said, we don't just borrow words. On occasion, English has pursued other languages down alleyways to beat them unconscious and rifle their pockets for new vocabulary. So here you can imagine that English is like a robber, right? It's trying to steal the valuable wealth of vocabulary from other languages, right? And actually, English has been used in many parts of the world, right? And it has also been under the influence of the cultural, political, and social aspects unique to that region. So actually, it has developed into a language with loads of local variants. And these variants will have rules determining the spelling, the word choice, and also how to communicate. So that's why we have Canadian English, Australian English, and thanks to the variety of English. So now English has become one of the most widely spoken languages in the world. Well, on the contrast of such popular language, the indigenous languages, the native languages, are under the threat of disappearing. So, according to the United Nations, one language is dying every 2 weeks, and many more at risk. So, like the famous anthropologist Wade Davis said, every language is an old-growth forest of the mind, a watershed of thought, an ecosystem of spiritual possibilities. And saving indigenous languages is crucial to ensure the protection of the cultural identity and dignity of indigenous groups and safeguard their traditional heritage. And then we may think about what can we do to protect these endangered languages and how to maintain their vitality. Okay? So now you may have a discussion with your classmates and share us your ideas. Okay? So how to protect these indigenous languages? You can talk to each other. Okay? How to protect these native languages? Do you know any indigenous language? No? Okay. How to protect them? Any ideas? Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so any ideas from you? Anyone? Yes, what about you, the lady, Vivian?
First of all, I think government should take is of vital importance. So government should take measures to protect these languages. But also, I think social media is a good method because social media can provide a wider space for these endangered languages to develop and progress.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so the first is from the government, right? And the second, the social media would be from the individual effort, right? Excellent. And other ideas? Any more? Yes, Jenny, please.
We do think related administration should take actions to protect these languages. And on the other hand, we think in the daily life, maybe school life, or just you talk with your friends or families, they should use more, they should talk with these languages.
So you encourage the people to speak such indigenous language, right?
Yes, to speak more.
Yes, okay. So listen to these speakers and other ideas? Any more? Anne, would you like to? Have you got an idea?
I think to protect indigenous language, we should firstly to protect the culture behind it.
Culture behind it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because behind this language is the culture supporting their development.
Yes, the culture, the language embodies culture, right? And also we should take actions to protect their culture, to make more people be aware of this culture and the indigenous language, right? Good, excellent. Any more? Do you want to say something?
I think we also can make good use of the media because we can use like the movie or videos to record the indigenous language to let more people to get across it.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so actually we know the indigenous languages are the hardest hit because the speakers are distinct minority both in social and economic status and numbers, right? So we should give them more opportunities to get access to this globalized world. And by the way, on this poster, you will see here are some beautiful indigenous languages. Do you know what it's meaning? Wash your hands, okay? So, and next, I'd like to have a summary of our discussion today. So we review the history of English to see its openness and tolerance. And also we discuss the language variety and purity, so we have a deeper understanding about the nature of language. And finally, we discussed revitalization of indigenous languages, right? And so finally, I have a question for you. Besides our discussion, is there any other reasons for English to become global language? Is language independent existence of its own? So make exploration about it and tell us your ideas next time by presentation. Thank you. Okay.
Contest number 19. Thank you very much for your citation of Winston Churchill's speech. Can you show us that slide again?
Okay, no problem. Sorry about this. This one, yes.
Okay, what is your intention of showing us this?
My intention is that in this quotation, actually, the Winston Churchill is using the mixed language. Some of the languages are from the Old English, but especially the last word, surrender, well, he is actually from French. So he wants to emphasize that and also to just stimulate the emotions of the people so they can be united.
The author said all words except the last one.
Yes, all words
are of the Old English origin.
Origin, yes.
Okay, what do you think these words have in common, except the last one?
The first, we see it is in the same pattern. We shall fight on beaches, we shall fight on the landing, and we shall fight in fields. So that is a kind of a similar pattern to rhetorical design. And also he emphasized to fight, and also trying to set fight in streets, fight in hills, still use the preposition phrases to just to draw the people's attention and to just make everyone just pay attention to the speech and also to encourage their emotions.
So you mean Winston Churchill used the English words of English origin to show rhetorical patterns?
It's use of rhetorical patterns, but also he wants to use Old English to arouse people.
But can we use borrowed words to demonstrate rhetorical patterns?
Of course, we can
okay,
use
so,
that.
So that is another reason.
Yes, they use the Old English as the origin is to just make people to stimulate their love for their country, the profound emotions for their country.
The author said we can use giving instead of surrender.
Yes.
Okay.
But surrender is from the French, so it's trying to just make people realize that they need to be united and just to...
But I noticed the underlying pattern, that is except never. All these words are of one syllable.
Yeah, yes, one syllable.
Okay.
Yes. The beach, yes, the field, yes, the streets.
So that's why you find a lot of words like family, like farming and other areas have a lot of words with one or two syllables. And they are mostly homebound. They are mostly the Old English language.
Yes.
Okay? So you might tell your students, notice the use of simple words
Yes, because I want to make them to focus on other influences, and I want to just jump this part and then move to the next part to give them the discussion about other influences.
You know, I'm aware that my students like to use very big words, but they never know. Great speakers, almost all, use simple words.
Yes.
This is also what is intended, implied, and stated actually in the text.
Yes.
Okay. And the last slide shows us your summary of 3 points.
Yes.
The last one.
This one.
Yes. What is the connection between the first one and the last one? First two and the last one?
The first two and the last one?
Yes.
So the first two, we talk about the history of English that is based on our text, and then I expand this discussion to language purity and variety, and also I want to enrich the students their knowledge about the other aspects of English, and I want them to know that not only about the we need to see different aspects of language, but also we need to take actions to protect these languages. So that is the third part I want to emphasize, that we need to...
So there is no logical relationship, no causal relationship.
The causal relationship actually see the purity and variety are these on the horizontal aspects, but we also realize this, and then we can see what we do is to from the vertical, that is we need to make more effort and to protect this indigenous language, and also maybe they can develop the indigenous language through this language variety development, and also to just protect their language to maintain the essence of the language that is concerned about the language purity.
Yeah, it is not only the preservation of the indigenous or dying languages, but also because they contribute a lot to many global languages.
Yes, they contribute, yes. They show the diversification of the language.
Okay. You use the word a global language, right? English
Yes.
as a global language.
Yes.
But the author used another term which is very strong. And I don't know whether you accept this or you have noticed this.
The lingua franca, you mean?
No. The language of
The
the
first
planet.
the first truly global language.
No. English is the language of the planet.
Oh, yes. I think it's similar meaning.
Similar?
It's global language.
English is the language of the planet. It's similar to English is a global language.
Yes, but yes, its language of planet is even stronger than the global
Then
language.
indigenous languages, other languages are excluded, because this world, this planet,
Yes.
has just one language, that is English.
But I don't think so. Actually, like we discussed, we have different languages.
But I mean, do you want to call your students' attention to English imperialism?
Yes, that's why I asked them to make more exploration why English become this global language. Well, with the development of English, we see it goes with the colonial imperialism and also the expansion of the colony. So that's why I want to inspire them to think other aspects of this.
So, because when you teach, you do not teach texts. You teach people.
Yes.
And you teach texts to our students. You teach our students with some texts. But it is the value, it is the attitude, it is the emotion, it is the world outlook that will be more important. Right?
Yes, so that's why I only just give us a comprehension about the text and then expand my discussion to the language purity of writing, and also I ask them to think other reasons, not only from the English, the attitude, openness and tolerance for change, but also the countries, his economic power, political influence on this world, so that also make English become a global language. That's my assignment for the students.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, contestant number 19. And the final score of contestant number 18 is 84.56. Congratulations. Now, let's welcome contestant number 20, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start with the illustration of my teaching design today, which includes students' needs analysis, teaching focus and objectives, teaching procedures and strategies that I'm using, the performance assessment. My target students are non-English majors coming from the second semester in their freshman year. They are individual learners. They're willing to learn vocabulary autonomously through apps or other learning platforms. Their current English level corresponds to CET4, but they are not so confident in their English reproduction. Especially, they have the tendency to rely on some patterned or already formed English expressions, as well as they're reluctant to take the critical mindset in their reading and understanding process. At the same time, their collaborative learning ability is still on the way to develop. So this unit takes us to a journey of learning about language, its formation in history, and also its evolving process along the way. After completion of this unit, apart from the words and expression studies, my students are expected to identify and apply the rhetorical expressions to support their future language and content output. Cognitively, I would like to invite them to dig into the process and reasons of language change and to make it a plus to sketch out the general image of world language families. And as for mentality shaping, I'm hoping that I can develop a non-binary mentality on language purity and language universality, as well as we can encourage ourselves to embrace the diversity and inclusiveness in the language changing process. So the whole learning journey is realized in 3 stages: emerging, evolving and embedding, and excelling. The pre-task is assigned to students through online learning platforms with 2 video clip watching. One is called Where Does Language Come From? And the other is How Language Shapes the Way We Think. This is the task that brings in the topic in a broader sense, and also helps students to prepare their related languages and terminologies. They are also required, during this process, they're also required to list out their learning difficulties, understanding difficulties on the discussion board, and they're encouraged to comment on each other's learning difficulties. Okay, and then it comes to the in-class stage. The in-class stage is combined with the reading and understanding the essay critically to finish the 3 parts of this essay. And today's demo class will be focusing on the part 1, in particular, to enhance their critical reading ability with the help of graphic facilitation. Later we'll have a look at on that part. And for the after class assignment, students are invited to finish a unit project focusing on introducing Chinese, the changes and formations of Chinese to others. And this is a period that they can develop their critical and reflective process production by using the language help and also the content output. So the whole learning period is in 4 sessions, 180 minutes, in which formative assessment, summative assessment, peer reviewing, and teacher facilitating are all applied constantly. So coming up next is my demo teaching. I will need to prepare a little bit. Okay, morning everyone. How are you feeling today? Annie, Catherine, we have 8 students joining today. So before today's class, I've already assigned you with 2 video clips online. Have you watched it? Did you find some difficulties in understanding? I bet so. I've already reviewed some of your list. But today we're going to save that difficulties discussion for future learnings. And to bring in today's learning together, we're going to use a new form together. So I'm going to invite everyone to participate. We're practicing our participatory leadership in learning. Okay, it is not only interactive, but also spontaneous sometimes. So I'm going to throw a bunch of questions to you. You need to speak out all the time. Every piece of idea values on this footprint of learning together. All right? Great. Learning about English. So the first question comes to you is, do you have any ideas about number 1, the language that ranking as number 1 in the world in terms of its native speakers? Any guess? Pop-up answers? The number 1 language who has the most native speakers in the world. Any guessings? English. Okay. Any other thoughts? Chinese. Why do you think it's Chinese? The largest population? Yes, my question was about by its native speakers. Exactly. If you take a look at this figure, you'll find out Mandarin is ranking number 1 as its native speakers, the amount of its native speakers. And Hindu, Spanish, English comes only as number 4. Surprise? Okay, then what about this picture is telling? What does this picture tell us? What is that?
I think it means that it is very widespread around the world.
Okay, which language is like this widespreading around the world?
English.
Are you guessing? Yes, English. Okay. And if you go online and to look about the term world Englishes, you'll get more ideas about the 3 circles of its spreading, but we'll save it for another time. So according to the first picture and this picture, the second question comes, why do you think English, ranking number 4, as its native speaker, as the amount of its native speakers, become the first global language, or becomes the first widely used language in the world? Can we have a quick sharing? The reasons, you can just pop up the keywords. Why? Any guessings? Any? what makes English becomes the first widely used, let's call global language here? Melissa?
Maybe the contents.
The what?
Contents.
Content?
And the
continent?
Norman Conquest, like he spread the word to the English countries in which other countries, so their language can be spread over the world.
Okay, so the spreading of the language, the process of spreading of the language. And any ideas from Jenny?
I think it's multicultural.
It's about
multicultural.
Multicultural, so the culture that English is possessing. Any other guessings? Delaney?
I guess in the past there are many English columns, 殖民地.
Colonies, yes, I've also had that thought before. So to dig out more about the reasons and the process of English, why English becomes the first global language, maybe the preview task in our textbook can give us some other perspectives. Let's read it together. Some languages resist the introduction of new words, others, like English, seem to welcome them. Robert looks at the history of English and comes to conclusion that its tolerance for change represents deeply rooted ideas of freedoms. Is it indicating that this welcoming and non-resisting attitude at least is one of the reasons that makes English global? Do you agree so far? Yes. Then the next question is, at the same time, do you or have human being ever doubt about or concerned about, is this process, is this attitude bringing out another possible outcome that English can be messy? We cannot find some system in English in its formation. Do you think so? Those questions, please keep them in mind. And another way that I can understand, or I can try to guide you to understand about this topic, is what about some other languages? Take Chinese, for example, or French. Okay, we are all Chinese users. Comparatively, Chinese is pure, okay? And then, is this phenomenon, or does Chinese have the potential to become the second global language? So far, I've asked you really a lot of questions. Okay, you might have a messy mind now. Okay, no matter. Okay, so now we're going to take into the step of this unit, text A, The Glorious Messiness of English, from Robert McNeill. Okay, tell me, when, I will share first, and then you tell me. When I firstly check on this topic, glorious messiness, does it sound okay? How do you feel about this title? How do you feel about it? Vivian?
I think it is very strange because glorious means grand and impressive, but messiness means disordered, that, so I think it is very strange.
So the first impression is these two words should not be putting together to describe something, right? It brought me some confusion when I look at this topic for the first time. And then I had a second thought. What are the indications of these two words? Are they implying some phenomenon or possible potentials? Okay, let's continue. Similarly, in English or in Chinese, there are a bunch of similar expressions. Let's say, clearly misunderstood, deafening silence. Along together, I see heart, open secret, and sad smile. These expressions are the same, putting two seemingly contradictory words together, right? to hit to the point. Which point? Later, we'll discuss about it. So this phenomenon is coming from a Greek, ancient Greek. It's called oxymoron. And interestingly enough, oxymoron itself, oxy represents sharp, moronous represents stupid. So if a person is sharp and stupid at the same time, it is contradictory. The author is using this contradictory idea to bring out maybe a question that has buried in human beings' mind for a long time. Does English look mess? Or does English look glorious? Or both? Okay, and then to explore more about this topic and to understand it further, I'm going to invite you to read from text 1, from paragraph 1 to paragraph 3, paragraph by paragraph. So how about we take 20 seconds for paragraph 1, and then I'll have some other questions for you. Okay, are you done? So, tell me, there's one metaphor in the first paragraph. Which one is it? Very directly. Did you find it? There's one metaphor. Massive stilling. Massive stilling. Okay, so what does massive stilling mean or imply here? Let's go back to the topic for the first time. Okay. Is stealing good or bad in general? And is this behavior of stealing things, stealing words from other languages, positive or negative? Negative. Okay, very quickly she said it's negative. So do you feel that still, the word still here actually echoes back to the word, which word do you think it echoes back to? Glorious or messiness? Messiness. So our first time of discussion maybe brought us to this stage. Okay, so when we look at this massive stealing, we automatically think it is negative. It echoes back to the messiness. Okay, continue with paragraph 2. Can you read it quickly? And then I have a task for you. When you read paragraph 2, please find out the action words that has the attitude of French people or French language. Cross it out. Are you done? What are they? The action words or action verbs. Did you find them out? Ban, do not like borrow, ban. And did you also notice about corrupts? Okay, try to ban and invent. Why does French people hold these views? What are these verbs indicating? Are they trying to keep French pure? Pure, the purity of a language. So does the purity of our language bring it to the glorious stage, bring it to the global language state? Can you find the answer in paragraph 2? French people try so hard to keep it pure, but does it make French as successful as English? Let's say successful. No. Why?
Because they has only about 75,000 words.
Yes. Also, the measure word is by the amount of the vocabulary. Any other clues? What about the last sentence? They try to invent one word, but even French case doesn't use it. So it seems like it's a failure. So it doesn't lead to the globalness of a language. Okay, then quickly we go to the third paragraph, and then we have a third invitation to recall on the topic. Can you find out the sentence that really matches with the topic in the third paragraph? Yes, this one, right? The last part. The glorious messiness, the tolerance, the willing to accept. So the third time seems like it's succeeding. I'll save some time and to leave it for you next time. So it seems like the third time really indicates that English is the global language because it's tolerance, it's acceptance. Yes. And here, if we say English is the first global language, the way that we understand global language should be inclusive. The formation of it should be inclusive. But is there any other ways to interpret it? Is it only inclusive, or it can be also interpreted as an exclusive one? So today's homework is to go back home and then to have a small discussion.
Stop you. Time is up.
Yes, and then we'll list it out next time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, contestant number 20. Your class has come to an abrupt stop.
Yes.
Sorry for that. And we didn't know the assignment. But I know you have done a lot of things in advance, like you did a lot of student needs analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And you found your students weak in at least 2 areas.
Yes.
One is critical reading. Second is, what you would say, collaborative learning. In what way do you think this demo has helped your students to overcome these 2 weaknesses?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your question. So my designing is actually based on one question. Like you said, how can I realize collaborative and critically learning together? And according to my own teaching experiences, being critical during the learning process doesn't mean that we find many ways to solve the problem, but to footprint. That's also why I designed this graphic facilitation, to footprint every piece of idea that we just happen to have. And later we might forget, oh, maybe this is what I thought about. So I designed this footprint map together, and I was hoping that we can be more interactive, and then I can put more keywords on these rivers and flowing into the big ocean of the glorious messiness of English. But I think I still have some space to improve the interaction part. Yes. And as for
your teaching blueprint has included ways of assessment, like formative and summative.
Yes.
Did you do that today?
As I said, again, I was hoping that things can be more clearly and more in detailed included in this map. And this map is not going to be used for now, but later for this discussion board, inclusive and exclusiveness of a global language can be assigned as a written paragraph assignment. And also for the 3 rivers, actually it's a flowing of, I still have one slide to show, this poem. So this poem is from our textbook, and it indicates, it brings us to the essential attitude that we should have to welcome the change of a language. So, yeah, I don't know if I really answered your question.
You rely so heavily on this map.
Yes.
Is this your universal recipe for teaching?
For collaborative learning and critical learning, I think I do a lot. To be honest, I do a lot in my daily
But
class.
whatever you do, you have to come to a conclusion. What is your conclusion?
For this map? the conclusion is from the starting point, it's a co-learning process and co-creation process. It's not only teacher-guided. My responsibility is to throw out questions, and then students will clearly see their footprint of coming from stage 1, 2, 3, come to this, this critical discussion. But sadly, I don't have time to do that part.
Okay.
And then conclusion is obviously there.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And save this map for next class.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, contestant number 20. Now, the final score of contestant number 19 is 85.70. Congratulations. Now, let's welcome contestant number 21 to the stage, please.
Good morning, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to introduce my teaching design for today. With the advocation of new arts and humanities disciplines and the macro foreign languages teaching reform, a great importance has been attached to the application of English learning in colleges. And at the same time, my target students who are non-English majors, sophomores, with the level of Set 4 are still facing the difficulties in making the connections with the learning and the using. There are 3 isolations. The isolations of input and output, the isolations of English and Chinese, and the one of language learning and the subject learning. Under such circumstances, this unit, learning about language, is especially significant for both the English teachers and the students to reconsider about the better method of learning English. And among the 3 parts of this unit, text A will be the focus of my demo class. And in the 3 steps of my teaching procedures, activities and the assessments are assigned to obtain the objectives from the academic language learning to the critical thinking and finally to both the oral and written output. And the following are the teaching approaches of mine. Bob's actually requires the better students' participation and provides teachers with the feedbacks effectively. And drama in education actually stimulates the students' interests and build the context for them to express themselves more naturally. Okay? And besides the translation from the language input to the output, the students are expected to develop the tolerance and respect to the messiness of the life. Because I believe that the value education can be well combined with the subject education. Now, let's start the journey from the beautiful city, Shanghai. You will see that, ladies and gentlemen, in the year of 1915, Charlie Chaplin just starred a movie called Shanghai Da, right? Which accordingly means that Shanghai can be used as a verb in English. Now, could you please observe this picture, ladies and gentlemen, and try to guess what might be the meaning of Shanghai as a verb? What is happening? Right, what is happening? Okay? So, Jenny, do you have any idea what does Shanghai mean in English as a verb? Make a guess. Okay? So, to Shanghai means be to.
Be to.
Look at the hammer on his head, right?
Yes.
No worries. Catherine, what do you think? Yes, don't worry.
It is hurt somebody.
Yes, hurt somebody, because someone thinks that Shanghai has the similar pronunciation with Shanghai, right? Yes, very close, but look at the exact definition. To Shanghai means to put abroad a ship by force, often with the help of liquor or drug. And actually, in the 19th century, many shipping companies, they kidnapped people to be the sailor. And finally, they found that the voyage, the destination of the voyage would be Shanghai. That's why this beautiful city in China just took the blame for their evil behaviors. But since then, this word was kept in English and has been used until today, right? Besides Chinese words such as Shanghai and Dama and tofu, there are still quite a lot of words from any other languages which are found in English, right? So now, could you please tell me where are they from? What do you think about cafe and salon? Where do you think they're from? French, very good. What about sushi and karaoke? Japanese, right? Something like that. So many examples shows that English has the feature. It likes to, what is a verb? It likes to, yes, to get or steal or even borrow words from other languages, right? Which leads to the messiness of English. And for you, do you think the word messiness is positive or negative? Negative, of course. But glorious, which means impressive or beautiful, is definitely a positive word. Why does the author describe a negative word with a positive word? Now, let's explore the secrets of the glorious messiness of English. Okay? So, at the very beginning of this text, the author showed us an example of loan words, that is, Walkman. Could you please read the 3 first paragraphs and find out the different attitudes toward French and English? Okay? So, let's start reading. All right. Time is up. Now you will see that there will be a quiz competition for you to check whether you really understand this story. So when I ask you a question and say go, each of you needs to try to pat this bell as soon as possible. The first one will answer my question. You get it? Okay? So this is the first question for you two. All right? Question number 1. Who invented the word Walkman? Go. Yeah, you can pat it. If you know the answer, you pat it. Yes, who?
Japanese.
Japanese manufacturer of Walkman. Very good. And the second question is, get your hands prepared, okay? The second question is, why didn't the French like the word Walkman? Go. Okay, yes.
Because they think this will make French less pure.
Less pure, or it will just spoil the French. Very good. And let's see, the third question for you two is, what or does this word bother English and why? Go. Does it bother English? If you know the answer, yes, don't hesitate.
The word didn't bother the English because they are tolerant and willing to accept the new words.
Very good, thank you. And you already actually has answered my next question, okay? So it doesn't bother English at all because English actually has the happy tolerance and the respect, or what is that? The happy tolerance and the willingness to accept anything from other languages, right? Thank you so much. That is a wonderful understanding. So through this story, we can tell that the attitude of French to the loanwords is rejective. Then the attitude of English to the loanwords is, how do you say it? Negative or accepting, or we can say welcoming, right? Do you still remember the numbers of the vocabulary in each language? So how many words are there in French words? 75,000. But the word for English is over 1 million. Great. And so that the author actually find a conclusion. Let's fill in the blanks. English has become the first truly global language, which is also the main idea of paragraph 1. Okay? Now, let's move on to the second part. The main events influence English, or the development of it. All right. What you're supposed to do is to match the influences and the events with the paragraphs so that all of the events can be listed in the right time sequence. And you may work and together and discuss with your neighbors. Now, let's start working on it. Yes, so the paragraph 4, it comes to the parent language of English, right? Okay, time is up. So I would first of all like to show you all the matching, and you can check whether you've got all or everything in the right order. Okay, so you can check your own. Any problems or any questions? Okay, it's not difficult. And now let's focus on the details of these influences and events. So if I say that the reason for the changes of English is religion in A, what do you think about B, C, E, and F? Pay attention to the words revolution, conquest, Vikings, and tribes. So what kind of reasons do they belong to? They are the wars, right? What about the reasons in part D, the European Renaissance and the printing press? Okay, so they are the progress of, what is the printing press, right? So they are the progress of the science and technology. Very good. So through all of these reasons, you can tell that almost every part or aspect in the life is changing. So as a part of the world, do you think the language can stay still without any changes? Of course not. So we can tell or summarize this as the vicissitudes of English, which are unavoidable, because vicissitudes refers to the changes and problems that people have to deal with, like them or not, no matter it is something that we like it or not, right? So we can say that the vicissitudes of English is unavoidable. Now, let's move our concentration on the reasons, right? Where does the happy tolerance come from? First of all, let's come back from the language learning. When you are learning a language, besides words, sentences, grammar, what else hidden beneath the language that we can acquire? Yes, Melissa, what do you think?
Culture.
Culture, very good. And what about Vivienne? What do you think? What else hidden beneath the language can be obtained?
I think the history.
History.
Yes.
Okay. And also we have culture, history, or how people think, which is called ideology, right? So what do you think is hidden beneath the happy tolerance, the attitude? Could you please read paragraphs 17 and 18 and find out the reasons? Okay. That is to say, what is hidden beneath the attitude? Or what is the ideology that the English-speaking people think? Okay? So, Queenie, do you have any idea?
I think freedom and tolerance and respect.
Very good. You just mentioned the freedom. Actually, it's the respect and the protection of the liberty and rights, which is reflected in the attitudes of the language. So now, actually, we will see that all the content and the structure is listed here. We know the feature, we see the development of English, and we know the reason. But is this the only thing that we learn from this text? This is not over yet. So remember, French are still worrying about the purity, just like you mentioned, of the French. But do you think this is the problem that only bothers French? Look here, and let me show you something. In Chinese now, we are facing more and more new words, right? So first of all, could you please tell me, what is this? How do you read this? Yeah, skr, right? So when you say this, what does that mean? Skr means cool or awesome. But it is borrowed from the American rapper, so we can call it a loan word, right? But you must know this. What is YYDS? It means it's so good that nothing can be compared with it, right? But we use it especially when we are on net. And so it can be called a cyberspeak or the buzzwords because it's very fashionable, right? So with this, you will see that Chinese are still facing something like this, right? Can you please give me some other languages? Like the new words of the Chinese. Yes, 栓 Q or emo, something like that, right? So do you think Chinese is also facing the messiness? Do you think it's also facing the messiness in Chinese? Yes, right? So before you answer the second question, let's review the passage again to find out some support. Number one, how does a language develop? Remember, everything is ever changing, so is language. And why is a language ever changing? I'd like to take the Chinese vernacular language movement as an example. Why at that time people prefer the vernacular language instead of the classical language? They find the vernacular language is more... Why we like this one? Because it's easier or simpler for us to communicate, right? So always keep this in mind. The language always serves as a tool to meet the demands of the time, okay? And the third part, who actually promotes the language, right? The changes in the language. So, you know, this is the Italian beautiful city called Firenze. And in Chinese, we call it 佛罗伦萨. But does anybody know how Xu Zhimo call it? Xu Zhimo call it 翡冷翠. What a beautiful translation that shows it's as shiny as the jewelry, right? And how do you call this musical instrument? Yes, it's 小提琴, but I bet everybody of you know how Zhu Ziqing called it. Do you remember? Do you remember? Let's see how he called it. Fan Erling, which makes it beautiful as a girl's name. But why we modern people just given them up? Although the superior translation is so fascinating, we prefer 佛罗伦萨 and 小提琴 because the language always has been the tongue of the common people. So it is not exactly a single person, but it's you, it's me, it's everybody living at present that created or promote the changes in the language, right? So the last part is that it's your turn to show me your attitude, right? With some useful languages listed here, think about your attitude to the messiness of Chinese, right? So your attitude might be rejective, or it might be welcoming, or it might be confusing. So first of all, remember your bodies can talk. So I'd like to invite all of you now, everybody, could you please stand up? Yes, stand up and relax, okay? First of all, I would like you to give me a still image or the body language or the gesture to show your attitude to the method of language, okay? 3, 2, 1, freeze. Yes, very good, and keep it, okay? And when I put my hands on your shoulders, tell me how do you feel your attitude about the messiness, okay? So,
welcoming.
You are welcoming to?
I'm welcoming to the massiveness of Chinese.
Thank you very much. Okay, what do you think about the messiness of Chinese?
Welcoming the messiness.
Because?
Because I think it enriches our vocabulary to express our feelings.
Well, I like your smart answers. Very good. So what about you?
Embracing the messiness.
Embrace the messiness. Yes, very good. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for your wonderful understanding so that you will see that this is your attitudes already. And as the homework, I would like you to read text B as an expansion and write an essay to analyze your understanding of the messiness of it. Okay, so that's all for today's class. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, contest number 21. I found that you were an easy and comfortable teacher.
Thank you.
You taught in an easy and comfortable mood.
Thank you.
But I'm not sure whether you felt comfortable when you, at the very beginning, cited the example of Shanghai.
I actually don't feel comfortable because this is sometimes we will see that actually it's the misunderstanding or prejudice. That's why I just mentioned that it is this Chinese city which took the blame for the evil behaviors.
So you chose this example on purpose?
Well, so what do you mean? May I please ask what do you mean by on purpose? The purpose is...
There must be a purpose for choosing something to start with.
Yes. On the one hand, actually, this is a coincidence that we take part in the competition here in the beautiful Shanghai. But the second thing is that most people...
If in Beijing, you will say Beijing.
I don't think so.
No,
this is just a coincidence, but I think it's definitely a very good example to show actually some words are borrowed from borrowed by English from various languages.
Do you consider it would hurt some people's feelings? No.
Well, I think that this is just the phenomenon, but everybody should be given the right or freedom to feel, to judge, or to have their own opinion. But I think that what I'm going to do is that to just show this is a part of the history.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Let's see the last slide. The slide before this one.
Okay.
next to final, yes. Well,
this one or homework?
No,
Homework.
homework.
Okay.
Are you sure that your students here can finish the second task, writing an essay to describe changes in Chinese language, in the Chinese language?
Okay, so this is actually closely connected with the requirement of their SAT 4 examination. That's why you will see that I just borrowed some modules from this way.
Okay.
That is to say, I'm not going to only let the students, okay, you guys just directly analyze it, but we first of all describe the phenomenon and then analyze the reasons and then express their attitudes, and all of these are actually can be acquired from this text. So that's why I just set it as the second part of my homework.
But at least you are certain they can do it, even though it is challenging.
Some parts are challenging, but I just always, I can say that I emphasize the assimilation. That's why at the very beginning, the students can just get some model sentences or ideas from the text. And that's
Probably
why
it would
I
be
think
better
they're
if
able to.
it's a guided writing. You provided some outline or some kind of instruction.
Okay,
and also,
yes.
Direction to find some resources, okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you for your suggestion.
For this task.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for
I
your
also
suggestion.
noticed your reply to one of the students is that you answered my next question.
Yes.
How can the student answer your next question?
Because actually the fourth question is, what is the definition of the author to the glorious messiness? Actually, that girl, he not only answered yes or no, but also told me the author's understanding.
The fourth question may not be your next question. Your next question should be based on the changes in the classroom.
Okay,
right?
I see the point. Yeah.
If they answer your next question, that means your next question is not good enough.
Okay. Thank you for your suggestion.
And for the reading and the matching part, you didn't have time for students to do that. You just did the matching for them, and you explain or ask them to confirm your matching. That was a section, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Read and match,
yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And you did the matching instantly.
Okay.
So it is the work for you or for the students?
Shall I explain it?
Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, actually, we have to admit that it's because of the limitation of the class or the demo. That's why I think that I just show the procedure of it. But actually, when it is in the class, of course, the students will be given the time to work together, to discuss, and we will just talk about them maybe one by one. That's why I choose this form to show that this is a part of the my class.
But do you imply that a demo can be fake, not genuine?
I think that I just eliminate the procedure. Because if the students really, they just focuses on the reading, probably they need like at least 20 minutes to finish this part. So I think that demo sometimes we show what we are doing, but I don't think it's fake. Because if we are talking about this fake, most probably all the activities here will be fake because the teacher cannot wait until the student to finish all the activities.
Yeah, for the limited time, you have a list of tasks. You just hurry through all these tasks.
I don't think I'm hurry soon. Actually, I think that I'm showing the procedure, but I don't need to wait until like for as long as 20 minutes or longer for the students to finish this procedure.
You don't hurry through. You hurry your students through the tasks, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Thank you, contestant 21. Now we have the final score of contestant number 20, and that is 85.84. Congratulations. Now we're going to have contestant number 22, the last contestant this morning. Welcome.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, my dear students, good morning. I'm glad to give my teaching presentation today. To start with, I'll give a brief introduction to my teaching design. My target students are non-English major sophomores. After years of English study, they have acquired certain amount of receptive knowledge, including speaking, listening, reading, and writing. However, many of them lack in-depth understandings of the history of English and the role of loanwords in its development. This unit, called Learning About English, provides a great opportunity for them to have a comprehensive study on loanwords in language evolution. As for learning objectives, on the knowledge level, besides receiving useful linguistic resources, students are expected to have a clear picture about the historical development of English. For ability cultivation, it's necessary for them to foster logical and critical thinking on loanwords, especially their impacts on native languages. Moreover, numerous rhetorical devices are utilized in a text, which are also worth learning for them to compose appealing writings. The most important one is awareness. As the world becomes increasingly globalized and interconnected, the use of loanwords has been very common in Chinese, especially among young people. Therefore, we should take a rational view on loanwords. At the same time, we need to have confidence in Chinese language, preserving its purity and further spreading the wealth of it. To achieve the above objectives, I'd like to integrate two teaching approaches. The first one is blended learning, which plays a part in extending time and space of student study, so they can do the autonomous learning before class and submit their writing assignment after class through digital platforms. Besides, I'll also adopt production-oriented approach into today's class to make the whole learning process goal-oriented. The last part is the overall arrangement of this unit. Altogether, there are 4 sessions. In the first session, we'll spend 45 minutes clearing the historical background and dealing with language points based on students' previews. And next, we'll mainly focus on analyzing the text structure. And today, the main content is a comparative study between loanwords in English and in French. We'll follow the steps of comparing their attitudes, exploring loanwords in these 2 languages, and analyzing their impacts from 2 sides. In between, certain rhetorical devices will be appreciated. The last part is writing assessment. Students will firstly do the peer assessing, and then will deal with typical writings collaboratively in class. Okay, so this is all about my teaching design. Now, welcome to today's English class. Good morning, everyone. Today we'll continue learning text A, the glorious messiness of English. Before we get started, let's take a look at the pictures on the slide. So much tasty food here, right? So, Anna, can you please read the first word?
Dim sum.
That's right. So do you know the origin of this word? Where is the word from? Which language?
I guess Chinese.
Yes, actually it's a word from Cantonese, okay? What about the second one? Catherine, could you pronounce this word, please?
I guess it's croissant.
Actually it's croissant or croissant. So where might this word come from based on the pronunciation here?
I guess maybe French?
That's right, it's a French word. And we must be familiar with the last word, right? Hamburger. So where is the word from? Do you know this gentleman, please? Where is the word from? Just make a guess, please.
Italian.
Okay, actually it's a word from German. Okay, so based on examples here, we can see there are a lot of words from different languages in English, right? Okay, so how can we name these words? In fact, they are called loanwords, which have been very common due to language contact. But do you know around 80% of English vocabulary is foreign? Such a large proportion, right? And besides the languages we mentioned, English has borrowed words from Spanish, Arabic, Bengali, the official language used in Bangladesh, etc. But now, not every language welcomes loanwords as English do. So today, we'll make a comparative study between loanwords in English and in French. First of all, let's try to compare their attitudes. Now, please read paragraph 2 and 3 to find out the answers. When filling in the blanks, remember to use the appropriate forms of words. Clear? Okay, now you can start. Okay, so now let's try to make a comparison here. So first of all, what do English think of loanwords? Vivian, can you tell us the answer?
English are happy and willing to accept words from anywhere.
Excellent. Actually, they are very tolerant and willing to accept words from anywhere, right? So what about French people? Jenny, can you have a try?
French dislike borrowing foreign
Exactly. They dislike borrowing foreign words, right? So apparently, they hold different views on loanwords, which may result in different usages of loanwords, right? Okay, next, let's try to explore loanwords in these two languages, respectively. As is mentioned in the text, English started borrowing words as early as the Old English period. Now, everyone, please read through paragraph 10 to 13 as fast as you can. When doing this, pay attention to the tribes or languages mentioned in each paragraph, all right? Okay, now you can start. Okay, it's time to check your answers. Catherine, can you please fill in the first blank? What did you find in paragraph 10?
Paragraph 10 is the settlement of the Germanic tribes brought the Anglo-Saxon words.
Exactly. So we can say the settlement of Germanic tribes brought Anglo-Saxon words into English, and most of them were related to farming, right? And next, what words were brought by Christianity? Christianity? Queenie, what are your answers?
Christianity brought words from Greek and Latin.
Very good. So this religion brought words from Greek and Latin. And later, as we all know, Vikings invaded England, right? And they enriched English by bringing words from which language? Anna, did you mention that? Did you notice that? The native language used in Scandinavia. What is the name? Don't worry. Actually, it's called Old Norse mentioned in paragraph 18. Okay, so this is the native language used in Scandinavia at that time. Okay, next, let's move to Middle English period to explore further. This time, we may find clues in the following two paragraphs, paragraph 14 and 15. And I'll give you another 20 seconds to fill in the blanks. Okay, now here we go. Okay, so this time, Vivian, can you please read the first sentence for us?
Norman conquest brought another flood of new vocabulary from French into English.
Very good. So, under Norman conquest, numerous French words were brought into English, right? And later, what happened next? You please.
The European relations and the printing press brought numerous Greek and Latin words into English.
Excellent. So this time, more words from Latin and Greek were brought into English, right? So after reading these two sentences, did you mention the description about flowing of new words? What is the description about flowing of new words to English? Just in these two sentences. Queenie? So what is the word here? The description about flowing of new words. Just in sentence 1.
10,000.
A description about flowing of new vocabularies.
Flood.
That's right. So what's your feeling after reading it?
New vocabulary.
What's your feeling after reading this description about flowing of new words?
I think it's interesting.
Interesting, right? Yeah. And quite vivid. Very
yeah.
good. So from this word, we can say it reminds us of large number of new vocabularies brought into English vividly. In fact, it's a kind of rhetorical device called metaphor. By using it, the author can make his writings more appealing and accessible to readers. And I hope you can adopt this writing skill in your future writing tasks. All right? So after searching loanwords in English, let's turn to words brought into French. As we talked before, French people hate loanwords, right? But certain English expressions are still used among them. Did you notice the examples in paragraph 2, Catherine? What are the two examples in paragraph 2?
Snack, bark, and hit parade.
Very good. So although they dislike loanwords, they still use words brought from English, right? So what does this indicate? They dislike loanwords, but they still use words from English. You please, what's your thinking?
Because it is easy for the young people to understand and use.
Maybe loanwords are more easily to understand, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we may find answers from the words of two famous linguists, Huck and Joseph. Okay, Anna, could you please read their words?
Linguistic contact between groups.
There is always linguistic contact between groups. So it indicates that no language can be entirely devoid of loanwords, right? Okay, next, let's try to analyze their impacts. How do loanwords affect English? First of all, let's say the influence on its vocabulary. Okay, so can you figure out the feature of English vocabulary based on the title here? Queenie, what is the keyword of English vocabulary? Can you find a keyword in the title?
Messiness.
That's right. So loanwords have made English a messy language, right? Okay, so what about the second blank? This boy, please.
Stealing.
Very good. So due to the adoption of loanwords, English vocabulary has become quite large. But here the author uses stealing instead of borrowing. Have you found anything in common? Are they positive or negative words? Negative, right? So both of them are called derogatory terms. Similarly, the author has a low opinion of loanwords. Is that true? Is that true? Apparently, no, because there is another keyword in the title. Please read the title again. What is it? Please read it aloud. That's glorious, right? So in fact, by using this term, the author speaks highly of loanwords. That is to say, he thinks loanwords have brought more benefits to the development of English, right? Okay, can you find any evidence to prove his opinion? Now I'll divide you into two groups. Group 1, please read paragraph 3 to find out some evidence about English status, okay? Group 2, please find benefits mentioned in paragraph 18, okay? Now you can start. Pay attention to the benefits. What about English status, Melissa? Did you find that in paragraph 3?
He explained the richness of English and why it has become the very real extent, the first truly global
Very good. So English has become the first truly global language because of loanwords, right? What did you find, Jenny, in paragraph 18?
English language nourished the great principles of respect for the rights of others and tolerance of their way of using language.
Good job here. So we can see the acceptance of loanwords also brings some commendable qualities to English people, such as the love of freedom and the respect of men's rights. All right? So both of them are considered as positive attitude, positive impact brought by loanwords, right? Okay? So far we have analyzed two keywords in the title. What are they? Let's have a review. The first one is glorious. The second one is messiness. So apparently these two words contradict each other, right? So why does the author put these two words together in the title? What is his intention? Vivian, do you know the author's purpose here? You can think from the writing.
This can make readers more interested in his article and
a good explanation. Very good.
Readers more impressive.
Very good. We can become more curious, right? So in fact, it's another rhetorical device called oxymoron. And his purpose is just to stimulate our curiosity, just as Vivian mentioned, so that we can read further and explore why. Besides the two we mentioned here, there are other rhetorical devices utilized in the text. After class, please explore more and try to adopt them in your writings. All right? Great. Since we have analyzed the positive impacts, now please think from the opposite side. So what are negative impacts of loanwords? Now let's try to make an analysis based on two examples here. In paragraph 2, we know that French people invent a new word, baladeur, to replace the loanword walkman. So what is their concern? What is their concern? Can you find the reason in paragraph 2? Delaney? Why do French people avoid using loanwords?
Because they don't like borrowing foreign words.
That's right, because they are afraid loanwords may corrupt their native language, right? So pay attention to the meaning of the word corrupt. Here it refers to damaging or ruining the purity of their native language. So this is the first negative impact of it. Next, let's see another example. As we know that fans is a very popular loanword in Chinese, right? And in Chinese, it is translated as 粉丝. But imagine if you say this to elderly people, for example, your grandparents, what might they think? They may get confused, right? So it can conclude that Sometimes loan words may lead to misunderstandings, okay? So since we have discussed some negative impacts, here is your assignment. How should we view loan words in Chinese?
Sorry to stop you. Time is up.
Okay, I hope you can figure out this question after class. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, contestant number 22. I believe you have a theory behind your teaching. What is it, if there is one?
Actually, the intention for today's class is just to have logical and critical thinking on loan words. So we started just comparing their attitudes and try to exploring the loan words in these two languages, and finally to analyze the impacts from two sides. The purpose is just to help students have a right attitude.
No, I mean, this is just procedure. What is the theory behind your design and the demo?
Okay, my theory is just to first to foster their logical thinking, from superficial to.
But why did you use the word enabling?
Enabling just to help them. Actually, sorry, I have to show my assignment. My assignment is just my intention here. And
you have assessing, okay?
That's right. So by this writing assessment, I hope students to firstly understand illustration, and they can analyze the impacts, and they can also give some suggestions on proper use of loan words.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Can you show us your design, or I would say the layout of your division of 4 sessions with your slide?
Okay, the first one.
Can you show us your slide? There's a division of sessions into 4 components.
You mean the overall arrangement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the overall arrangement.
Overall arrangement or the layout.
Okay.
You start with motivating.
That's right.
And then you do assessing. What do you assess?
By finishing the writing assessment of students.
Okay, so something students did before, you mean?
No.
Something students did
after class,
before
we
the
will
class.
do the assessment.
Okay, but you start with assessing, right? In class, before class, you did motivating. And then,
that's right.
In class, you start with assessing, and then language enabling.
This part, because language points are previewing tasks. Students need to preview the language points before class.
And you look at session 2.
Okay.
In class, you do the enabling, then assessing.
That's right. Because okay.
Why do you alternate between assessing and then enabling?
Okay,
and enabling then assessing.
Because the previewing tasks is done before class. As you can see here, students need to preview the whole text before class. So in class, we just assess their previewing performance. Okay, by drawing a mind map or finishing. So
you want to assess what has been enabled, right?
We enable them to understand the text by
analyzing and then you do assessing.
Okay.
Rather than you do assessing first, then you do enabling.
My intention is just to do illustrate on the structure, and then we do the assessment part.
Where did you borrow these words, motivating, assessing, and enabling?
From the production-oriented approach.
Yeah, that's a theory, I said. And you didn't notice that.
Sometimes motivating is finished before class, so in class we just do the enabling or assessing part.
Okay, which part is most successful today? Motivating, enabling, and assessing for this demo.
For me, maybe the enabling part, because we finish a series of questions based on the topic loan words here.
All right, now about the text itself. Well, Do you notice that the English language is not a native language of Britain? Or the Old English was not the native language of England? Yes or no?
Based
was
on text.
Old English the native language of England?
So before that, there is a parent language mentioned in the text.
No, the author said, when Julius Caesar invaded Britain in 55 BC, English did not exist.
I know that, but here we just pay attention to loanwords.
So English was an outside language.
Okay.
It is a kind of immigrant language.
Yes.
Now it has become a global language. What is the profound reason for that?
Because
a language coming from Europe, Germanic tribes, and then landed somewhere.
I think there are mainly two reasons. The first one is some historical reasons, because English has gradually expanded due to some historical events just mentioned in the text, just like the European Renaissance, the settlement or invasions of certain tribes.
Colonialization.
Okay, colonialization. And secondly,
and
because
invasion.
Yes, their personalities. They can accept words,
okay.
And they're willing to accept words.
Do you
from
believe
anywhere.
that you should let your students know that?
We discuss some benefits.
I mean, when we teach this text, we do not just readily accept what is said in the text.
Okay. Yes.
We should let students know the reasons, the motive, and some other things behind the text. Okay. Now about the essay itself, what is the ultimate argument of the writer? The most important argument the author provided very openly and clearly.
I think the main topic for this text is just on the dominance of English. And he speaks highly of the role of loanwords in its development. And he has a low opinion for French, and they set up certain principles to preserve their purity of language. So actually he makes a contrast.
Well, do you ignore the concluding paragraph by accident or on purpose?
No, I didn't ignore the concluding paragraph.
And you should let your students know the concluding paragraph.
Okay.
Do you believe there will be a day that English will be succeeded by some other language?
There is certain possibility. But for a long time, maybe they will be succeeded by other languages. But it takes time. For a short run, English still dominates, and it has become the truly global language. Okay.
If a language is a living being, is a living event or thing, you know, it has life.
Yes.
If it has life, it has a birth and a death.
I agree.
So what does that mean?
English, just as human beings, are ever-changing and evolving. So I think every language never stops its development, just as Chinese do. Okay. So the reason why I chose loanwords because it has some controversy and has some different attitudes.
Yeah.
So I chose this topic for my demo class.
Yeah, you feel very comfortable in your own world, but you should let your students see some other worlds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, contestant number 22. And now we'll have the final score of contestant number 21, and that is 88.54. Congratulations. And that finishes this morning's competition because some of our audience must be starving now. We'll leave the final score of contestant number 22 this afternoon. Remember to join us at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
So everything you're physically capable of doing. So everything you're physically capable of doing. So everything you're physically
Honorable judges, my fellow teachers and students, good afternoon. Welcome back. This is the second half of the second day of our national contests. But we are expecting first-class performance from 8 contestants this afternoon. But first, let's have the final score from contestant number 22. The score of contestant number 22 is 86.08. Congratulations. Now let's welcome contestant number 3, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you ready for a new topic? Okay, let's begin. To make an effective teaching design, I believe there are several factors that we should take into consideration. The environment, needs, and the principles are the 3 basic elements for my teaching design model. And the elements include 2 aspects. One is the material or textbook we are going to use. This unit, we are going to talking about China Rejuvenated. Besides the basic language points, I believe the focus or what's more important in the learning of this unit is to learn the information and expressions about reform and opening up, and also to enhance the students' sense of national pride. Just like what I have said, we should use textbook but not teach it, because this is not the decisive factor for what to teach. And what is really important is the students. And the teaching object of this course is a sophomore, and they have the following characteristics. Their admission score is high, they are eager to learn, and they have a solid base of English language, but they lack the research, critical thinking, and cross-cultural thinking ability. Based on this situation and a survey we have done, what our students really want to improve is not only their language, but also the research and the writing ability. Because in the future, they will not only have to read, but also write some professional English papers. Okay, and I've used the BEICM, these 5 principles, to guide my teaching. So after making sure the 3 basic elements, we can set the teaching goals. According to Bloom's taxonomy, learning can be separated into 6 levels. And I've set 3 teaching goals. For knowledge part, there's the learning of the core words and expressions about reform and opening up. And what's more important is the skill part. After the learning of this unit, students should learn how to use comparison and contrast and transitions in their writing. And finally, to achieve the value goals, to enhance the sense of national pride and the responsibility. Since we have the teaching goals, shall we begin teaching? Actually, there are several other factors that we should take into consideration. They are the content, format, and assessing. Basically speaking, I've separated my teaching into 3 stages, and each one have the different tasks and steps. Let's make it more specific. For different content, I will use different ways to teach and to assess. Let's take the background information part, for example. I think that in order to learn the topic of this unit, students need a lot of background information. But I will not tell them or show them what the background information are. Okay? I would like to ask them to research by themselves. And during the process of research, they can improve their research ability. And they will judge and they can decide what is important or what is correct or what is trustful. Okay? And then, while in class, the student can do a presentation. While doing this presentation, they can practice their speaking. And other students can practice their listening. Later, by the group discussion, they can do the peer evaluation. And finally, after they have this whole course, they will be surprised at the achievement China have made during the last 40 years. And finally, enhance the sense of national pride and responsibility. So it seems that they are separated with each other, but actually they are closely related to each other. And here's only one thing left for my teaching design model, that is evaluation. And I've used multiple evaluation and combined formative evaluation with summative evaluation, and uses the evaluation concept of combining language goals and education goals. And here are the detailed information. Okay, so much for the first part. Now let's move to the second part, my teaching demo. Hello everyone. So today we will go on learning China Rejuvenated. First, I would like to ask you a question. If you want to travel to Beijing, which transportation would you like to take? Think about that. What transportation would you like to take? Airplane. Please use the microphone, okay? Then others can hear you. Airplane. Why? Please use it.
Because travel through air is actually the most effective and most quick one.
Yes, the most effective, and it's really quick. So, any idea about you? Which way would you like to choose?
I choose bus.
Bus. Okay, why do you take bus?
Because
to Beijing. That's a long distance.
Because I have enough time.
Oh yeah, you have enough time. And you can enjoy the scenery alongside, right? Wow, good choice. What about you?
I'll take high-speed railway.
High-speed railway,
Yeah.
Very good. Why?
Because it's really effective, and I think it's also comfortable.
Comfortable and
Yeah.
safer, right?
Yeah.
Yes, just you have mentioned, nowadays we have so many options. You can choose according to your own needs, especially high-speed train. It is very convenient, efficient, and safer, right? But have you ever thought about the question, how about the situation 40 years ago, before China, the reform and opening up? Do they have so many choices? Yes or no? No, they may only have one choice, right? And for some people, or for most of the people, they may don't even have the chance or money to travel, right? So this is a very small example to show China rejuvenated from the point of view, from the perspective of technology and economy. Do you remember how did we learn these keywords last time? We used word building to learn the words, right? And the prefix means again. And ate, the suffix shows that it is a verb, very good. And juven is a Latin word which means young. So rejuvenate means what? To make it become more lively, right? So don't forget that. The word building is a very efficient way for you to learn and remember a new word. And it is also very useful in predicting or guessing the word's meaning in reading. Okay? So much for this. Let's go back to our topic. So here, I have the second question for you. If you are going to write an essay to introduce this topic to your foreign friends, what or how would you like to impress him? to explain how China rejuvenated to your foreign friends? An idea? It's okay that you don't have a very clear idea in such a short time. Okay, let's analyze it together. So before writing, what's the first thing we should decide or take into consideration before you're writing? First, we should decide what to write. That means what content will you write, right? So the example I've just given you is from the point of view of transportation. You can also choose your own topic, just like maybe the clothes, right? Maybe the, how to say, the, pardon? Use the microphone, then Albert can hear you, we can.
It's in the city.
Pardon?
Buildings. In the
Buildings,
city.
right. And also we can choose maybe one place, one city, right? These are the contents. So we should decide, first we should decide what to write, right? The content. And then, after we have decided what to write, what's next? What's next? We should know how to write. We should know how to write, right? The second thing we should take into consideration is how to write. Okay, so if you want to explain this topic, first, we should decide the type of writing. Do you think so? Should we use narration? Maybe. If you want to tell a story, that is okay, right? But what about argumentation? It seems that argumentation is not so appropriate because we just want to explain and we want to show the facts. And the reader can judge by themselves, right? And it seems that we don't need so much argumentation, your personal ideas so much, right? So maybe this one is not so appropriate. And what about exposition? Do you know what exposition is? Do you know that? Okay, exposition means expounding or explaining. So maybe this is more suitable in the writing or to show how China rejuvenated, right? Okay, so here we have decided we'd better use exposition. So what's next? What can we do next? What should we do? We should decide how to arrange your information, organize your information, right? Okay, please remind yourself of what we have learned last week. Do you remember one of the before class tasks? To do the research about information, background information about the reform and opening up. Yes, we have listed so many important events in this reform and opening up, like 1980 Shenzhen Special Economic Zone, 1990 Pudong New Area. So these are very important events happened in the last 40 years. They can show China rejuvenation. But do you prefer this way? Do you think this way is good? Suitable? No, why not? Why not? It's difficult to tell. It seems that it is very clear, right? By listing. But it seems that not so attractive or persuasive. And we may not sure why it is so important, right? Okay. So, any other idea to organize your information? Yes, text A is a very good example. By comparing the different developments happened in the same period between China and the UK, we can clearly understand how China rejuvenated. For example, in 1978, the annual per capita income of average Briton was nearly 6,000 But at that time, the figure for China is only 155. But now, China has transformed the global economy. So by contrast, we can clearly feel how China rejuvenated, right? Okay. As for text B, here's a small tip for your writing. That is, you can imitate the way the author organized the passage. To begin with a question and conclude with a conclusion to make your passage more complete. And as for text B, which is a home reading, have you noticed how does the author express or show how China rejuvenated? Yes, there's only one example, that is Shenzhen, which was a little fishing village. And after it was chosen to become the first of China's special economic zones, it has rapidly grown into a massive metropolis. So by comparing two totally different images of Shenzhen before and after the reform and opening up, we can feel China's rejuvenation. Right? Okay. So the second and the third example have both used one method. We call it comparison and contrast. Do you know what that means in Chinese? Comparison. Actually, comparison means yes, 对比. Comparison to show the similarity, and the contrast is to show the difference. Very good, difference. Okay, and this way is a very effective way which was used in the writing of an apposition. Now let's focus on the two methods of comparison and contrast. One is point-by-point method, which means you alternate points about A with comparable points about B, and then A, B, and then AB, like this. And the subject-by-subject method, which means that you discuss all of A and then all of B. Okay, let me give you two examples to make then you can further understand it. Now, please read the first example by yourself. Okay, my first question is, what does this writing want to explain? What does this writing want to explain?
Difference between high school life and
Only differences?
And the
similarities. So how could you find the answer so quickly? Because they have the topic sentences, right? Right? So if you want your reader can clearly know what you are going to express, you should also use the topic sentence in your own writing, right? Okay, another question is, what can you learn from it? What can you learn from it? You may have a pair discussion and to say maybe you have the different findings, okay? Okay, 7. What can you learn from it?
In writing, comparison is very important. I think.
Comparison. Okay, you find the comparison and the contrast, right? And have you noticed that the author used the first, second, third, and while, whereas, yet, this kind of transitional words, which can make your writing more logical, right? Okay, the second example is about the subject-by-subject method. In order to show the to explain the differences between these two jobs, the author first talk about the first job and then the second job. Okay, you may read it after class. And while you are reading, just like what I have mentioned, don't forget to use the transitional words to make your writing more logical. And here, a small tip for you. Best way to improve writing is reading, and I recommend you to read the books and get information before writing. And finally, the assignment for today is write an exposition with the topic of China rejuvenated. And don't forget to use the information you've researched and the methods you've learned today. Finally, I would like to say, writing is not the end. It is a means of learning. Hope you can learn from today. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, contestant number 23.
Yeah.
I noticed that you have taught. You have taught.
Taught.
Teach and taught.
Yes.
But I don't know whether students have learned.
The purpose for this class is to improve their, the writing skill. So I introduced a lot of writing methods and the thinking ways for they to prepare for the writing.
My question is, how can we make sure that teachers' teaching is echoed by students' learning?
Teachers'
teaching should be reflected.
Should be reflected,
yeah,
yes.
In the students' activities.
Yes, I really taught a lot. And maybe because writing should have a clue, and they should have some preparation before the writing. And so they don't give me some response, maybe just now. Yeah, that's the problem. I noticed that.
I don't know whether you would accept my judgment by saying that the 20 minutes is almost teacher talk.
Yes, I agree with you, yeah.
Why did you do that?
Actually, I would like to ask a student to express some of their ideas. But actually, the setting of this teaching is the last period of the whole teaching process. So the background, the setting is the students have learned some information about the background information and the passage. They have learned them, and they have maybe have their own clues or thoughts or their personal ideas about how to write it. But actually, just now, students maybe don't have so much preparation. So
you didn't touch upon the text.
Yeah.
You quoted, you cited some other materials instead of the text itself.
So this is, I prepared, this is the last period of my whole teaching process of this unit.
This is the last period?
Yes, the last period of the whole unit.
So you believe you have achieved the high order objective of Bloom's taxonomy?
Bloom's taxonomy, yeah.
Show us the Bloom's taxonomy.
Okay, yeah.
Because this is the last period. You claim you use this taxonomy for your teaching, right?
Yeah.
So you finished.
I basically focused on the
first 3 or 4 levels.
My demo teaching just maybe focus on the second part. That's
understanding.
Second, skill.
Analyzing
applying and analyzing. Applying.
Okay.
Focus more on the applying.
All right.
Apply
in this 20-minute or 16-minute demo, who analyzed?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, most
and
of me.
Who applied?
I don't think the purpose for this is students should know how to apply it. Then they can apply, right? So they have the homework and they can apply the methods after class to write the writing assignment.
But does your application guarantee students' use of the language and also to come up with the essay you require?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would just, how to say, to serve the information and the method, all the ways.
All right, if this is the last period, what about evaluation and creating?
Evaluation.
You say for next unit?
No, after class, the student will submit their writing on the online platform. And before that, they will have a, how to say, the peer evaluation to read other people's writing and give some comments. And they will finally submit the writing on the platform and to train, to have their student, and the teacher will read it and give the feedback. That's the evaluation part.
Do you totally accept Bloom's taxonomy?
Not
partially negated.
Yeah, mostly.
Mostly.
Yeah.
Well, when we say that we can learn by doing, learn by applying, learn by creating, so the order is shifted. It means that we do not rigidly follow. You first remember, and then you understand, and then you apply, then you analyze, followed by evaluate and create.
Yes, we maybe not so, how to say, according to maybe the different teaching goals or content, we may change the order or the sequence maybe. Not exactly like this maybe, yeah.
I didn't see very clearly at what stage your students were. And for myself, I don't like this taxonomy.
You don't? Okay.
Because it doesn't tell us that learning and doing can be integrated.
Yes, integrated.
And through creation, we may learn new things and we remember and we try to understand.
Yes, they are, interaction with each other, interacted with each other. Not
so now you side with me to modify this taxonomy?
Yes, yes. So they are interacted and not separated, not exactly like how to separate it.
Yes, so we have a model, we have a theory, think about it.
Yes, yes, I will think more later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your class, contestant number 23. Now let's welcome contestant number 24. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here and present to you the teaching design and teaching demo for this unit, China Rejuvenated. This unit contains two texts, both revolving around the theme of witnessing the rise of China through a foreign lens. Based on the theme, I will set the unit goal as witnessing China's story and enhancing cultural confidence, telling China's story effectively in a deeply globalized world. So the focus of the teaching will be text A, Sleeping Giant Awake and Flourishing. It's an expository writing written by an expatriate living in China. In the text, He illustrates how the sleeping giant, revived from her slumber, transforms into a modern country and continues to thrive in a local arena. So, by using statistics and facts with personal experience and specific expressions, the author gives a vivid account of how China rejuvenated. The target learner of this text will be non-English majors with intermediate level of English proficiency. They need to enhance their cultural confidence. They need to master better intercultural storytelling skills so as to develop into a competent and confident citizen who are able to tell China's story well and can shoulder the responsibility of realizing the national rejuvenation. So based on the above analysis, I will set the following teaching objectives. So for morality cultivation, they're going to enhance cultural confidence, become excellent Chinese storytellers, and they were going to contribute to the building of a global community with a shared future. So linguistic-wise, they are going to learn how to use facts, statistics, and comparison to prove China's rejuvenation, and they will also apply personal stories, specific expressions, and rhetorical devices to tell China's story well. And for the critical thinking part, they will integrate effective strategies to tell China's story, and they will also analyze the reasons behind China's rejuvenation. So to achieve these objectives, I will use 4 class sessions following the procedure of preparing, practicing, progressing, and producing. In the first sessions, students will conduct a survey, report their results, and build vocabulary map to form the local perspective on this topic. And in the practicing session, which will be the main focus of my teaching demo, and they will do an in-depth study of the text to learn the effective ways to tell China's stories. And they will also learn to apply these techniques they learned from the text. And in the third session, they will be engaged in different kinds of classroom activities, group discussions, to analyze the secrets to Chinese rejuvenation and suggest ways to make their personal contribution to this process. And in the last part, they will produce an essay and edit a piece of post to tell each other and also to tell the foreign public their experience and their dream of national rejuvenation. So hopefully at the end of these sessions, they will become more culturally confident and they will master better skills to tell China's story well. Okay, now so much for my teaching design. Now it's time to start my demo class. Okay, good afternoon, dear class. In the previous session, we have done a survey, and you have also shared the findings of your survey in the report. So we have asked you the 2 questions about the impressive achievements that you have witnessed and your feelings about these achievements. So from the report, we can see that we witnessed many great achievements, including the development of economy, the success in poverty alleviation, and great achievements in the fields of science and technology. And some of you have mentioned that while witnessing these great achievements, you feel impressed, proud, and confident. So the rise of China is the story, one of the most important stories in this century. And it's also the story that we want to spread to the world. So here comes the question: how do you tell the stories of China's development to the world? Now please discuss with your partner and then share with each other your ideas. Okay, you have 30 seconds. Okay, time's up. How about Laya? Would you please?
Yes. I'll tell the stories by comparing modern China and the state situations before the reform and opening up, and
by comparing China's situation nowadays to the Western countries.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. So she mentioned a very effective way of telling the change, that is comparison. She mentioned that she will compare China before and after to tell the Westerners the great change. So that is a very effective way. How about others? Would you please?
I think I will talk about Chinese development in economy and industry.
Okay, you're very interested in the development of economy and industry. So you have shared with us many effective ways of telling the development of China. So next, we're going to look into the text to see how the author, an expatriate living in China, how does he tell the story of China's development? Since he's a foreigner, he might provide some foreign or even global perspective on this topic. Okay, so next, we will do an activity. Since you have finished the global reading of the text, I'm sure that you are very familiar with the content. Now, please, we are going to come to the first question. This is a field that you are very interested in, the development of economy. We will see how the author carries out also a comparison to show the development of China's economy. So in paragraph 3 and paragraph 5, the author made these 2 points. So can you find these 2 points? In 1978, Britons were richer than Chinese. Now China's economy is larger than UK. Now, can you find the original sentence in the text? How does the author illustrate these 2 points? Okay, so Christina, would you please? So the first point, the original sentence in paragraph 3.
It's in the average Briton was 5,876, nearly 40 times that of the $155 in China.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. So now let's come to the second sentence. The second sentence we can find in paragraph 5. Now please read this sentence by yourself. Okay, now let's compare these 2 groups of sentences. What's the difference? The simple sentence and the more complex original sentence. Okay, have a discussion with your partner. What difference can you find? Okay, would you please? No. How do you feel about the original sentence from the text? What can you see in this sentence?
I think it's very persuasive because there are many strategies in the sentence, and I can see the development of the. I can see the difference between China and the UK.
Okay, wonderful. That's a very good point. You can see statistics and figures, and also that is a very persuasive way to carry forward the point. And so here we can see this is one of the right tips for us to tell the stories of China's development. You can use facts and statistics to give readers quantified perspective on China's achievement, and that will add to the logical appeal of your argument. And also, sometimes you can interpret these statistics, making it easier for the readers to understand. For example, 40 times that of, and also here, almost 5 times bigger. So that is the first point. We can use facts and statistics. Now next, apart from these statistics illustrated in the textbook, now we will do another practice. We're going to use statistics to describe China's success in poverty alleviation. Okay, so who would like to have a try? So here, we can see that China declared a complete victory to its battle against extreme poverty, with how many rural impoverished citizens lifted above poverty? So what's the number? You can find it from the chart. Great. Right. It's 98.99 million, so that's a large population. Okay, now next we're going to find another techniques used by the author in the text. Apart from statistics and comparison, what other techniques does the author do to illustrate the development of China? So can you find the answers? He also tells us his personal experience, his personal story. Okay, so next we're going to do an activity. We're going to identify the line expressions to outline the author's personal story with China. Okay, can you find the time expressions in the text? Okay, how about you? Would you please? Yeah, the time expressions in the text.
In the late 90s, 70.
Right. And
in the 1990. In the 1992. In the 1997. After the Beijing Olympics at the turn of the century, at present.
Okay, great. So you can see that fall into a chronological order that helps us to trace the transformation and development of China. Now next, we're going to do more activities to see how the author's personal experience intertwines with the development of China as time went by. Okay, so again, you are going to fill in these blanks and with specific expressions describing his actions and describing what is happening in China. Okay, so you will have several minutes to do this blank filling work. Okay, now time's up. Now, so what happened in the late 1970s? So can you tell us the answer?
Having a discussion with some fellow pupils about the rise of China.
Okay, and next?
Deng Xiaoping had embarked on his reform and opening up policy.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. So how about in the 1990s? Would you please tell us the answers?
I first began reporting on China.
And the next one?
Next one is return.
Right, great. Thank you. And next one?
I had a conversation.
Right.
And
reform
accelerated.
Okay, great. So you can see how his personal experience lined side by side with China's transformation. So here, pay attention to the use of several specific expressions. First, the expression is to embark on. So what does embark on mean at here? What kind of image you will find by looking at this word? Embark on contains two parts. In means to get into, and bark means about. By using the expression embark on, it's like this reform and policy, the carry forward of this policy is like the sailing of a boat. It's adventurous. And another specific verb you can find is accelerate, right? It means that the reform and opening up is really speeding up. Okay, now let's move on to the next part. So what happened in the year 1997? So we can find the answer. Made my first visit to, and Shenzhen and Guangzhou were being a hive of activity. And at the turn of century, what's the answer? I first
arrived in China permanently.
Right, arrived in China permanently. So you can see that he has become an expatriate living in a foreign country. Okay, now let's move on to the second and the third and the fourth time expressions, each aligned with the experience of the author and also what is happening in China. And here we have another very vivid expression. You can see it here, a hive of activity. So a hive of activity talking about a hive, we will think of a hive of what? A hive of bees, wonderful. So a hive of bees creates as the image of busy and vividness. So by using the phrase a hive activity, we can see that Guangzhou and Shenzhen are really developing into a very busy modern city. So you can see the function of specific and metaphorical expressions to add vividness into your writing. Okay, so next, since we have finished figuring out the timeline and the stories, we're going to infer the author's change of attitude towards China. So according to what we have learned, how do you think the author's change, what kind of attitude does he hold at the very beginning? So maybe at the very beginning, he was unfamiliar about China because it seems to be a quite remote place. And later, as time went by, his personal work have some connection with China, and that makes him curious about development of China. And finally, as he arrived at China, he was impressed by the development that was happening there. So we can see that by using personal story, you can inspire and move the readers. His personal history and personal story and historical event intertwined can provide the reader convincingness, vividness, and emotional appeal. So that is a very useful way to tell a China story well. Use your personal stories to move your audience. Okay. Now, for more expatriates' personal stories, you can refer to this column after class. And this is one of your homework. Read and summarize your favorite expatriate's personal story of China and report it to your reading group. Okay, now let's come to the summary of today's class. So today we have talks about how to tell China's story well based on our study of the text written by, in our textbook. So from this text, we learned that we can use facts and statistics to enhance the logical appeal of your writing. And you can also use personal experience to enhance the emotional appeal. And you can use specific expressions to add convincingness and vividness to your writing. Okay, so here is a question for you. Why is it important to tell China's story? So have a 30-second discussion with your partners. Why is it important to tell China's stories? Okay. Okay, how about you, Seven?
Because we have to tell other countries we are stronger now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a very good point. It can provide us with a positive image, create a positive image for us. But also storytelling can also benefit the listener. So here is a quote illustrating the two aspects of benefits, telling stories and reading stories. Now please read this quote together. By immersing yourself in one another's culture, by learning each other's stories, by getting past the biases and misconceptions, you will understand how much we share and realize we all have a stake in each other's success. Okay, so much for today's class, and this is your homework. You're going to write an essay entitled My China, My Story.
Sorry to stop
using
you.
the
Time is up.
techniques we have learned. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, contestant number 24.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. I noticed you have tried very hard to involve your students.
Right.
Really, you did as much as you could. And the students follow you and use a lot of statistics, examples from the text and elsewhere. But I'm not sure whether you have noted that this text is outdated.
Right.
Do you know when was it written?
I think it's several years ago.
Several years ago.
Maybe.
There was a starting point. That was the Deng Xiaoping's initiation of China's opening up a policy in 1978. And then the author said about 40 years of development. So it was written probably in
2018.
Yeah, something.
Right.
Okay. Is it possible for you to include some recent development, especially update the statistics? Do you have any intention to update the statistics that we found in the textbook? In the textbook.
Yeah.
A textbook once published is outdated. You know that?
Right.
Because there's a time gap, okay, between the writing, editing, and publishing. And then when they reach the school or the classroom setting, a lot of statistics is no longer the story of the current China. Is it possible for you to, or do you have any intention to make some changes to our text?
Thank you very much for your thought-provoking question. So obviously, to be frank, I haven't thought about it before. So
actually, I didn't want to provoke you. Okay. I just want you to know that we have our liberty in making changes
I think
to the print.
I think maybe later when I'm actually teaching this unit, I will design a homework for the students, for them to do investigations and to see if they can find more statistics that can improve or add to the blanks, this gaps of these several years.
Were you given the text, or did you choose this text?
I was assigned to teach this text.
Okay. Do you notice there's a glaring mistake in this text? No mistake. You don't. Is there any mistake in this text?
I think if you
language-wise, okay.
I'm sorry. Maybe I failed to point this language mistake. If there's any,
you failed to point it out, or you failed to identify.
I failed to identify. Yeah.
Okay. You might let your students know that on page 7. The first paragraph, page 7, line 4. Actually, starting from line 3, China is moving from being the workshop to being the biggest retail market in the world. Is this a mistake, or is it just a misprint, or there's no problem with this?
I think maybe we can explain it in the way that the author is showing the future prospect and what things is going on.
Okay, so there
China.
is no language problem, right? There's no.
I think.
You think it's okay? All right. All right. Now, I also noticed some of your slides showed China in small letter, not a capital letter. Is this a mistake, or is this
that's a mistake. Yeah.
Probably it's just a misprint. Okay. But I would say there are a lot of strong points with this text. For example, how you begin with how you begin your exposition, exploratory writing, okay, by the use of some kind of techniques. How does this exposition begin? Do you notice a pattern of development of this piece of writing?
Right. Obviously, it follows the into the genre of expository writing,
Yeah.
and the author begins his expounding on his opinion by using a personal anecdote. So he records his experience with several of his classmates.
Okay, let's see the
discussing-
first two paragraphs. I mean, how you begin your exposition. The first paragraph is to use to set the scene. The second paragraph is a question. Okay?
Great.
It's a very important question. And then you can answer the questions by your personal experience or statistics from, flourishing China. You might also comment on the two verbs used here. One is sleeping, the other is slumbering.
Right.
There's a lot to explore and to share with your students, that.
Okay, thank you very much for your valuable suggestions.
I know you seem to be very angry with me.
No.
You just
I'm
stare
very
at me.
happy. No, I'm showing respect by doing eye contact. If that offended you, I'm very sorry.
Inside me, I was very weak, okay. I try to be strong, otherwise I will surrender myself to your silence, because there's a lot in your silence.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure I should answer the question or interrupt you, because it's difficult for me to distinguish a statement from a question. Okay. So I'm sorry.
All right, no problem, no problem. Thank you. It's very, it's a kind of delight to exchange with our young teachers. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you for your class, contestant number 24. And now we have the final score of contestant number 23, and that is 83.96. Congratulations. Now, let's welcome contestant number 25.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, welcome to my demo class. For starters, allow me to spend a few minutes introducing my demo class. My target students are non-English majors, sophomores, and they are at the intermediate level of language proficiency. Apart from learning in classrooms, still they have access to online classes. And of course, their studies are not just confined to the course books. Still, they are expected to check more information via internet. And the teaching philosophy is mainly focused on learning standard, cooperate, assimilate, and evaluate. This is the learning objectives of this unit. For knowledge part, students are supposed to get the basic knowledge of language and the comprehension of the text, as well as the gist, as well as the techniques employed by the author. And the ability here actually refers to the kind of speaking, writing, and critical thinking ability. For the effects part, with the understanding of China's rejuvenation, students will enhance a sense of national pride and responsibility. This is the teaching arrangement of this whole unit. One period for listening and speaking. So I will provide students with some audio and video clips which can help them get some background information related to topic and content of the text. 3 periods for the intensive reading, including the detailed analysis of text A and reading of text B. 2 periods for the follow-up class, including the presentation, evaluation, and exercise. In terms of text day, 3 procedures will be covered: pre-class, in-class, and after-class, post-class. And in this demo class, we'll mainly focus on the in-class part. Last but not least, the assessment part. As you see, all the following 4 items will be included while grading my students. All right, that's all for my introduction. Now, please follow me to my demo class. First of all, I'd like to share something with you. What you got? What is it? What is it? 粮票, okay. Okay, sorry. You're not quite sure about the English name of it, right? In English, we say it's a coupon. Or food coupons. It may evoke a lot of memories of the past generation. It's kind of a voucher or ticket issued by Chinese government during the 1950s and 1980s. And you know, people actually at that time needed to use the coupons to get daily necessities due to the scarce of food at that time. But you know, nowadays we do not have to struggle with the material supplies any longer. All right, question. Could you please use just one word only, to describe the pictures here? From 1955 to 2023, what is the word? A lot of what? Something like development or change. Very good. A lot of changes actually have taken place. But since when have the changes taken place? What is the starting point? Any ideas? Any ideas? Okay, I suppose you might can find out some clues in your textbook in the first paragraph. Now tell me, what is starting point? The first paragraph? After, thank you. After Deng Xiaoping embarked on his reform and opening up policy in 1978. Okay, so when were you born? When were you born? 2003. And you? Okay, all right, so after 2000, definitely have no chance to experience the changes in person. But I suppose your parents were born in that time, right? Your parents were born in that time? Yeah? With major reforms and great changes, right? And they witnessed the history, and we are benefiting from the policy. Okay, but you know, what are the changes like in the eyes of a foreigner? Now, let's move on to the text to find it out. Okay, this text was written by Andrew Moody. And as a senior journalist at China Daily, he aimed to tell the world a true China. Now let's say what you're going to learn in this text. First of all, we're going to figure out what is the author trying to tell us, the gist. And then we'll move on to the body part to get the comprehension of the text, as well as the techniques employed by the author. Afterwards, we're going to explore the theme further. And finally, your home assignment. All right, now let's move on to the first part. Let's say, what does the author try to tell us? Okay, so please read paragraph 1 and 2. And then you jump to the last paragraph and locate the answers here. There you go. Please. Okay, yeah, did you get the answer? Yeah, could you please? The author recalls the discussion and raises a question. So what is the question?
Could it be that this country of then about 1 billion people, the slumbering giant of Napoleon's famous phrase was to reawaken at last?
Thank you. Good. Could it be that the slumbering giant was to reawaken at last? Okay. So what is the conclusion? What is the answer? Could you please?
China has more than awaked from its slumber and is moving to central state once more.
Thank you. China has more than awoken from its slumber and is moving to center state once more. All right, in the second paragraph, as you see, the author uses the phrase called slumbering giant. And the original sentence in your textbook reads like, could it be that this country of then about 8 billion people? The slumbering giant of Napoleon's famous phrase was to reawaken at last. So why did the author say it's Napoleon's famous phrase? Well, actually, this is a comment made by Napoleon. And the statement goes like, here lies a sleeping giant. Let him sleep, for when he wakes up, he'll shock the world. So this is the origin of the slumbering giant. All right, now let's come back to the gist. From the question to the answer, from the very beginning to the end, in what way did the author get the conclusion? Now let's move on to the body part. Generally speaking, 4 techniques were employed by the author in this text, but in this demo class, we'll mainly focus on the first one. Okay, now let's move on to paragraph 3 to paragraph 5. As you see, there's a chart on the slide. Okay, there's a chart on the slide. Please read paragraph 3, 4, and 5, and locate the answers here. Fill in the blanks with missing information. There you go. Please. Underline the answers. 3, 4, and 5, yeah. You should underline the answers, right? Did you underline the answers 3, 4, 5? Yeah. Good. Okay, are you done? Let's check your answers. Let's say the first aspect, per capita income in 1978. What about the United Kingdom? Okay, now let's, could you please?
5,000.
Please read the whole sentence, thank you.
The annual per capita income of the average Briton was 5,976, nearly 40 times that of in China.
Oh, okay, thank you. Capita, per capita. Capita means head, right? And Britain, B-R-I-T-O-N, it means the same as British, but this word is often used in older times. All right, but $5,976. Okay. All right, let's say China. Could you please, the gentleman, 7? Yeah.
China was 155.
155
dollars.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the second aspect. Changes in 40 years. Let's say the United Kingdom. Brad, could you please?
4 times greater, and its overall economy is much more smaller.
Thank you. Okay. The UK has managed to maintain its lead in terms of the per capita income, but now only 4 times greater, and its overall economy is
much smaller.
Okay, much smaller. Thank you. All right, now let's say China. Could you please?
China has advanced to being the world's second largest economy, almost 5 times bigger than that of the UK.
Thank you. Could you please finish the last one? The UK now vies for
5th place.
5th place with France. Thank you. Well done. Okay, question. Is the author talking about similarities or differences between the 2 countries? Similarities or differences? Differences. So you see, we compare the similarities, but we contrast the differences. Good. Okay. So you see, with the contrast of different figure and number, we can get the conclusion. What is the conclusion? Let me give you a hint. The Chinese people's income has what? One word? Very good, thank you. Has increased. So you see, the author is not telling you in a straightforward way or directly that the Chinese people's income has increased. Instead, he's showing you with the data or number using comparison and contrast. So we can actually use comparison and contrast to help you clarify your point, to show rather than tell. All right, so now let's move back to the chart again. You may find out something's missing here. The UK now vies for fifth place with France. What about China? I think you can locate the answer in paragraph 6. Come on, paragraph 6. Did you get the answer? Did you get the topic sentence in paragraph 6? All right, Bob. Bob, please.
I think is China has become from made in China Revolution, which saw China become the manufacturing workshop of the world.
All right, you think the second sentence,
Yeah.
right? Okay, all right, thank you. Well, actually, the topic sentence in this paragraph appears at, the beginning, the first sentence. Thank you. So, China's rise has transformed the global economy in many ways. All right, now let's take a close look at the sentence. Why do you think that the author used the word transform? Or we say, if we put the sentence in this way, China's rise has changed the global economy in many ways. Does it make any differences? Does it make any differences? So are there any differences between the two sentences or between the using the two words? Now, have a discussion with your neighbors. There you go. Please. Try to get some clues from the pictures. Okay, could you please? Any idea?
Maybe the transform can emphasize the huge changes.
Can what?
Can emphasize.
Emphasize. Okay, you mean can stress, can emphasize, can highlight. Okay, what is your idea? Any idea?
I think change means completely things.
Okay, you mean change means a completely change. So different scales, you mean, right? Okay, nice try, thank you. All right, you see, literally or grammatically, the two sentences are both correct, both right. But if we read between the lines, you may find out the differences. If you want to change something, that means you are making a difference. And the difference can be big, can be slight, can be good, can be bad. But if you use the word transform, you mean you are changing it completely, because trans means change and form means the shape of something. So you are changing it completely, so they are getting better. You see, with the choice of the words here, actually, we can read the author's implied idea. So could you please try to finish the two sentences, complete the two sentences? So the author actually is telling us the differences made by China's rise on global economy are, what is the word? Big or small? Big, okay. Big, or let me introduce another word. You can say substantial. Substantial means a large in amount of value or significance. All right, and what the attitude towards the changes? Okay, give you three options. Positive, negative, or neutral? Very good. Positive. So you see, with the choice of the words here, actually we can infer that what we are expecting from the rest part of the text should be something positive. Okay. All right, thank you. You see, the author posted that China's rise has transformed the global economy in many ways. In how many ways? What are the ways? Well, we're going to save it for later. Okay. Based on the comprehension of the text, we know that the author, based on the content and the understanding of the text, we know that the slumbering giant, with the reform and opening up, the slumbering giant has reawakened. And in paragraph 20, the author cites President Xi to reaffirm the contributions made by Chinese people. Okay, and now we are moving forward to the next stage, China's rejuvenation. And this is a relay race. You are going to hold the baton. But have you thought about the question, what contributions can you make as a college student? Now, please have a discussion with your group members. And as you see, I'm going to give you some prompts here. Do not get yourself confined to the prompts. Keep open-minded, okay, and try to come up with more brilliant ideas. There you go. Please have a discussion. Any idea? What is your major? So you say, if you can learn your major quite well, what can you do? Very good. Right? Any idea? Specialized knowledge, right? To tell a Chinese story. Okay. Any idea? Study hard. Okay. To have well. Okay. All right. Time's up. Now let's invite some of you to share with us your idea. Could you please, the girl?
As a student with English speaking ability, I would like to tell China's story to the outside world.
Oh, you mean you have a very good comprehension, a very good, competence, the proficiency of language. Thereby, you can tell Chinese story as well. Let the world hear China's voice, right? Okay, very good. And could you please, yeah, what is your idea?
I just want to be a volunteer to help people in society.
Ah, okay. That's a good one. Thank you. Volunteer your time, talents to benefit the country, or, try to utilize what you have learned over the courses to better serve the nation, the country. All right, thank you. For more information, actually, you may check the speech delivered by President Xi, Carry on the Legacy of the Milford Movement, and if you worthy of the new era, you can check the following website to get the article. All right, now let's wrap it up, what you have learned in this class. First of all, we got the gist, or main idea of the text, and then we'll move on to the comprehension of the text. And thank you for sharing with us your ideas. Now, finally comes your home assignment. After this class, you're supposed to interview the elders you know about their ideas about the changes in your hometown in the past few decades. And based on your interview, please write a short essay titled Reform and Open Up Changes in My Hometown, using comparison and contrast. You may refer to the following chart to help you finish your essay. All right, thank you very much. You have done a really good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, contest number 25.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, you did very well with the citation of the first two paragraphs to tell us how the exposition began with the first two paragraphs.
The first
question
paragraph?
was asked,
Uh-huh.
and the story began with some kind of earlier discussion in a school setting, right?
Mm-hmm.
At a school setting, and then there was a question.
Yes.
Okay, but why did you leave the middle part and the final part out?
First of all, I ask students to read paragraph 1 and 2, and then I ask them to move to the last part, right? Because I think, of course, generally, if we want students to get the gist or main idea, they're supposed to read the beginning and the end, and also the first sentence of each paragraph. But I think this text is a little bit special because in the second paragraph, the author reads the question, and in the last part, he answers the question. And the middle part actually is the way that the author trying to lead the readers to get the answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judging from your design, your intention is to, I believe you intend to include the affect model
Pardon?
Knowledge.
Oh, okay. I know what you
Let
mean.
me see. You have knowledge.
Knowledge, ability.
Knowledge, ability, and
affect.
affect. Okay, affect. All right. Who advanced this theory that we should include affects or affect in our language teaching? Or is it yourself? You yourself?
Oh, you mean why I use the word here?
Yeah. Did you borrow somewhere?
I remember that I ever read the words from some articles.
Oh, from an article.
Pardon?
You learned this
word from an article. Yes, an essay actually. But I could not remember.
And then you decided to include this as one of the learning objectives.
Yes, because, can I explain?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. For the effects part, I think the word effects can be used as a noun, and it can be used as a verb. And as a noun, it can be taken as the meaning like emotions, the kind of emotions that actually can influence you to make some changes. And as a verb, it means you are trying to exert a kind of influence to motivate somebody to take actions. So I suppose that's, the two explanations really echoes back to the learning objectives here.
You don't have to analyze the lexical setup of this word.
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
I mean, you want to develop students' affects, okay? So we have an affect model advanced by Stephen Krashen a long time ago. Because emotion, feelings, and empathy will be very important.
Yes.
But did you achieve that objective?
Well, I tried my best.
No, from today's demo, did you achieve that objective?
You mean the fact part?
Yeah.
I think this is a good beginning because at least they have a kind of attitude, and also they shared with us their ideas, what kind of contributions actually they can make to the China's rejuvenation. Of course, they can make some supplement after class. This is just the beginning. I cannot say that they are totally, understand or fulfilled the task here. Thank you, Professor.
I also noticed that you want to, you try to make a distinction between transform and change. You said transform is something that is the change for the better.
Yes.
And you analyze this word. You said it's the form change because trans, the form. So if we trans the form rather than the quality, how do you know that it will change for the better?
Oh, well, actually, this is the explanation, the literal meaning. I mean, I look it up in a dictionary. So I suppose that with the literal meaning, we can imply the author's point of view.
So by changing the form, we will change the quality. Is it something you want to mean?
I explained that this word is combined. Okay, all right, yeah. I think if you change the form of something, that means you are making it totally different. So I just want to tell my students that you are making it, you are making a change that is different, completely different.
It's different.
Completely different.
Completely different. It's just
completely different.
Okay.
Totally different.
All right. 40 years have changed China from the original one to a very different one.
In my defense, Professor, because the original sentence goes like, China's rise has transformed the global economy. Global economy.
So the global economy was changed because of China's
rise,
initiation of its opening up policy.
Because of the contributions made by China, made by Chinese people, and also with the rise of China.
But our government uses reform, the word reform rather than transform.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
Now, what is the difference between reform and transform?
I think reform is more about to change something.
Okay.
Right. Reform is a kind of a system or policy Right. It's kind of
Okay.
policy.
All right.
Uh-huh.
It is something for us to ponder over, okay?
Okay, thank you, Professor.
In the
Uh-huh,
next
yeah.
few days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, contestant 25. Now the final score for contestant number 24 is 85.06. Congratulations. Now let's welcome contestant number 26, please.
Okay, so let's start. Distinguished judges, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I'm honored to be here to present to you a text entitled China Rejuvenated with you this afternoon. And in this demo lesson, I would like to first share with you my teaching design from 4 aspects. It is my students, my learner analysis, teaching objectives, teaching model, and my teaching procedures. So first, my target students are second-year non-English majors. They are able to express themselves in English, but some may lack critical thinking. They are motivated to learn, but some may show a kind of insufficient in-class engagement. And they are very young, so they love to explore new things, but some may need improvement in their cognitive competence. So to solve students' problems, 3 layers of teaching objectives are set. On the knowledge level, students are expected to expand their vocabulary stock and to understand the theme and the writing technique right here in this unit. On the competence level, students are expected to develop their reading and writing strategies integrated with their speaking and listening ability, and we will also cultivate among them intercultural awareness and critical thinking. And on the moral level, students are expected to comprehend the significance of the reform and opening up, and also foster among them a community, a vision of a community of shared future for mankind. So right now, I would like to share with you my teaching model as we expected a full development of the students, or we say whole person education. Multiple tasks will be implemented to train students integrated language skills to improve their cross-cultural competence via online and offline channels. So this sticker model actually created by our department and also used for many years by the teachers, and we have actually yielded fruitful results. So the unit will be actually set into 3 modules. In each module, we will have pre-class part, in-class part, and after-class part. The pre-class part is used to activate the students' desire to learn by giving students online tasks like videos and text for them to preview. And the second part, in-class part, is to enable the students to use the language very actively. And the last part, after-class part, is to enhance their language ability. So let's look at the things we are going to do today. Today we will just focus on a global reading of text A to explore the theme, and also we will talk about just one writing technique. And the students actually actually the assessment will be done in 3 ways. First, it will be given by the teacher, and also we will have peer assessment and also their self-assessment. in phase 2 and 3. So actually, this is a demo, so as time is limited, we have already done the preview part through online learning, so we will just focus on the in-class part. My dear student, good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to share with you some pictures. That is the year when I was born in 1978. So what we see here is a place called Lannidu without any high buildings. Would you like to make a guess of the time in that picture? So what's the rough time? It would be? Like without any modern skyscrapers, it would be. So could you share with me the time? 1980s, right? Without any very high modern buildings. And you can see the Oriental Pearl Tower right there. It might be in the year, so could you make a guess? It might be like 1990s, that's right, thank you. So actually, those are the years when I grew up, and I think everybody sitting here should be one post 00s, and you witnessed so many miracles. And after that, I would like you to make a guess of the time in this picture. Do you know the time when Shanghai Expo was held? World Expo was held? 2010s, that's right. So that's 2010s. And then you can see Pudong develops into a place we all see right here. So these are the years when you grew up, from 1978 to the year 2023. Actually, 45 years is a period very special in the history of China. We see witness one after another. So this is a period when China is always growing, and we call it the rejuvenation of our country. So 45 years, Shanghai is just a showcase of all these places with great miracles. And I would like you to know this actually happens with a great name, Deng Xiaoping. Would you like to take a look at your overview and tell me what happened that year, the overview part? So you can see for the
reforms set in motion.
Yes, for the reform set in motion that year, it means the reform started that year and was to transform China, and with it the whole world. So this means China is changing after that. And what kind of approach Deng used? Could you just share with us? It is
for a practical approach.
Yes, that's a practical approach, you can see. He told us a very practical approach to actually, can you sum up this approach? It is...
It doesn't matter if a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice.
Do you know it in Chinese?
不管黑猫白猫抓住老鼠就是好猫。
Thank you, that's right. So actually, let's date back to that time to see how our economy is running under a new policy. You can see we will date back to the time when the policy was launched. And we will also look at Martin's remark on the reform period. And we will also, share his view about our CPC party. So let's share this video.
On December 18, 1978, the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee convened in Beijing. The meeting decided that the party and the country should shift their focus to socialist modernization and concentrate on the strategic decision to reform and open up.
Firstly, I mean, if you look back at it now, what does the reform period say to me? It says, this is the most dynamic, extraordinary transformation in human history. What more could you say about any historical period economically than that? But I think that is the truth. And the other thing when I look back on it now, I think what an interesting shift Deng Xiaoping made in 1978 to the idea of socialism. And this is one of the things I really like about the Chinese Communist Party. It didn't get stuck.
So can you tell me the policy that is to reform and open up? That's right, and open up. And the key to the second question, have you got it? No? So could you tell me? Yes, the most extraordinary and dynamic trend. Yes, thank you. That's transformation in human history. And you can also see the last one he said about his view about CPC is it didn't
get stuck.
That's right. It didn't stuck. So we are going to read this text about this sleeping giant. It is awakened and flourishing. The article is written by Andrew Moody. I would like you to share with me what did he record in the first paragraph. He recorded Can you read the first paragraph to tell me what did he record? Yes, he recorded a discussion. At what time? It was the 1970s. That's right. So what did they talk about at that time?
The rise of China.
Yes, they talked about the rise of China. Actually, this was prompted by Deng's one article after Deng launched his policy. So I have a question. If you were a student at that time, in that discussion, what do you think about this policy? Do you think the rise of China will be possible or not possible? So could you share with me? If you were there, will that be possible?
Maybe not very believe or...
Yes, you don't want to believe it. So because this sounds very impossible after we just ended the Cultural Revolution. So can you help me read the first sentence?
Could it be that this country of then about 1 billion people, the slumbering giant of Napoleon's famous phrase was to awaken at last?
So this is actually a question to doubt the rise of China. And you can see the word actually has waited so long for its re-emergency. It was never actually going to happen. Right here we see double negative. So this gives us a very strong feeling. You can see this policy will not work according to the writer's understanding at that time. Now I would like you to look at the second piece of your handout and work with your peers to find out the keys quickly from paragraph 2, 3, 4, and 8. Pay special attention to the numbers. Okay, as time is limited, so when the reform and opening up was launched, actually China was in an aftermath of Cultural Revolution, you can see. So at that time, actually Britain was also in a kind of winter of discontent. But they are doing much better than us, right? And I would like you to share with me the numbers. First, the annual per capita income at that time was... in Great Britain, that was $5,976 dollars, and the number in China was just 155. So you can see we are much lower than the number in Great Britain. And then in the 40 years, everything is changing very fast. And Britain is still taking the lead. But what happened? Yes, it's just 4 times greater. The overall economy is much smaller, you can see. And after that, China is doing much better, and we became the second largest world economy, and which turned out to be 5 times bigger. That's right. And actually, the UK vies for 5th place with France right now. So I would like you to tell me what has the rise of China transformed? According to paragraph 6, it transformed our global economy. That's right. It transformed our global economy. We see everything around here is made in China, and China is becoming the manufacturing workshop of the world, and also we transformed global supply chains. And according to paragraph 8, you can see China is becoming a new hub of economy and created
a huge amount of wealth in China itself.
Yes, it created a huge amount of wealth in China itself. And also we become the biggest retail market. So actually, we are doing much better than before. By comparing the very similar background at that time, the aftermath of Cultural Revolution, and Great Britain was in the winter of discontent. Then we can see the two countries follows a totally different route right there in 1978, in 40 years and right now. And this kind of writing technique is called comparison and contrast. It is a common method when we wanted to write some passage, right? So could you tell me the function of it? Why do we use comparison and contrast? Boy, can you have a try? Rod, yes?
To find the similarities and differences.
Yes, to find the similarities and the differences. For comparing, we usually emphasize on the similarities, but for contrasting, we usually emphasize on the differences. I will give you examples, like I think I'm still, although I'm a little old, I still believe I'm young and beautiful, but you look much younger and more beautiful than me. This is a comparison or contrast. This is a comparison, right? Because we emphasize the similarity. At the very beginning, you can see we emphasized the past and the present of Shanghai, totally two different things. So that one is called our contrast, that's right. So the function of comparison and contrast is to evoke our critical thinking and to help us understand better. Now let's look at the final conclusion of the writer. He wants us to know that right now we are at the, could you read me the last sentence? Yes, we're at the center stage, right? You can see from the very beginning, from a little spark, we bursted a mighty flame. We won the revolution, we won the battle, we founded the new country. And Deng Xiaoping tells us it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. And President Xi told us to build a human community with shared future. Could you tell me the last sentence in Chinese?
人类命运共同体。
共建人类命运共同体. Thank you, that's right. So what next, nationally and internationally? That's the big problem we are facing right now. So you can see President Xi, he reaffirmed, can you read me that sentence right there? President Xi
reaffirmed China's commitment to further reform and opening up.
That's right. So he wanted us to reaffirm the commitment to further reform and open up, and also to open new sectors of the economy to greater foreign investment. And actually, I think China is thinking globally and acting globally. We try to help the poor countries out of poverty, and we are cooperating with many other countries, as the article shows here. I would just show you a glimpse of it. So you can see, you can watch after class. And I have a question for your group discussion. What do you think we will do next? Maybe we can leave this question later in the coming part, right? And I think everybody is doing our best, and we try to think globally and acting locally. Actually, I think we needed to do our part, right? So I would like to share with you my assignment today. For the online part, you need to watch that video. I just showed you a little glimpse, and also we are going to read that article, China's contribution to the Africa power sector, and report your findings via recording. And also the assessment will be given online to assess your own performance and your peer performance. And the second part is to use the expressions we learned in this unit to write a piece of writing, my hometown, past and present, by using comparison and contrasting. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, contestant number 26. Do you think less than 200 words will be enough for turning out a piece of writing about my hometown, past and present? Just look at your slide.
Yes.
Do you think 160 to 200 words will be enough to write something about my hometown, past and present?
I just want my students to use the expressions we learned in this unit, and to write to contrast the past and the present. Just a very short passage, because this is for college students, not English majors. I think that's enough for non-English majors, but maybe for English majors, that's not long enough, right?
If you ask ChatGPT for turning out Shanghai past and present, it will certainly be more.
You can write a book, right? If you want, because many books are written every year.
Even by, you can limit your writing just to comparison and contrast.
Yeah.
But why do we have to set up the word limitation? Will there be a word limit for when students are asked to write an essay? Is it necessary? Or?
It's not necessary, but usually, we are training students for Band 4 and Band 6. That's the word limit for Band 4 and Band 6. So I usually requires my students
What do you think if I say at least 160 words?
That's a good idea.
Okay,
at least 160. You can write longer.
So you will certainly not punish your students if they write longer than 200 words?
Of course I will not. No, I will not.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you believe that China is now in the center of the world?
I think so. We are.
But why is the author China is moving to center stage?
China is the second largest world economy, and we are trying our best to influence.
So, we are on the road to center stage.
Yes, we are on the road, but I
think we
are
not there yet.
I think we are actually at the center stage together with the United States.
Okay, so
right
we
now, I
by
have the confidence.
United States.
I think we should have the confidence in our country, right?
Okay.
I think we are doing very well right now.
National product rather than per capita product. Okay, you set up the morality as one of your objectives.
Yes.
Right? Can you show us that slide?
That page?
Yeah,
okay, sure.
That slide.
At the very beginning?
Show us your criteria for moral development.
For moral development.
Yeah.
I just have the objective right there. And I wanted to actually...
Okay, yes.
This page, right?
Do you believe that comprehension would be enough?
First
You say, yeah, I understand, I comprehend the significance of the reform and opening up.
Actually, first, I think we should let students know the significance, and then students can build up more things in their future study with that as we further explore the text. So this lecture actually is the beginning of the whole unit. So we would just let students comprehend the significance.
You may think it over, how we decide whether our students are morally sound or morally healthy. Comprehension probably will not be enough, right?
Of course, comprehension is not enough. So you need, I don't know, actually it's very hard to...
Yeah, it's very difficult to quantify.
Yes, it's very difficult to quantify, that's right. But at least you can have the awareness among the students to let them know what we have done, right?
You cited paragraph 18. Can you show us your slide?
Paragraph 18. The bigger
paragraph
question.
18, yeah.
Okay.
The question.
I'm sorry, I just used the slide right there. It's 18.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
And you didn't talk about this.
I talk about...
you just read it.
Because time is limited. Actually, I want
But you
to...
talked a lot about some other paragraphs. You know,
yeah,
this is very important because the big question that follows the success of reform and opening up is what next?
Yeah. Actually, I was running out of time, so I just have...
I mean, are we happy just to be a manufacturer, the global manufacturing factory?
No, we are not satisfied.
The workshop for supplies?
No, we are not satisfied. I hope that
Are
one
we
day...
also not satisfied with made in China?
One day, I hope that we can see more things created in China and designed in China. That's better, much better.
Very good.
Okay.
Designed in China, right?
Created in China.
Assembled elsewhere.
Yes. Maybe assembled also in China. It doesn't matter, right? What's the cool point is designed and created in China.
Okay, finally, you cited paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8. Okay, I will show you that slide. Paragraph 8. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you cite this paragraph?
Actually, I would like to let students know that the rise of China transformed a lot of things, right? We actually we are becoming the new hub, the new center of global economy with great and a huge amount of wealth.
Okay, now China is moving, right? It's moving from what?
Yes, China is moving from actually being workshop to the biggest retail market.
So you left out B.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, do you want to include B?
Of course, it will be, I think. But I'm not sure right now this is the biggest retail market.
Okay.
From to being.
Yeah, one of your students pointed out the problem.
Thank you so much for helping me.
Our students can be our teachers.
That's right.
Yeah, I always learn from my
me.
students. So, this is a good class.
Yes, this is a
They
very
don't
good
buy
class.
so readily everything you put on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you for your class, contestant number 26. And the final score of contestant Number 25 is 86.40. Congratulations. Now let's take a break for 10 minutes. Welcome. Okay, welcome back. Now let's continue with our competition with contestant number 27. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my class. So today my presentation will be followed by two parts, class design and class demonstration. Now, please allow me to brief on my class design first. My target students are going to be non-English majors. They're sophomores whose English level is supposed to be around CET4. And today we're going to learn topic D, China Rejuvenated. All right, this is the teaching arrangement for the whole unit, and we're going to focus this block for today's class, in which we're going to do the theme introduction and the text deconstruction. All right, since China's rise has a social connection, so a very complex social connection, and including some politics, some economy, and something about history and geography. So the teaching approach I'm going to apply is CLIO, which means content plus language learning. Since CLIO is an umbrella term, I'm going to adopt a genre-based pedagogy, and meanwhile, scaffolding strategy will be used as well. All right, and then students' learning mode is supposed to be cooperative learning, peer learning, etc. Hopefully, students can balance the learning of language and content, and meanwhile, to develop their self-directed learning abilities. All right, for genre-based pedagogy, genre egg framework will be adopted. So I'll just help the students to try to analyze from each layer of this egg to help the students to do the text analysis, including the academic vocabularies, academic functions of the thematic patterns, and some genre problems and social connections with the topic. All right, and then teaching objectives are set by, based on the 4C framework, which namely means content, communication, cognition, and culture. So hopefully after this class, the students will achieve those objectives. And you will see that all the blue parts will be for today's objectives. And then language objectives will be set as well. So students are going to determine and learn concept words and some vocabularies, including some subject-specific academic words, and then to learn the language functions, such as compare and contrast. All right, again, the blue part will be for today. So the teaching focus will again fall into two parts, both from content level and language level. And teaching difficulty probably will be the cognitive demanding. So because there are so many abstract concepts in the reading, so help the students make sense of the meaning is one of the challenges. And to try to bridge the prior knowledge is another challenge. So during the process, I'm going to try to help to activate their prior knowledge and bridge with a previous class. And hopefully the students can borrow some other knowledge from the other subjects, all right? And some documentary videos are supposed to be watched before online, and 3 categories of the vocabularies are analyzed before the class. All right, and the assessment what we're going to adopt is summative assessment based on Bloom's taxonomy. Hopefully the students can achieve to balance the learning of the content and language and try to develop their higher order thinking skills. All right, and checklist of content plus language learning will be coming afterwards. All right, that's all for my class design. Let's come to the second part. Class demonstration. So are you ready, class? Good. Today we're going to learn text A. So I guess that you were just returning back to the campus, right? It's the new semester. How did you travel here? How did you travel here?
By air.
By air, good. Anybody took the high-speed train or Gaotie? Yeah, okay, all right. So I think that this is a good choice. You know that when I was studying at college, I had no any other options but to take this kind of train. It would take me 3 nights to get to my destination. And my mom would be super worried about my safety and couldn't sleep overnight. So I'm really envy you that you could take Gaotie, such an efficient and faster way to travel around. All right? Well, this is one of the changes I have noticed around me. It's your turn to share, and you're going to brainstorm some changes around you. Let's talk about payment, short-distance transportation, and shopping. All right, you have 20 seconds. Try to brainstorm something about. For short-distance transportation, like you can go from here to the football stadium's subway station, okay? All right, let's ask someone to share with us. How about payment? Let's have this gentleman, okay? Sorry, yeah.
Alipay.
Alipay, all right? Okay, Alipay is one of the payment modes. So before we use cash payment, right? Nowadays we use cashless payment, okay? And how about the other one, short distance traveling? For example, you go to the subway station from here, and then you probably would like to take a sharing bike, right? Share bike. And then shopping mode, I know the girls would like to shop. Can you share with us?
There are more shopping malls than before.
Yes, okay, before you shopped at malls, and then now you can shop at any time, anywhere, right? Okay, because of the e-commerce. Thank you so much. All right, so people are saying that these 4 are China's new great 4 inventions. No, regardless of their origin, I think that we brought them to the world level, all right? Okay, so China has such a great change because of China's rise. So today we're going to study more about this topic. Napoleon said that China is a sleeping giant, but this could be only used for the old days of China, right? Look at now, quite different scenario, okay? So we're gonna follow Andrew Moody to witness more changes happen in China, okay? All right, and also Andrew Moody was the correspondent at China Daily, and he got a lot of reports, had lots of contribution to China, and he attended lots of events. Finally, he was given China Friendship Award. All right, and this article was from this book, both written in English and Chinese, for the anniversary of the 40 years for celebration China's reform and opening up policy. Okay. The genre of this article is exposition, so you can see this kind of article anywhere you read the newspaper or cooking book. All right. In this article, the writer was trying to describe the event or explain the things of change. All right, and try to communicate with you. All right, so much for my introduction, and we're gonna talk more about this topic. And then the structure, I want you to do me a favor. So on your handouts of the textbook, please mark these 2 areas. All right. The first one, paragraph 3 to 6, as reading 1. Okay. Please do me this favor. All right. Okay. Yes. And paragraph 7 to 16 will be reading 2. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's move on to talk about the changes happening in 40 years. So you guys are going to read through paragraph 3 to 6 again, and then try to fill out the blanks, okay? And this chart shows the different changes in economy between China and UK in different times. All right, you've got 40 seconds. Here you go. All right. I saw some faster readers. Okay. So can someone share with us the first, the blanks in 40 years ago in 1978? How about you, please? Christina, right?
Yeah. It was $155.
Yes, correct. And how about UK 40 years ago?
It's $5,976.
That's right. Okay, thank you very much. And 40 years later, let's try to ask this gentleman 7. Could you please? Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, I already gave you this answer, and you can continue about UK.
UK is maintain its lead in terms.
Correct. Managed to maintain its lead, right?
Yes.
And then?
Much smaller.
Yes, thank you very much. And then China has transformed the global economy, and UK now vies for the 5th, which means competes for the 5th place with France. Okay, so the writer used compare and contrast to try to compose the differences between these two countries. One small thing I want you to notice, I know that it will be easy for you, how the writer used the comparatives and multiples. Okay? All right, let's move on to go back to the text. Focus on paragraph 3 to 6 again. All right, let's see that I just noticed that some of the students underlined some of the words, like those kind of words, all right? So those kind of words are words of change. And then we have some other words, political terms and economic terms. So from the word level, you will notice the feature of compare and contrast in economy, happen in economy in different political background. All right, the writer gave us 3 stages of differences. So can you work on that? 3 stages, 3 differences. Can you work on that? Okay, Leia, can you please? What's the first difference?
The first difference is the annual per capita income of the average between Britain and China.
Good, thank you. So the first difference is per capita income, and then the second difference is overall economy, and the last one is influences. All right, let's move on. So the writer used compare and contrast, mainly deals with contrast, the differences, and then we can see that he adopted point-by-point compare and contrast, in which he illustrated 3 points and then tried to achieve his purpose in his writing. Okay? I hope that this pattern will be used in your future writing. All right, let's move on to part 2, reading 2. Let's join with Andrew Moody's personal involvement with China. Okay? Are you ready? Okay. So this part was written in Times Order. And I think that this timeline will probably help you to understand better. Well, I want you to take a quick look about these paragraphs. You may notice a lot of places in time, right? Let's put all of them together on this timeline. Okay. Now, please bring out this handout. Okay. All right. Well, after your reading, you're supposed to fill out some information over here. And then you are going to tell us the changes exactly. I'm going to give you an example here. Look at the first stop, a DIY store in UK at turn of the century. So because the writer saved £15 and he was super happy about that, and he began to notice the rise of China. Okay? All right, so I'm going to leave the rest ones for you. You've got 1 minute to do that and check it out. So you're going to do exactly the reading from paragraph 13 to 16, and you can locate the answers very well. find the right place at the right time. Can you find the answer? 13 to Hong Kong. Okay. So Jade, you found the answer for Hong Kong? Can you please use the microphone? Okay.
The author was interested in banking and the financial sector was to be affected by its return to China.
That's right. And he
first began reporting on China-related issues a series of assignments to Hong Kong Special Administrative Region in 1990s.
All right, thank you very much. Exactly, that's the time when he noticed, when he began his reporting on China-related issues. All right, let's move on. Pudong Shanghai. Anybody? Daisy, could you please?
Its appearance when reform and opening up really accelerate after.
Okay, actually he learned from his colleagues' conversation.
Being transferred overnight from farmland into something resembling Manhattan.
Exactly, thank you so much. All right, so Pudong was turned from the farmland overnight to something like Manhattan, right? And then he continued his trip to Shenzhen and Guangzhou, which is also Deng's tour in 1992, and he found that became a hive of activity. And finally, after 2008, he permanently lived there in Beijing and began his career for China Daily. All right, okay, so far we have covered 2 parts, right? Reading 1 and reading 2. Reading 1 is about the historical recount, and reading 2 is about personal involvement with China. So let's have a short recap, okay? We're gonna use this fishbone diagram. So in this fishbone diagram, we always put the effect here in the fish head. Okay? Since China's development in economy can be explained from different areas. So we're going to say that this is the root reason. And on each branch, you're going to see different factors, okay? Different factors of this fishbone diagram will be explained. All right, let's just use this fishbone diagram to sort out all the information we have learned. All right, so far we can see that the writer covered a lot of information in economy like manufacturing, retailing, consuming, urban construction, and dealing with financial crisis. Those information could be seen from the following paragraphs. I hope that you can use this information to fill out all the specific information, all right? Okay? All right, and then in paragraph 10, the writer said all this stems directly or indirectly from 1978. So we'll say the root reason is reform and opening up policy, okay? All right. So change in our ideology is difficult. We'll have another guest coming to us. His name is Eric Nielsen, who is also a correspondent at China Daily, and he will tell us more.
My name is Eric Nielsen, and I came to China from the US 12 years ago. During my years exploring the country, I've been impressed by people's creativity, especially when it comes to smartphones.
Okay, he got a lot of experiences in China, but he said that he began to believe in China after...
You know, after everything I'd seen in Wenchuan, I wanted to see how the world could get better all of the time. And I do believe that the world is getting better. And I mean, how horrible it was and how much better it became. It was absolutely incredible, and that was the time where I started really believing in China.
Okay, so changing ideology needs time. They need facts and need time. And Martin Jacks also commented.
Could have imagined 40 years later where China would be. one of the most extraordinary events in human history. Extraordinary transformation.
Okay, so this is something I want you really to think about after the class. All right, so many friends are joining to share the story of China, and there are more friends probably you're really familiar with that, right? Okay. And then before you go, I just want you to get prepared for the next class. We'll just go quickly. I'm just going to quickly introduce something that we're going to do for the next class. Something from the other aspects for China's rise. All right, and then we're going to talk about it for the next class.
Time is up.
Thank you. And the assignment will be given to you afterwards. Thank you very much.
Okay, you are pressed for time. You didn't have enough time to finish.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
But your PowerPoint is very good.
Thank you so much.
Next to the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It is very powerful, and it has a point.
Thanks.
But tell me, who did this?
Me by myself.
You did it all by yourself?
Yes.
Wonderful.
So you can see that a lot of information being collected here,
Okay.
and I'm sorry for the time.
Can I borrow you for my design of PowerPoint in the future?
Of course.
Okay.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you for that.
You used the genre-based pedagogy.
Yes, that's right.
And also the 4C model.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't see that very clearly. Can you justify
All right.
yourself
Yeah, okay.
by restating the power of this genre-based pedagogy and also the 4C model?
Mm-hmm, okay. For genre-based pedagogy, actually, I just mentioned that I'm going to adopt a genre act. So in this genre act, each layer of the linguistic learning will be mentioned from the bottom
Okay,
up.
don't talk about the face value.
Face value.
Don't talk about the face value.
Okay.
Connect your pedagogy with your demo.
All right. Okay, I got your points. Thank you. Actually, for academic learning, for example, academic vocabulary, like 3 categories of the vocabularies will be given to the students for the previous class, including specific academic, specific academic vocabulary and the general academic vocabulary and signal words, such as signal words of change. All right, for academic function, like thematic patterns, we're going to focus on compare and contrast. And then the analysis of the text, that we're going to use the genre to tell the students that it's a piece of exposition and the social connection with the other subjects.
Okay. What about the 4 C's?
Yeah.
Do they carry more or less the same weight?
Mm-hmm. 4 C's is actually a kind of criteria for setting up the objectives. So I think that 4C will be mainly from the content level. And then you'll see that there is something about language level. So 4C refers to cognition, content, and communication, etc. But we're running out of time. What if we have plenty of time, then students probably will have some output like communication on the rise of China. They can talk about the topics by using the words. Okay, and then cognition, they can understand the abstract.
Do you have a culture in your 4 C's?
Yeah, we included the culture in the 4 C's, but for this class, it was not covered. So for the whole unit, we covered.
Okay, of all the 4 C's, what is the most important C?
What is the most important C? I think
I would say the central note.
That is really
the central C.
The central C, it's really a difficult question, but it's really a good question. Well, for linguistic learning, I think content is the most important thing. But for some other aspects of what if you're saying something about like your cognition, probably cognition is the most important. So we cannot just say which one is the most important or the central C.
If content is most important, it is a content-based approach. Well, we have this approach.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you for your question.
How do you like the seating arrangement for your purpose?
Actually, I think that was okay, but for some of the group activities will be kind of limited. So probably if students can sit in a group in a circle, and then it will be better for us to communicate, and especially some of the reading tasks involve students' activities like talking to each other, sharing with the reflections. So sitting in a circle will be best.
So did you do this in your own classroom?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, usually in my class. In my class, I have 6 big tables in my classroom. My students usually were arranged to sit like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your class, contestant number 27. And now the final score of contestant number 26 is 85.75. Congratulations. Now let's welcome contestant number 28. Welcome.
Honorable judges, my fellow English teachers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm contestant number 28. Today I'll be introducing Unit 6, China Rejuvenated. And let me brief on you the overview of today's demo class. First, my target students. They are second-year non-English majors who were born in early 2000s. So they are considered as the beneficiaries of China's reform and opening up. However, they may be unfamiliar with China's development path. So based on the features of my students and my understanding of the whole unit, I've designed the following hierarchy of the teaching objectives. The preliminary level is knowledge. I'm going to familiarize my students to understand the text contextually and linguistically, and also to familiarize them with China's rejuvenation process. And based on the knowledge, I'm going to train my students' skill to acquire and also to apply expressions about the theme China Rejuvenated, and also their facilitate using comparison and contrast, as well as illustrating opinions with compelling evidence. And after that, on the top of the hierarchy is the awareness level. I'm going to enhance my students' national pride as a member of Chinese and global citizens. So I will be generally following TELS model proposed by Professor Zhou to combine language input together with output together to engage my students to actively analyzing the writing techniques and also the organization of contrast in this text. I will be flexible in giving my comments as students are allowed for creative use of language. For this unit, I will start with text A today because I believe it offers a macroscopic landscape about China's development, while text B focuses on a central point, that is Shenzhen's development. For this text, before students come to the class, they're going to have to finish a preview to explore expressions with Chinese characteristics and also think about what convenience are we enjoying in China. I'm about to spend about 90 minutes in in-class discussions for the language and also contents. And today's demo class will be the first session. And after that, they have to finish an online assignment in the form of writing. Now, let's get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my class. Today we're going to read a passage entitled Sleeping Giant Awake from and Flourishing. But it's important for us to have a clear goal before everything starts, right? So first let me familiarize you with the learning objectives. To knowledge, you're going to familiarize yourselves with the milestones in China's rise. And based on the knowledge, you're going to train your skill to apply the two methods of organizing contrast and also illustrate your opinion with supporting evidence. And on the top of the hierarchy, you're going to enhance national pride and also to raise the awareness with a community for a shared future. To achieve these learning objectives, I've designed the following procedures. So now, are you ready to start our journey today? Hello everyone. I'd like to start today's class by introducing a question. Well, have you ever been to an English salon in your university? Nodding or shaking? Have you? Well, maybe not. But did you have fun during the process? And some of the students do. Well, you can see from the picture, this is me standing on the stage when I organized a new session of English salon in my university. And I invited international students and also foreign teachers to join in with us to have a discussion about our life in China. And during the discussion, a boy named Miguel said,
things are starting to be created in China. Like, there's so much invention. Do you think everything is made in China, but actually it's being created in China now?
Made in China to created in China? That's interesting. And another girl named Lisa told me that
with WeChat in China, you can do anything. You're cashless basically all the time. You can just go around with your phone and you're good to go.
So what does the word cashless mean? What do you think?
Purchase something without cash.
Very good. So the suffix of less means without. So look at this. What is it? It's a purse. Yes, very good. I actually carry it every time when I was out with my friend. And I have to go through all the troubles of giving and receiving changes. But do you still use this nowadays? Yes or no? No. Why? Because we're enjoying the convenience of a cashless society. So we use WeChat payment or Alipay nowadays. But my question for you is, what other convenience do we also enjoy in today's China? What do you think, Laya?
I think another convenient thing for us is shared mailbag.
Yeah, it's shared mailbag, so the transportation can be more convenient.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That's a new perspective. But this is a discussion between you and me, Chinese people. What about probing into this question from the foreign perspective? So today we're going to read an expository essay written by Andrew Moody, an English journalist. And this will bring us to the second task today, that is selective reading. From the digital learning platform, we've already agreed that the structure of the passage can be divided into 3 parts. And today's focus will be the second part. And could you please tell me, from which paragraph can we divide the body part into the following 2 parts? First, what China has achieved in the rising process. Second, how China rewoke from its slumber. So how China rewoke from its slumbering to flourishing. How did the author answer this question? Think about this. From which paragraph? Well, let me draw your attention to the first sentence in paragraph 10. Could you please read this for us?
In all this stems directly or indirectly from 1978.
Very good. And what is the meaning of the phrase stem from? Stem from something.
Stem from.
Maybe it's like...
And
is cause or from something.
Very good. It indicates a cause and effect relations, right? The formal part is the demonstration of achievements, and the latter part explains the reasons. So as we were talking about the achievements China have made, one of the biggest achievements made by China, mentioned by the author, is in poverty alleviation in paragraph 5. So what draws your first attention when you read this sentence? What first draws your attention, Jade?
The biggest number.
Okay, the biggest number is?
Shortest time.
Very good. The biggest number in the shortest time, and the exact number is?
800 million people.
Very good. 800 million people. And in most cases, we tend to notice the figures in a long sentence. However, merely presenting a statistic is not enough. So we interpret the statistic by saying it's the biggest number in the shortest time. And when we talk about this number, during my research, I find another impressive figure that is 832. What does it represent? You see, by galvanizing the entire nation's effort, China has achieved the biggest battle against poverty. 832 impoverished counties have been lifted out of poverty, transformed from those shabby houses in remote areas to those hospitable and comfortable ones, making contribution not only to China's poverty alleviation and also to the global cause of poverty reduction. But the story can be different back in 1978. So this is a chart describing annual per capita income of China and the UK in 1978. Who would like to take the challenge to describe this graph for us? Christina, would you? Could you please try to describe?
It's about $155 in China that made a new per capita income, but compared to UK, it's about $5,976.
I see you did a good job in presenting the numbers. Now let's see, how does the author describe it? The author said, the first topic of the graph is the annual per capita income, and then he offers the exact numbers like Christina did. And does he stop here? No. He continues to interpret the statistic by saying it's nearly 40 times bigger than that of China. So by doing this, the author makes clearer for us to understand the huge contrast between China and the UK, right? But what happened 40 years later? If we look at the same indicator in 2018, we will see the gap has shrunk. As the author said, UK has maintained its lead in terms of its GDP per capita income, but it's now only 4 times greater instead of 40 times in the past, right? So the gap shrank. And he also said, the overall economy is becoming much smaller. Why does the author reach such a conclusion? You will find the answer in the next paragraph. Okay, let's see. When we look at the GDP of China and the UK in 2018, we will find the situation has totally changed. And you see here, the author said, China has advanced to being the second largest economy. Instead of maintaining, China has moved forward. And also, it's almost 5 times bigger than that of UK. So the situation is thoroughly different. So looking back, what is the author doing here in the 3 paragraphs? He is trying to show us the huge change happened in China, right? But how? How does he achieve that? He is using an important writing technique that is organizing contrast. Yes. And how does he do that? Let's have a quick recap. In paragraph 3, the author discussed the two subjects, China and UK, at the same time, and then moves on to its point. And then by using this kind of method, we call it point-by-point method. And in paragraph 4 and 5, the author discussed all these points concerning subject A, UK, for example, development momentum and incremental speed, overall economy, and then moves on to another subject. So by using this, it's called subject by subject method. Now we've already known the structure. It's time for us to accumulate some useful expressions. So you're going to work in pairs and find out some expressions used by the author to show the huge contrast between UK and China. Okay? Let's compete. Who can find the more, the quicker, okay? What do you find? Maybe paragraph 4? We have what? Yes, what? Yes, good. Daisy, would you like to share your answer with us?
The annual per capita income of average Britain was 5,1976, nearly 40 times than of the 115.5 in China.
Okay, good. I like your pronunciation. You mentioned an important point, that is using comparative structures, right? As you see in paragraph 4 and 5, there are many comparative structures used by the author and also the word but. So here are some expressions for you to write, to use in your writing, okay? These are all for your reference. Now, we've already got a glimpse into the huge contrast happened in China. You must want to know the reasons behind it. What contributed to this huge changes, right? Then let's dig it out to find out other writing techniques used by the author. So could you please tell me what happened in 1978? 1978, there is an important policy that is called, let's say it aloud together, that is reform and opening up. Good. And in 1990s, a region returned to China. That is, a region returns to China. So it's, let's say it aloud together, it's Hong Kong's returning to China. Good. And then in 1992, Deng Xiaoping paid southern tour to, yes, the famous city of Shanghai, right? Shanghai, good. And then this accelerated the development of Pudong, good. And in 1997, the author paid his visits to two cities, that is Shenzhen and Guangzhou, good. If we connect the dots together, we will see a rising arrow of China's development path. And how did the author connect them together? That is by using chronological order, okay? So next, during the process of development, we see a great city that is Shenzhen's development, famous for its industry of manufacturing, when it comes to China as the 世界工厂. But how will you translate 世界工厂? Let me assume the first thinking pops up in your mind may be world factory. Well, I will give you 20 seconds to find out translation of the author. What does he use? In paragraph 6, he said paragraph 6 is manufacturing workshop. Good. So why doesn't he use manufacturing instead. Let's contrast the two words together. For factory, it appreciates consistency and also its relevance to mass producers, producing the copies of the same thing. However, for workshop, it is pertinent to customization and also artistry as well as form fit rather than one size fits all. So you see, during the process, I use one of the patterns we learned today, subject by subject pattern. First, I finish the discussion of factory and then moves on to workshop, okay? So during the process of China, as the video of Miguel has mentioned, China has embarked on its journey to transform things made in China to things created in China. And during the process, a key element is the technological development. So let's summarize what we've learned today about China's rise. So we've talked about China's contribution in poverty alleviation, when we talk about the method of using statistics, and also reform and opening up when we talk about the method of using examples. And also China's technological advancement when we talk about the writing skill of using comparison and contrast. So these are all contributors to China's rise. But let us know, it cannot happen without each and every student on this planet, including you. So you're going to answer this question today about your responsibility, how to help China to achieve its goal.
Sorry to stop
Thank you
you.
very much.
Time is up.
Okay, contestant number 28, you have a very pleasant voice.
Thank you.
And nice rhythm.
Thank you.
But you said, let's summarize what we have learned.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be so sure that you talked so much and we have learned rather than I have talked?
Well, thank you for your question. And during the process, my aim is to guide my students to think about the factors that contribute to China's rising process. So I try to engage my students in thinking about those elements.
Were they engaged?
I think I might have to polish and improve my skills to engage my students more in the classroom discussion by asking better questions.
When I say I want to change your statement into, let's summarize what I taught rather than what we have learned.
Mm-hmm. I understand your concern. That is to design more interaction during my teaching process.
Because one of the objectives or one of the principles that you established for yourself for this demo or for the design is comprehensible output.
Yes.
Can you show us that
okay.
slide?
Okay. Let me turn back.
At the very beginning, I believe.
Yes. Here.
Okay. Comprehensible output. Mm-hmm. On the part of the students, right?
Yes.
How do you make an assessment of the students' performance today? Did they yield and produce comprehensible output?
Thank you very much for your question. I believe I try to make my students to produce some comprehensible output by 3 ways. Mm-hmm. First, preparation. The students come to the class, they have to finish a preview on the digital learning platform. So this is one way I try to engage them to think about some comprehensible output in the ending part. And the second way is to provide some scaffolding. So during the process, I try to lead my students to think about some important milestone issues that will serve as the foundation for the output part. And the third way is the interaction. The interaction includes the interaction between the students and the teachers, and also the pair work and the group discussion. So during the 3 ways, I try to make my students to make better comprehensible output.
So this output is actually the preparation rather than producing the kind of language that you are expected. You expect them to produce.
I think preparation is just one way for the students to achieve comprehensible output.
Decades ago, Stephen Krashen proposed the input hypothesis.
Yes.
By saying the key to the success of language acquisition is the use of comprehensible input, that is I+1.
Yes, yes.
Okay, you proposed the comprehensible output. Is there any kind of connection between the input on the part of the resources, the text and the teachers, and also the students, and the output, mostly the efforts of the students?
Thank you very much for your question. And I was reminded by your resourcing of the materials. So actually the Talos model I'm using today is based on the rationale of input hypothesis and output hypothesis. So during the design of my demo class today, students can use first the 2 ways of comparison and contrast in their writing, and second, the 3 ways to support their opinions by using statistics, examples. So these actually echoed with what they are learning today. They are going to use this technique in finishing the task today. Thank you very much.
Yes. You also separate, content from language, language from content.
I don't think so, because during the process of teaching, I actually introduced to them some important language points.
One of your slides showed that you want your students to learn content and language points.
Well, let me show you. First, I asked my students to describe the graph before I offer the description of the author.
Because your slides are not numbered, so I do not remember exactly which slide. But you stated very clearly content and then language points.
I think the 2 things are intertwined together. During the process, I'm teaching my students about the contents. And actually, this is a process of inputting the language points as well. I don't think this is a separate thing. This will be intertwined during the whole teaching process.
Okay, so by teaching our students the individual words, phrases, the structure, rhetorical devices, and we'll remind them that the meaning and the concept and also ideas, viewpoints are important.
Yes.
So conceptualize and then produce.
Yes.
Did you do that today?
I think I'm aiming to do that.
Okay.
And in the
You're
design,
trying to do that, but
yes,
you
I'm
failed.
trying to do that.
Did you fail? Or did you succeed?
I don't think this is a failure, because I've tried my best to achieve that. Okay. But there is some space for improvement.
Okay. Do you believe your best is best enough?
I think I've tried my best today to do my own best.
Okay.
I don't want to try to compare with others.
If you have the second chance, would you do the same thing, the same way?
If given a second chance, I'm sure that I will finish better and more wonderfully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you all.
Thank you, contestant number 28. And now let's take a look at the final score of contestant number 27, and that is 87.59. Congratulations. Now let's welcome contestant number 29, please.
Okay, good afternoon. ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished judges, finally to see you. Okay, so here is my teaching design. It will divide into 6 parts. Okay, now let's come to the first part, target students. Okay, my students are non-English sophomores. They have easy access to online resources and cooperative with the teachers, and familiar with Chinese history. Therefore, I will adopt the POA as my teaching philosophy, which I will give them pre-class tasks. I'll show them later. And also, on the other hand, students master the basic information and collection processing skills, but have problems in understanding the difficult sentences and expressions. Therefore, I will adopt the following teaching methods to erode their interests. Okay. Next part will be my teaching objectives. After learning this unit, students will be expected to learn relevant expressions about China rejuvenated and also the rise of China, and to write a comparison and contrast essay to develop critical thinking ability, also to enhance the sense of national pride and responsibilities. Okay, so those are the important points and the difficult points of this unit. Okay, now let's come to next part, my teaching materials. So all the teaching materials I selected here are based on the content of China's rise. And the moral education of this unit will be thanks to the China's reform and opening up, China has made incredible achievements and have greatly influenced the world, which also leads to the culture value objective I just mentioned above. Okay? Now next part will be my teaching procedure. In the pre-class test session, okay, I will give students pre-class tasks. Okay. Here are some examples of their work. We can see in 1992, Deng Xiaoping Southern Tour, and also 1978, China's reform and opening up. Okay, let's back to the teaching procedure. Okay, in class, there will be 5 different parts, from text aid reading to viewing and writing. And all the teaching activities will be guided by one production project, which is to help a foreigner to learn a Chinese song. And this project will actually go through the whole teaching procedure from the very beginning to the final assignment. Also based on the POA, the teaching procedure will be divided into the 3 parts, motivating, enabling, and assessment. So the final, today's demo class will be based on this part. And the final assessment of this unit is to see whether students can help Mike to understand this Chinese song, to know the history of China's reform and opening up, also to treat China's rise correctly. Okay, that's the end of my teaching design. Now let's come to my demo teaching, okay? Hello, my dear students. Nice to see you. Okay, first I want to introduce you a friend, Mike. Okay, Mike is a Chinese major student from the UK, and now he's currently learning a Chinese song, The Story of the Spring. So let we help them understand the stories behind the song, okay? Let's listen to this song together. You're very familiar with, right? Well, actually, I believe everyone heard about this song before, right? Now let's come to the lyrics. The first lyric of this song. Why there is an old man painted a circle on the South China Sea. Okay, I will give you a clue. In 1978, in China, we adopted a policy called what? 1978? Yes, reform and opening up. Great. So actually, if Mike wants to know the reform and opening up story, you have to know what happened in China in 1978, right? Now let's come to the text A, sleeping giant, awake and flourishing. Okay, here comes to reading task 1. Please read paragraph 3 and answer questions. In 1978, what are the differences between China and the UK? Okay, you have 30 seconds. You should pay attention to the numbers and also the per capita income of each country. Okay. Yeah, in paragraph 3. Yes.
The annual per capita income of the average Britain was 5,976, nearly 14 times that of 145 in China.
Then how about China? China's per capita income is what?
It's lower than the UK.
Yeah, China's per capita income was 155, while the UK's per capita income was 5,976, right? Okay, nearly 40 times. Then now we know the difference. So what happened after 40 years? I mean, is the gap between China and the UK still the same after 40 years? What will change after 40 years, okay? Now I will give you 30 seconds too to find out the differences between China and the UK after 40 years, okay? Okay, no, just paragraph 4 and 5. You can find your answer in paragraph 4 and paragraph 5, okay? Yes? You find it? Did you find it? Find the answer? Okay, good. Perfect. Then how about ask Lena? Yeah, you please. How about China first?
And the gap was smaller, and
yes, gap smaller. Good.
The UK is only 4 times greater than China.
Then how about China's economy now?
And China is advanced to being the world's second largest economy.
Wow, great. So China now has been the world's second largest economy, and also there is one point I think you're missing. So in the end of the paragraph 5. There have 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty too. And then how about UK? Yes.
In the UK, it's managed to maintain its lead in the terms of per capita income.
Yes, very good. Maintain the lead capita income, but only 4 times greater. And also the overall economy is much smaller. So now if we compare UK and China during the past 40 years, we will find that numbers changed, right? Such as in UK, in 1978, the per capita income of UK is 40 times larger than that of China. However, now it is only 4 times. On the contrast, China's overall economy is 5 times larger than that of UK. Well, so from the numbers changes, we can see what? China has made great changes, right, good. And actually, these great changes indicates what? The what of China? I will ask you to find a word. What kind of word do you think is correct or proper to be here? The what of China. Can you find it? Maybe I just mentioned in the before, the what? Ah, very good. No, rise. I heard somebody said rise. Yes, the rise of China. Good. So actually based on the core element here, the rise of China. Now I have reading task 2. Please read paragraph 6 to 9 and answer questions what changes has China's rise brought to the world, especially in the aspect of global economy. Okay? You have 1 minute. Off to go. So pay attention here. Each paragraph actually contains one change. So you need to find the topic sentence in each paragraph. Okay. Yes, great. That's it. Now how about paragraph 7? Good. Seems like you have already learned this. Paragraph 8 and 9, yes. I think should be this one, right? Okay. Okay, I think time is up. Then how about anyone who want to? How about Leah, please? What are the changes in paragraph 6?
China became the manufacturing workshop of the world. This transformed global supply chains with many major Western companies switching production to China.
I think there is another sentence in paragraph 6. China become the what?
A manufacturing workshop.
Yes. Very good. The manufacturing workshop of the world. And this transformed the global supply chains. And how about paragraph 7? Do you find it?
One of the effects, therefore, was to slow global inflation.
Very good. Slow global inflation. And how about paragraph 8?
China moving from being the workshop to being the biggest retail market in the world.
I don't think. I think it's a topic sentence.
China becoming the new hub of the global economy created a huge amount of wealth.
Very good. Becoming the new hub of the global economy. Okay, hub means center here. And also in paragraph 9, we can find the rise of the Chinese middle class. Okay, so you have thank you for your wonderful answers. And now we find all those changes. Then why China can make so many changes here? Why China can make so many changes here? Then let's come to the third reading task. Why China has been able to rise successfully? I mean, not other countries, not Vietnam, not India, but only China succeed. So what are the reasons? Can you find the fundamental reason here? The most important one. From paragraph 10 to 17, I will give you 1 minute. You just need to find the most important one, okay? You don't need to read every sentence. Just go through the text quickly. Okay. In paragraph 12, maybe. Okay. Paragraph 12. Did you find that? Yes, good. Okay, so how about you, Rod, please? What are the fundamental reasons here?
China's reform and opening up.
Good. Very good. China's reform and opening up, initiated in 1978, was one of the most important reasons or important events in the 20th century. Okay, thank you. Now let's come to the final reading task. Now, what's next for China's rise? Okay. Now this time I will divide you into 2 groups. And you 4 are going to read paragraph 18 to 20, okay? Paragraph 18 to 20. And you 4 are going to read paragraph 21 to 23, okay? Yes, you have 1.5 minutes. You are going to find something like the future challenges, and the future goals of China, yes? Future challenges, good. Future goals. And maybe also some important conferences. important conference? Okay. Good. I think these are only the details, right? No, the mirrors. Okay, can find some mirrors here. You find some mirrors here? Yeah, okay, thank you. So how about Christina? What did you find?
To further reform an opening at the ballroom.
Oh, yes, the ballroom, the ball forum. Yeah, good. Anything else? How about Leah? The banners? Okay.
President Xi announced a number of measures to open up new sectors of the economy to great foreign investment, including automobiles and insurance.
Yes, thank you. Very good. So the Xi Jinping's reform reaffirmed the policy. And how about the future challenges? Yes, you please.
And the future challenges is the opening up of China's capital markets and also making the Chinese yuan fully convertible.
Yes, very good. The future challenges. Okay, so now those are the future, the outlook of China's economy. And also, I have a personal question, a discussion question for you to think about too. As college students, what will you do for China's rise? Okay, and so what contributions do you want to make for the society? You can upload your answers in the discussion board on the 学习通 platform after class. Okay. Thank you. So now, after finishing this, let's make a summary, please. Okay. So we can see in reading task 1, we know the differences between the UK and the China, right? And also we come to the conclusion that great changes happened in China during the past 40 years. And also, here, we can come to the core element of the whole text, which is the rise of China, right? Okay. Now we continue find that from the reading task 2, we find out what changes that China has brought to the world, right? And also in reading task 3, we know why China has been able to rise successfully because of the policy, the reform, and the opening up. And also in the final task here, we know the next step of China's rise, also the outlook, or we can see the outlook of the Chinese economy, right? Okay, do you still remember Mike? Mike, the Chinese English, yeah, the Chinese major student, okay, because our assignment is about Mike here, okay? So now I want you to work in groups and to write a letter to Mike. In this letter, you can tell him more Chinese stories, not only the Chinese stories we learned today in the articles, but you can find more on the internet. And try to find as much as possible the Chinese stories which related to reform and opening up, and help him better understand the Chinese song, The Story of Spring, okay? So this is a task for you to finish after class. And that's all for my teaching today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, contestant number 28.
Okay.
I noticed that you used POA and task-based approach. And in your teaching, you divided the text into 4 parts.
Yes.
Just for reading, and you call each part as a task. So you have reading task 1,
yeah, it's reading,
and reading task 2, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So what is the definition of a task?
Well, I think a task is for student to finish, like a work a student need to finish. And then after finishing this task, it can achieve some kind of objectives.
Can I say this is just one task? Just the reading of
yes,
text A is not 4
You
tasks.
can say it actually is a one complete reading task because actually I only designed this for the reading part, for students fast reading to gain the information and also about the information, the knowledge about China's rise. And because I think this article has a clear logic here.
Yeah.
It divided into very clear logic of the 4
just,
parts. So if
4 different parts.
If I ask a student to do that, they will have a clear understanding about, wow, I know China's rise. I know the contents, I know the changes, I know the reasons, and I know the outlook of the future task. Then it will help students to better help Mike to know the song. Okay.
My puzzle is you divide one reading passage into 4 parts, and you consider these as 4 tasks, because you ask students to move from first several paragraphs to the next several paragraphs as a second task, and then to the final task.
Yes.
But there is no grading. There's no development.
Yeah, because I think this is only the first, the lead-in part of the global reading. And the reflection thinking question will be leave to the next part. And this part, it just asks a student to get the basic information of this task.
Yeah, but you also introduced POA.
Yes.
So where was POA in your demo just now?
I think the project, this is the input part of the POA. So in this part, students need to have enough input. Therefore, they can have the ability to have some production.
So the 4 tasks constitute what you call input part.
Yeah, input.
To enable the students, or to motivate the students, or to prepare the students for production?
I think it's a prepare students for production.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you ask several questions.
Yes.
And they answer.
Yes.
Do you believe you can make a claim that the students have achieved the objective of eventually producing something based on the text, rather than imitating what was stated in the text?
Well, I think this is only just one step of my teaching process. And this step, the reason or the objective of this step is ask a student to find information about the rise of China, to understand the story behind the rise of China. If they don't have the first step, there is no way for them to come second step.
So this is the first period, right?
Yeah, the first period.
It is the first period.
Yeah. The pre-class task has already been done by students, so this is the first period of the whole.
And he introduced a song, a very beautiful song.
Yeah. Okay. I think
the song or the story of the spring, or the song of the spring, it talked about an old man drew a circle somewhere. Okay. Why didn't you connect text B? This is where the circle was about.
Yes, I was going to connect text B, because the reason why I chose this song is because, well, actually I can let you to find the letter, the lyrics of this song.
Because text B was about the circle.
I think this song was perfect for this unit. Because you can see here, in the next lyrics, 神话般的崛起这座城, and those cities are actually refer to the special economic zone of Shenzhen and Guangzhou. So actually, if we continue to learn, I will ask a student to read text B, because text B refers to the development of Shenzhen. And also, I have a translation task. The translation task here the comprehensive exercise here refer to the development of Pudong, which is also the Shanghai Special Economic Zone. So if I go through this lyric of the song, I will connect every materials in this unit together. It's like a link to connect them together. So I think this is a very good song for me.
Sometime later you will
of course.
You will do text
And also there is another lyric here 1992年又是一个春天，有一位老人在中国南海边写下诗篇。So here refer to the 1992 the Deng Xiaoping's famous Southern tour. So which actually I can find the language materials in every lyric here. So in this
So
song.
you have a big plan.
Yes, I have a big plan.
But you
This
don't
is
have enough
only the
time.
first period of the, and this is only the first lyric in this song, and also I will put it in the first period of the class.
So you will press for time. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, contestant number 29. And the final score of contestant number 28 is 88.40. Congratulations. Now let's welcome our last contestant, contestant number 30. Please.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished judges and dear teachers. Okay, and thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting for me for such a long time. Okay, and but I will not talk about something new. I will still focus on the topic of China rejuvenated. Okay, and for my teaching, there are two parts here. The first one is about the teaching design, and the second part is about the demo class. For my teaching design, I will first talk about my students. They are non-English majors of the freshmen, and they ranked A in the placement test. That is to say, they have a comparatively better mastery of vocabulary, but their reading, writing, and speaking ability still need to be improved. And for my teaching objectives, there are also three objectives here. For the first one, it is the knowledge. And in this part, I expect my students can learn some related knowledge about economy or about the history, and also to use numbers to express gaps. And I also suppose these 2 points would be my difficult points in teaching, since the background information in this text will help the students better understand the meaning of the content of the text. And also, for the numbers, some cardinal numbers, ordinal numbers, and the expressions to express multiplication will be used. But it is easier for students to understand. Maybe it is difficult for them to use in real life. For the reading skills, it is to practice students' reading skill of skimming and scanning, and also to master a technique of comparison and contrast. For the last objective, it is a moral value. It is to stimulate students' patriotism, and realize their responsibility. Okay? And the third one is about the teaching procedures. For my teaching procedures, I will focus on 3 points. That is the steps, way of learning, and also the activities. For the first step, that is the before class part, it will be done online, and the students will do the autonomous learning. In this part, I would like to pick up some difficult words, proper names, or some information related beforehand to let the students check by themselves. And also, they can surf on the internet for some videos to learn about the great achievements China has made during the 40 years. Okay? And the second step is the in-class part. And in this part, it is, of course, the offline learning. Okay? And in the class, it is a teacher-guided learning. In this part, firstly, I would like to check the homework I have assigned before, and then focus on the reading part. In the reading part, firstly, do the lead-in. I will show them some pictures of the old things, always say the oldies, let the students to compare them with the things in our daily life to find out the change that happened. And for the global reading part, I will focus on the true or false questions, such kind of activities, for the students to understand the meaning of the difficult sentences or the long sentences, and also to have an understanding about the whole structure of the text. For the detailed part, I designed to do the table filling and learn the writing skills. And the last step is the after class, and it is also done offline, for students to reflect what they have learned in class through doing exercise and the writing practice. So all the procedures together will help the students to enhance their knowledge and then practice their skills and finally achieve the moral value. Okay, that's all for my teaching design. Let's come to the second part, that is the demo class. And my demo class will mainly focus on the detailed reading part. Okay? And last period, we have analyzed the text, and we know that the text is an expository essay, which included the introduction, body, and the conclusion part. And today, we will mainly focus on the body part. And to be exact, we will focus on paragraph 3 to paragraph 5. And when I do this part, I will start from reading, then to thinking, and then to writing. Correspondingly, we will do the activities about the table filling or the blank filling, and learn the writing skill, and finally, I will give you the assignments. Okay, so let's start from the table filling. Okay, now you can see a table here, and you need to fill in the blanks in the table. And before you do this exercise, I would like to remind you that when you do this kind of exercise, I hope you can use the reading skill of scanning. That is, try to just find the exact information you need. Okay? And maybe you can try to pay more attention to the words like the year or the number or the words with a capital letter. Then this will help you to find out the information you needed quickly. Okay? Okay, I will give you certain time to do this part. Okay, you can begin now. Just focus on paragraph 3 to paragraph 5. 3 to 5. Okay. And just fill the table, because we will mainly focus on this part today. Okay. Is it easy or difficult? Easy, okay. And did you finish? Almost? Almost, okay. Did you finish about that? Yes, okay. Okay, I would like to ask you, have you finished? Have you finished? You are so tired, I know that, right? Okay. Then I still want to ask you, have you finished? Yes, okay. Then I would like any volunteers to tell me the answer. And when you give me the answer, just read the whole sentence. Okay, just don't just give me the words, just give me the whole sentence. Okay, and volunteers? Okay, please.
In 1978, the annual per capita income of Great Britain was $5,976.
Yes. And continue, please.
In 40 years, the UK has managed...
No, the second blank. There is another blank here.
Which is 40 times.
Yes, okay, 40 times than that of China, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Okay, and now let's look at China. Look at China. And would you like to read the sentence here?
Yeah, in 1978, annual per capita income of the average Chinese was $155.
Yes. Yes, good. Excellent answer. Okay, next one. For this grade, okay, the sentence is here. It is comparatively long here. Okay, please give me the answer.
In 40 years, the UK has managed to maintain its lead in terms of per capita income, but now it's only 4 times greater, and its overall economy is much smaller.
And would you like to also finish the last one?
The UK now vies for 5th place with France.
Yes, vies for. Vies for. Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. And how about the last one? Okay, this boy, please. Okay.
Since then, China has advanced to being the world's second largest economy, almost 5 times bigger than that of the UK.
Yes, almost 5 times bigger. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers. Actually, you have done a very great job here. And just now, when you read these paragraphs, and also when you are filling the blanks, you will find that one characteristic of these paragraphs is that the writer used many numbers here, right? Okay, then have you ever thought about the function of the numbers used? Why the writer used many numbers? When we use numbers, we just want to make the statement more. If I just say Britain is much higher than China, or much better than China, then how big? Right? So the information would be more clear or exact, right? More exact. And when we learn the statement, we will find that it is more objective. Do you think so? It is more objective. Or we say, if you say something to me and you use numbers, then I think that what you say is much more persuasive or convincing, right? Okay, good one. Okay, and also through the numbers, we can say there are some cardinal numbers. There are some cardinal numbers here, and also a word times used to show the multiplication. And also the 5th one and the 2nd are the ordinal numbers, right? All these numbers can help us to understand a word. Or when you see the numbers, and when you see this table, UK and China, then what's your feeling? I want to ask you, what's your feeling? When you see the numbers and when you see UK in 1978 is much higher than China, right? And in China is just $155. Then what can you feel? And 40 years later, then we can see the change, right? Then what other feels do you have when you see such kind of change? Then what's your feeling? No feeling? You have no feeling? Okay. UK, the Britain is 40 times than Chinese, but 40 years later, then it is just 5 times than that of China. Then how can you feel? What can you feel? What's your feeling? Okay, the boy, I heard you say something. Okay, please.
Of my country.
I beg your pardon?
I'm proud of my country.
I'm very proud of my country. Yes, good. I also proud of my country too. Being a Chinese, I feel very proud. Why? We are very proud of my country. Yes, what a big leap did China make, right? And so great achievements China has made, right? And just use 40 years. Can you feel the greatness of our country? Now, yes? Okay. Then, since you have known that we are so proud of our country, then have you ever thought that why our country can make so much progress? Have you ever thought about that? Why? Just in 40 years. We know that for the Western countries, they use over hundreds of years to make great achievements, right? But for China, we just use 40 years. And we have become the 2nd largest economy in the world, right? Then why? Okay.
Because of the reform and opening up policy.
Yes, because the reform and opening up policy. And besides that, and during the whole reform and opening process, what other elements or what other factors can affect this? No? You don't know why we make so great achievements? Would you like to say something?
Our people's hardworking.
Yes, good. The hard work of our generations of people, right? Generations of people. And what's your idea?
Maybe the nation's confidence.
The confidence we have to our country, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, good. That's right. And do you want to say something?
Maybe the leaders' correct reform as well as people endeavor to construct our country.
Yes, good. Okay, and you just mentioned the hard work, just like the boy said that, right? And also you remember another thing, that is strong leadership, right, of the CPC, obviously the Communist Party of China, right? So I just want to offer you some reference to you. Maybe it is because the strong leadership of the Communist Party of China, and including we open up the socialist view, and we form the theoretical system, or we establish the system of socialism. And also, maybe do you think that there are some good policies? Some good policies are given, right? Okay, to activate the economy. Yes? And also, just like you say, that the hard work of generations of people. Yes? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers. And the third one, just now we know that China has been the second largest economy in the world. Then, in the future, do you think that China can still maintain its second place, or just can advance to be the first one? That is another question for you. And originally, I planned to do it in the ring class because there is no network. So if you want to answer this question, you can just put up your hands. If you think, yes, I think China can maintain, then please put up your hands. If you think, no, I don't think so, you have different opinions, then you just sit there. Do you understand my meaning? Do you understand my meaning? Yes? Just answer this question. Can China still maintain its economic status in the world? If you think so, then put up your hands. If no, just sit here. Yes? Okay, now, please tell me, yes or no? If you think yes, just put up your hands. If you think no, just put down your hands. Yes or no? Okay, thank you. Thank you for teachers, okay? Okay? You just, you didn't raise up your hand, right? You don't think so, right? No, you also think so. Then would you like to state your reason? Why you think China can still keep its place?
I think China can advance to be the first in the future.
Yes, not just keep second, but advance to be the first, right? You are so confident to our country, right? Yeah. Okay, why? Can you state the reason? Why do you think so?
Because I think our leadership is very correct, and our people are hardworking from generations to generations.
Yes.
I believe my country forever.
Yes, okay. That you mean that people are still making great efforts to make our countries move forward, right? Yes, good. Thank you. And how about you? How about you?
I think it will maintain its second place.
The reason?
Because our policies always have some change with the times past, so it will be sensible.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. And actually, from the year 2018 till now, 5 years have passed, right? And since the year 2018, we have made great achievements. But during the 5 years, we are still making great achievements. For example, the 5th generation network was put into practice, of 5G, right? And the Chang'e 5 was fired, right? And so we just didn't stop there and wait. We're just moving ahead and moving forward, right? So you are so confident to our country. Then, in the future, what can you do for our country? What can you do for our country? Okay, say something, please.
I think just to enhance our professional knowledges and skills,
yes.
And taking the advantage of media era, to spread our Chinese story to the world well?
Yes. Oh, yes, that's good. That in a way, nowadays we are college students, right? We still need to study. We need to study hard to equip us with knowledge and skills or ability, right? And in the future, we can do some jobs to contribute to our countries, right? So, in the future, let's work together to realize the Chinese dream and China's rejuvenation. Okay, and another important characteristic of these 3 paragraphs are the writing skill, that is comparison and contrast. Did you feel that? Yes, just put 2 things together and try to find how they are similar and how they are different. If they are similar, then it is use a way of comparison, and if it is contrast, then it just focus on the differences, right? Okay, and for how to write an essay like this, I would like to provide you a pattern here that is point-by-point pattern. And if you can just voice the answer with me together. Okay, and in this pattern, we need a topic sentence first to let the readers know what you are going to talk about. And second, we need to focus on the point and what are compared and contrasted. And for the subject, who are compared and constructed, right? Okay, for these 3 paragraphs, we know that the topic sentence should be China's economy have changed a lot in 40 years' time. And point 1 is the annual per capita income, and subject A is the UK and China. And for the second point, it is the same. Okay, actually, there is another pattern here that is a subject by subject pattern. Then I will assign it as a homework for you. And you can just use these 3 paragraphs to finish it as homework. And also a writing homework to find out the change, any change happened, maybe in cities, maybe in your hometown, and write your essay on the platform of WeLearn. Okay, thank you.
Contestant number 30. I think it's a delight to sit in your class. You are so involving and so engaging. But you said students were not engaged, they were not involved, and you gather they were tired.
Yes, yes, I think they are, because I'm the last one, so they have heard so...
No, they should be happy. Yeah. We are happy and sad at the same time.
I'm
you
glad
are the
to hear
last
that.
one, then we will have dinner. But you
yes,
are last
yes,
one,
yes.
we have nobody to actually to learn from and to make comments on.
Yes, okay, so thank you very much for your waiting. I think that I'm the last one, maybe you will see the hope to have a rest and the hope to have a dinner, right?
You are a very sympathetic teacher.
Thank you.
Well, let me take a look at your teaching procedure.
Okay. Put it quickly.
Okay, did you design this all by yourself?
By myself.
Yeah. Is this procedure designed particularly for this class?
Not for class. Actually, in our real class, we just done like this.
So it's a recipe for all. So you can use this for all classes.
For all classes, not for all classes, because students' level are different, I think. I just assume this teaching procedure just for the students in...
But this procedure does not tell us about the students' needs and the students' levels. It's before class, in class, and after class.
Yes,
autonomous learning, teacher-guided learning, and reflecting. Difficult words, related information, video, homework, and they check. Reading, global reading, detailed reading, and so on and so forth.
You mean that I didn't put the students' need on this page, right?
No, I mean, this one probably is not particularly designed for a particular class.
Yeah.
It is designed for all classes.
I understand.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I admit that.
And also about the charts. You said table, okay. I'm not sure whether these are tables. Filling the table or filling the charts.
Filling the table.
Yeah, can you show me these charts?
Not chart, I'm sorry. That
Okay.
is a mistake I find, but I can't.
No, it's not your mistake. You have to tell me whether it's table or it's a chart.
It is a table, actually.
You think it's a table?
For this part, okay. Okay, this part?
Yeah.
It is a table, not chart.
Okay.
So I have found the mistake chart here. Actually, it is not a chart.
I'm not sure whether it's a table, but it looks familiar to me. Did you design it yourself?
This one,
Yeah.
I used the exercise after this textbook, on the textbook, and also I
So
plus
it
some
was
sentences.
prepared by the publisher. Was it prepared by the publisher?
But I add something, for example, which is 5 times. I want to emphasize the multiplication, so I add some sentences into it. But most of them, I use the exercise given by the publisher.
When you ask your students about their feeling, you said, what's your feeling after filling
What's your feeling?
the table?
Yes.
And then you said, no feeling.
What's your feeling, right? I want to actually just do this part. I just know that.
No, you expect your students to be very excited after filling the
Yes,
blanks.
because I think the
right?
comparison is so
Because
obvious.
China is so China has achieved so much.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I just think so.
They were not excited.
But well, so I guess that maybe they are tired. They are tired of answering the question, or I don't know the reason. But I think that when I design this question, I just think that I am the student. If I am the students, when I say the numbers, there is so great gap between UK and China. And in 40 years later, China has made so great achievements, then I will feel very excited. Or at least, just like these students, I'm very proud of my country.
But how do you know that blank filling can change people's mood?
I just wanted them to focus on the meaning of this exercise and through the meaning. So I didn't just, when they answer the question, I didn't ask them just give me the word, but read the whole sentence to review the meaning of these paragraphs.
Yes.
So the meaning of the paragraphs may
When I feel sad, I usually do not fill in the blanks. I will eat a lot.
Yes, okay.
And you actually talked about some of the guidelines, like teaching objectives, in terms of knowledge, skills, and moral value. I believe almost all the contestants today talk about the same thing. They consider all these as their teaching principles, okay? Knowledge, skills, and a value.
Yes.
And you put these at 3 different stages. Stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Is this your intention? Knowledge is learned at the initial stage, and then we apply knowledge in actual life or context. So we use the skills. And then we will make judgment whether you are morally sound, whether you have feelings or not.
Okay. Actually, for the 1, 2, 3, it doesn't mean the stages.
Okay.
But I think the first, the second, and the third. Because for example, the value module, the moral value, we couldn't say that which procedure can achieve the moral value. But from the very beginning of the learning to the end, then we will help the students to achieve this objective.
Where you ordered them at different levels.
Just use this
And you
picture
number them.
is not very suitable, right? Yeah.
Can we combine all these together, integrate these 3 into 1? Develop our students' moral values by learning something and using it. Integration rather than separation. You are not sure?
Yes, so you mean that the moral value can be integrated into the knowledge value and also the skill part?
At least the knowledge and the skills can be integrated.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Your skills are nothing without knowledge. Your knowledge is actually not interesting
right?
without
yes.
the use of it. So you have to use the skills for your knowledge.
Yes, so when I do this part, I still sometimes feel confused about, actually when we learn skills, we learn some knowledge, right?
When we feel confused, we'll certainly confuse our students.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, contestant number 30. Thank you for your class. So the final score of contestant number 29 is 86.46. Congratulations. Now let's wait for a moment for the final score of our last contestant. While I was watching, learning, and enjoying today's classes, I find something in common between the classes in the morning and in the afternoon about the changes, evolution, development. And I cannot help but wonder about our own contest. This contest started in 2010, have gone so far, so successful, and maybe in the future someday, just maybe, it can be aired, streamed for international audience as well. And even someday it might become, the SFLAP International Foreign Language Teaching Contest. Who knows, right? Okay, we have already got the final score of contestant number 30, and that is 85.68. Congratulations. So that wraps up the 2 days competition, but the more challenging and exciting part awaits us tomorrow morning. Now, see you tomorrow, and online viewers, don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning, 8:30. 请参加总决赛的